One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess: the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Round 8 did not just give us results, it redrew the candidates entirely. In the open, Nakamura struck back, Giri beat Prague, and while the chasing pack traded blows behind him, Sindarov held firm with black to stretch his lead to 2 full points with only 6 rounds left to play. So today the pressure falls in different places. For Sindarov, it's about control, turning a brilliant first half into a winning campaign. But for everyone behind him, it's a lot simpler than that. The margin for patience is over, and the fight back has to begin now. And in the women's candidates, the calm has vanished completely. Divya's comeback win over Muzichuk blew the standings wide open. Zhu and Lango both struck, and suddenly 5 players share the lead. Welcome to round 9 of the FIDE Candidates. I am John Sargent, joined by the effervescent Grandmaster Judith Polgar and the always insightful Grandmaster David Howell. Judith, welcome back to the show.
Candidates are heating up.
There's absolutely no room to hide now, Judith. Like, if you are going to be chasing in the open, you have to strike now.
Absolutely, there is nothing to wait for, and it's clear that for Giri and Fabiano, the only result is the victory. Even then, they need luck also how Sindarov is going to be playing out.
And David, equally exciting, but for very different reasons in the women's candidates. There might still be patience. It's not necessarily now. No one can read this. It's a 5-way tie for the lead.
We'll get some more twists and twist-turn surprises along the way. In the women's candidates, it always seems to be around move 40 that the mistakes start to happen. Maybe the emotions kick in, and 5-way tie. Who would have thought this? It's just how long that continues. I think at this point it's a total lottery. It's just about who stays focused, who can lock in as we head into the second half now.
So we'll see if anybody is able to lock in, like you say, and break ahead of the pack there. In the meantime, before we start the games today, we're going to check in with our resident reporter on the ground. It is Mike Klein with his daily start to our games. You'll be doing a roundup for us later as well, I am sure.
Oh, hey guys, I'm just outside the new Top Golf facility being built just outside the Cap St. George Hotel. But until it's done, all we have is chess. It did remind me, though, this tournament is a bit like the 1997 Masters, where the entire world got to know Tiger Woods. And it wasn't about whether or not he would win the tournament, it was about his margin of victory. It ended up being a historic win, and we're witnessing the same thing here with Sindarov. It's probably not going to be about whether he wins the tournament, but by how many points he wins by. And you know what? He's made a whole bunch of birdies in the first half. He could just par his way to the victory, but I kind of feel like getting to know the young man that he's going to go for more, and he's going to try to set the all-time record. He just needs one more win to break Nepomniachtchi's record from 2022. As for the games today, the most consequential game is probably not his. It's actually Fabiano's game with Anish, because they're the two people trailing. Now remember, in round 14 in Toronto, when Fabiano played Nepomniachtchi, the draw was the worst result. And this kind of has shades of that. A draw would be a terrible result for either of them, but if one of them wins, there'll still be a little bit of pressure on Sindarov to perform. Over in the women's section, we have no less than 5 women tied for first. It's not match play, it's a scramble. Every woman is going to be trying to get more points, because probably the winning score is going to need 2 or 3 more. Nearly every game matters in this round and will matter for the rest of the tournament as one of those women tries to separate themselves from the pack. I'm going to go see if I can hit some balls. Let's get back to round 9 in Cyprus.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. I have a couple of questions about that. Namely, he knew to pack the golf glove. So quite clearly, there's been a bit of foresight, or maybe he was planning on some time off, I don't know, while we were between breaks or something like that. There's a few questions that need to be asked there, but regardless, these are the standings in the women's after round 8. David, let's go to you first this time around. As Mike said, it is just a scramble, but whoever starts building a little bit of momentum now, maybe that's all they need to pip them over the line.
Exactly, and momentum is on the side of the 2 Indian grandmasters, Vaishali and Divya, who meet today. They've scored quite heavily in the last 3-4 rounds, and it feels like they've just been accelerating, they've just been improving as the tournament's gone on. So big clash there, the number 1 matchup. For others, it might feel like it's been a bit up and down. The likes of Lagno, Zuzhiner, they've had wins followed by losses, struggling to build that form yet. But I think Anna Muzichuk, after what we saw yesterday, all eyes will be on her.
Okay, now we take a look at the Open. This is going to be very interesting indeed, Judith, because not only does Sindarov enjoy a 2-point lead, but Fabiano and Anish are playing each other.
Yeah, this is going to be the big hot game of the day, I believe, that both of them know that they don't want to make a draw. They have to win to try to clinch, get closer to Sindarov. At the same time, of course, Sindarov is playing with Matthias, who has only 3.5 points. And they made a draw in the first round of this event in round 2. But we'll see. I mean, he should give a hard time for Sindarov. It would be so nice to get back. The whole event is still exciting, right? Can you imagine one of them, Anish or Fabi, wins? It's a decisive game, and let's say Matthias wins. I mean, then everything can be open again, right? But of course, Sindarov did not lost a single game so far, so there is a great chance that he won because he's extremely stable. That's what he shows in his game. But let's see. So those games are the whole world's eye on those games, I think, today.
Well, he'll need to break through with the black pieces against Captain Stable himself, some people might say, in Matthias Bluebaum. It'll be interesting to see whether he'll be able to do that, and certainly that determined look on his face suggests that they might be able to do just that today. Wouldn't that be incredible for the young Grandmaster? Playing in his first candidates, we'll wait and see what ends up happening there. In the meantime, so many eyes are on this board. Fabi and Giri look locked in. They are here for the long run today. David, do we think this is the board that's most likely to go to a long grind?
Ooh, I think quite possibly. As Judith mentioned earlier, neither will be satisfied with a draw. Especially Fabiano, who lost yesterday. He'll want to bounce back, want to make use of the white pieces. I was looking ahead to the final few rounds, to that final stretch, and I mean, Sindarov, after today, only has 2 more blacks. That is against Fabiano and against Anish. So both of these players know that they will have a say on Sindarov's fate in the rest of the tournament, but first they need to get their act together here and start that streak.
Well, the clocks have started. The opening moves are on the board, and I'm sure this is the news chat have all been waiting for. I can categorically confirm that Mike Klein flew to the candidates with his golf clubs. Judith, David, over to you.
Thank you. John, we see Italian opening. It means that Fabiano wants to have a long game. Don't you think so, David?
Yep. I mean, he's got Italian roots, right, Fabiano? So why not go back to his origins, go back to basics as he aims to get things together here. But interesting to see him pause, Judith, after Black's most natural move, Bishop c5. Knight f6 is another big main line, but Bishop c5, I'm expecting Fabiano to have some ideas at least. Even if it's nothing too incredible, everything seems to be analysed, everything under the sun in the Italian these days. But yeah, Fabi choosing this opening.
Well, absolutely, but I think there is suddenly a lot of psychology already at such an early stage of the game. Of course, Fabi knows what he wants to play against it, but still, trying to get the grips, trying to feel Anish. What does he expecting him to do? You see a very self-confident Anish, and his game yesterday was quite impressive against Praggnanandhaa, so it's nice to play the next day after winning such a game, right? Contrary to Fabiano, who had his chance. In principle, he had his chance to potentially win against his countryman Nakamura, and probably he regrets his opening choice, what he made against him, because it was too solid, and actually it was a grinding game, which was quite painful for Fabiano. But of course, today is a new day, and he had to collect all his energy and still push himself to fight, right? Because it's also very hard. He's a very experienced player in the candidates. This is his third, right? Or fourth candidates. I don't remember exactly, but he was also playing a World Championship match as a challenger. So he has so much experience. But sometimes I have the feeling that in some cases maybe he has too much. Some things he should be forgetting. It would be better from his experiences.
It's the trauma, the scar tissue. I think, Judith, we've all been there where we play certain tournaments and we've had setbacks, or we play certain opponents, we've had setbacks. It's hard to create new memories and totally forget. I think this might be his fifth or sixth even candidate, so he's been there many times, Fabiano, and I think maybe the first big shock of this game, Judith, the reason Fabi's thinking is because Anish, he has been playing the Sicilian, he has been playing the Najdorf as his main weapon over the last few months, but in this tournament as well, with that great win earlier in the event against Yesipenko, I think, Anish winning that game. So maybe Fabi not expecting e4, e5 today, but yeah, I think we'll learn a lot now whether he puts his bishop on g5 or not. That tends to be the most ambitious these days.
And it's also interesting, the opening choices, because as yesterday, it was also like it was clear that for Fabiano, it's a game which he should win, right? But of course, against Nakamura, playing with the black pieces, it's not necessarily that you want to go so sharp. But here also, like in this situation, for both players, there's no other way than to win this game, isn't it? I mean, if it's not going to be a decisive game, there is almost no chance that they can catch up with Sindarov, unless if Sindarov starts losing some games. Even one game is not going to be enough in that case.
Yeah,
and it's a very solid game, right? So is it the strategy from Giri that I'm playing solid and then I provoke Fabi because he knows that he has to burn bridges because this is the game which he has to win?
Yeah, we'll find out soon. First big decision for Anish is whether to push the pawn to a6 or a5. Often these days, I was going to say a5 is the choice if white isn't able to play bishop to g5. Sometimes even with bishop g5 lines, a5 is a good way to stop white from gaining space. The black bishop has a square to drop back to. The downside, Judith, is that white often gets a bishop on b5 that's slightly hard to kick out. And yeah, these Italians, oof, they're going to give me a headache later. I have such a bad score in these lines, Judith, because I always get confused about move orders. Everyone seems so well prepared. It only begins here, we're at move 7. But this is just the beginning of the theory battle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting that I was not playing Italian myself in my career. I was always playing the 3 bishop b5 and taking the risk that Berlin will show up on the board and all kind of different kind of Rai Lopez systems, which was working pretty well in the 90s and even later. But I fully understand why people started to play bishop c4 and then they just want to play long game, trying to get out from some concrete and long engine preparation. But engines are telling their views and ideas and suggestion everywhere, right? I mean, we see all kind of crazy moves happening on the board in tactical positions and also non-tactical but very positional ones.
Yeah, engines are kind of teaching us back to front. Often they suggest these weird moves, like even in this opening, some weird move order that doesn't really look logical, but then we only realize a bit later according to the engine lines. And I'm actually kind of I've got similar experiences, Judah. I mostly played Roy Lopez or Scotch or other things when I was young. I only played E4 for the first until I was 23, 24, but I at some point switched to the Italian, and I was playing it as the only thing with white. And I got criticized in England. Everyone called me lazy. The most respected journalist in England, Leonard Barden, who's still going strong, 95, 96 years old. He was like, "Oh, you'll never get anywhere with a terrible opening like this, lazy opening." And then, like 2 years later, everyone in the world was playing the Italian as their main weapon. So, and then I switched away.
You were ahead of time, David.
Exactly. That's my claim.
Didn't understand you.
But I'm just scared of it now, to be honest. There's so much theory. And Bishop E6. Judah, I'm expecting Fabiano to dodge the exchange with Bishop to B5 here. Otherwise, yeah, maybe we see this pawn structure, but less scary for black with the pawn on A5 since white can't expand on the queen side.
I was always very curious about to understand that pawn structure, you know, after capturing on E6. Takes, like, who does it benefit really? Because there are some openings where even the bishop is on E7 and they are still playing it, right? But now when the bishop is on C5, I would think that it benefits black more, because black's idea could be queen E8, knight H5, playing on the F line, the bishop on C5 on that diagonal is very strong. I mean, somehow I have the feeling that it would fit much more to my style to play it from the black side, but I never did have this position with black.
Wow. Okay. Because you weren't playing E5 so much, or just because the Italian wasn't so trendy?
I played very little E5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And actually once I prepared to play E5, but you will not believe it what I prepared. The Petrov, the Russian.
Oh no.
Can you imagine? And that was not the worst thing, but I did it against Vichy when I was playing with him in 2003, a rapid match. And the first game I played, it was a fantastic match because every day we had 2 games. I won the first game with white, and then I lost with black. And then next day again I won the first game with white, the first game, and then I lost with the other. And this was going on in the first 3 days, but unfortunately the fourth day I lost both of them. But the first day I played with black the Petrov, and I just got crushed. And it was such a bad memory that I think after that I played one more game later on, which was also a disaster from my end. And then I said, okay, it was worth spending so many hours on preparation from black side, you know, to play. Instead of playing the knight c6 and play against Italian or Spanish. But the problem is that you have to learn so many things with black also.
Mm-hmm. That is
the Scotch, the 4 knights, the Italian, the 3 bishop b5, a6, then it's the exchange variation. So there's so many things to study, and also a lot of different structures, which makes it harder because it's not only about concrete lines and moves, but you have to understand the structures, which is, of course, is more difficult.
Yeah. At least you learned, Judith. You learned never to play the Petrov again, which is a good thing. I think, especially with your style, probably not the not the number one choice in opening. But we
yes,
do see
but you
Bishop
know,
C5.
but you know, in the Petrov there are some sharper lines also. I mean,
true.
well, not too many, but still. And you know how it is. You suffer with the white side, so you say, you know what, I'm going to go and sit from the other side and show me what you have. Maybe I'm learning from my opponent for next time to play with the white side. This is what I did against Gary in the Najdorf with 6 knight g4. He was showing to the world that against Najdorf 6 bishop e3 knight g4, you remember in the 90s, mid-90s and late 90s. And then at some point I understood, you know what? I'm going to play this against you. And then it's your turn to show to the world what to play with white. And actually he didn't show it what to play with white. I had a very balanced game with him with black. So sometimes it can work.
MVL, I think, is the only one who still plays that these days from the black side. In the meantime, Judith, a couple of moves, bishop b5 and bishop a7. And here white usually tries to play rook e1, knight f1, continue the plan, put the knight in g3, play for d4. But black's going to do the same. Knight e7, knight round to g6. Yeah, typical plans.
This will be a long game.
Let's go out of this one. We'll come
Yeah.
back.
I just wanted to suggest, let's go out, zoom out and have the bird's eye view and maybe to take a look what the leader is doing, because it's starting to be very interesting there.
Here we see all 8 boards, and the open are the brown boards, the women's are the red boards. It does look like the most action is with the leader. You're right, Judith. So we will delve into all of the boards at some point in greater detail, but let's start by going to Matthias Bluebaum against Vachier Sindarov. And it is the Queen's Gambit. Maybe we'll do a quick action replay, Judith, just from the beginning.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, and okay, bishop to e7 normally leads to quieter lines or more fixed structures. Bishop f4. Okay, and in this position, I must admit, like, I've always castled as black just automatically, and after e3, then there's choice. Black plays either knight d7 or c5, and lots of theory there, but Sindarov keeps surprising his opponents early. He's spent only 42 seconds so far in this game on the first 7 moves. D takes c4, allowing white to occupy the center. b5, saying, take me please. I guess white has to. Otherwise just a pawn down. And now bishop b4 check. I must admit, I'm out of book, and looks like Matthias Bluebaum is as well.
Surprise, surprise. Well, what are the questions, right? There is a question. White can go knight c3 black back. This is one of the ideas, threatening with queen a4 check. Other one is bishop d2, so probably these are the 2 moves.
Yeah, knight d2 feels wrong, I guess, but maybe worth calculating just to keep both pieces lined up on c7, although...
But you know, for example, after knight d2, I wouldn't be surprised if e5 would be a move.
Ooh, e5. I was also going to say maybe castles and just try to take here, but e5, let's say white, oh yeah, maybe not bishop takes. Now
And then knight
takes
e4 was my plan.
Super messy. Of course the bar says 0.0, but maybe...
Takes with the pawn?
Yeah, takes, you want to take. Maximum pressure on d2. Oof.
Maybe just simple bishop c4.
Yeah, everything's protected. I guess white's a pawn up. But okay,
These days, a pawn, usually that doesn't count.
True. If someone's blitzing and they're pawn down, you know that it's deep preparation. Normally the idea is just to win the pawn back and equalize 20 moves down the line.
Okay, if we go back and your suggestion to go castle, but knight d2 looks the most unnatural out of the 3 moves.
Feels wrong. He drops his bishop back. We'll show this in a second, but knight d2, I think black will just castle, and if white gets super greedy, then... Okay, we see the Val bar crash. Probably multiple reasons, but knight takes e4, knight takes rook, queen d4, I'm assuming. And just too much to ask from white's position. So
Looks scary for sure.
Yeah. We see bishop d2 instead, and of course he keeps blitzing Sindarov. Bishop d2, he takes, and... Okay, now the question is queen d2 or knight d2. Looks like this isn't quite new, Judith, but only 1 game I can find in the database in this position so far.
It seems like Sindarov cannot sit at the board.
He's allergic to to that chair. Yeah, he's quite excitable. Like every time I've seen him at tournaments, he's always shaking his leg. Like high energy. I guess everyone's high energy when they're 20 years old. But knight takes d2, Judith, so he hangs on to e4. e4 doesn't drop with tempo. Makes sense.
Well, it looks like an incredibly solid game for white, because soon the b5 knight comes back to c3. White is going to be capturing the c4 pawn. So
So maybe some pressure on black to equalize. Like, even if c4 and d4 disappear, white's got a better structure. Solid from Bluebaum. He's been very solid with white, especially. What are you expecting here?
This is the kind of position you dream to have with white, don't you?
That's true. I'm impressed. He spent a little bit of time Bluebaum. He spent what was it? On bishop d2, he spent 8 minutes and found a very simple way to avoid any scary preparation. Sindarov, is he going to castle? Other moves would be maybe a6.
No, he'll go castle first. And then look around.
Yeah. Is castles in your notes? Is the eternal question these days. Castles?
But actually after castle, white can consider to play, for example, e5 and win a pawn. Don't you think so?
Oh, wow. Okay. Castles e5. So you want black's knight to block the d-file, and then...
And I just take the pawn.
Looks like Giri against Prague yesterday. Just with pawns on a4 and c and d pawns soon disappearing. Yeah. Pawn up. Black has some squares, I guess, but not really enough compensation.
Sometimes you rather have pieces and pawns than... But now maybe knight f4.
Yeah, maybe knight f4. He does castle, so he's allowing Bluebaum to win its pawn. I guess the difference to it after castles is that if white takes, then now a6.
Yeah.
Yeah, and black takes on d4.
I mean, I think it's still nice for white playing queen e2, knight f3, or knight b3 afterwards. I mean, it is still a position. Obviously, everybody would take this white side, right?
Yeah, better pawn structure.
I just got greedy, you know. I said, okay, why not to have the same kind of position with an extra pawn as well?
Yeah, I'm impressed, Judith. The greedy move, you spotted it before me for once.
Yeah, you like
normally
pawns.
That's my brand. I love pawns. I love pawns. I've corrupted you.
But okay, you don't like to give away squares. So now you have to make a decision whether... What is it really worth more for you? A pawn or that d5 square and the long diagonal which white is giving away?
Yeah, that's always the three things in positional play. I always get confused. It's like, do you grab pawns? Do you grab squares? Or do you get the bishop pair? And then I always get confused which one is the number one priority. But here the pawn looks quite good. As long as there's no immediate threats, like you said, on the long diagonal a bit later on. Okay, Bluebaum likely to think, but I've got to say, like, it's going to be a surprise for Bluebaum, but Sindarov's prep, if white's slightly better everywhere, then maybe not that scary. Not compared to previous days, at least. Okay.
Well, of course, after e5, white is giving away the d5 square, and also this f4 square can be unpleasant if the black knight gets there.
Something like this. Yeah, I wonder why this is so good for white. It feels like maybe queen to g4 or something provocative, and maybe black's just not quite ready to go hunting for tactics like this. But either way, it's a big moment for Bluebaum as he ponders what to do next, and that gives us a chance to bring John in and ask what he feels about this game of the leader. It feels like Sindarov slightly provocative today.
Yeah, I'm really loving this. I mean, slightly provocative today. That definitely wouldn't be the first time in the tournament, but it's very interesting that as early as move 6, we are wading our way into unfamiliar territory. What I find interesting, though, is how calmly Bluebaum has been negotiating this. Yes, he spent some time to think, but ultimately, his facial expression most of the time is as if he was in move 25 of his own prep. So it doesn't look like his approach to the game is materially different in any way. and maybe he'll come out of it with just a small, solid edge. Sindarov, hoping the element of surprise, of course, will give him good fortune and maybe allow him to take another full point, but Bluebaum right now weathering the storm very, very well. So the openings have been decided, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be checking out some of our other boards as well as we go around both sections of the tournament upon our return. But for now, please recharge your teas, recharge your coffees, grab yourself a glass of water, and we'll see you right after this for more action from the FIDE candidates.
Who do you think comes off as the most honest broker in this whole affair?
That's a tricky question because, as I said earlier, I believe, well, first of all, like, who has the most to lose? I think they all do, you know? So if you pose it from that end, it's Danny and Eric have a business. Magnus has basically who he is, you know, like what he's created as himself. And then Hans has his future in front of him. So they all have reasons to lie. Each one of them has a reason to lie. But I think you just have to leave it up to the viewer on who they actually trust.
Well, thanks so much, Thomas Tancred, the director of Untold Chessmates. I appreciate you helping the chess world understand this incident better, and also, you know, shedding some light on the chess world to the non-chess players out there. So appreciate your time.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike.
Your brother told us a funny story that sometimes when you're at home, if one of you is studying, you might have to ask the other one not to steal your idea. Can you verify this is a true story?
Yeah, sometimes when we are discussing something, like some things you don't want to, I mean, you want to play yourself when you're finding something. So it happens, yeah. So we just make sure, okay, this is my idea, you're not going to play this, yeah, like this, so it happens, yeah.
Do you also motivate each other? Like, for example, if you're at home and you're studying, but Prague is on YouTube, do you ever like tell him, hey, you need to get the chess out and work on your chess?
It doesn't usually happens like this. It's more like, okay, I've been working a long time, now just take a break. This is how it is sometimes, because we both have the tendency to work a lot and forgetting to take a rest or take a break. So it's actually the other way around.
Wow, so you're not telling each other, you're not motivating each other more, you're actually trying to have the other person not focus so much on chess and, like, you know, do other things.
I mean, motivation, of course, he helps me a lot, especially with whenever things don't go my way. He's someone who always pushes me. I mean, he motivates me a lot and he supports me a lot, but also with it's also the other way. Yeah? We sometimes have the tendency to prepare a lot, so we have to keep an eye on each other to ensure that each of us are resting enough.
What about your relationship with him at the tournament? Like in Toronto, were you having dinner with him every night and discussing your game, or were you kind of doing your own thing?
Of course, we were preparing separately. We would discuss a lot about the game. Like lunch, it's different sometimes because both of us are in hurry and our schedule can be a bit different. Dinner, we made sure we have together to discuss about the games, whatever has happened, and to discuss like what the other games, some interesting moments or interesting ideas. So yeah, this is how it has been always.
And of course, the other star of your family is your mother, Nagalakshmi, and she's made the trip here in Cyprus.
Yeah.
Is she kind of like your secret weapon?
Yeah, for sure. She has been traveling with us for more than 15 years now, and she ensures like all the other things are taken care so that we both only need to focus on the game. So yeah, it's nice to have her once again for the candidates, and it's also very nice we get to travel together for tournaments, all three of us. So yeah.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. Here are our 8 boards in the Open and Women's Candidates sections, live from the Cap St. George's Resort. And I'm going to do something about 4 hours earlier than David suggested we do it yesterday, which will make things a little bit spicier. We are going to predict the number of games that end in a decisive result today. So anything other than a draw, doesn't matter if white or black wins, based on the opening choices and the stances that we see the players taking early on. Judith, I feel like as the newest member to the broadcast, it's only polite to allow you to pick first. The rule is that once you pick a number, we shouldn't really be able to piggyback off the back of it. We can't just agree with you. We have to pick something else.
Well, today I think everybody is in the mood to fight, especially the ladies. I go for 6 decisive games.
Whoa! Okay. That is a great number to start us off. David, are we going 7 or are you going to make me pick next?
Oh, John, I will... Well, there's a temptation to say 0. And hear me out.
No way.
Hear me out. In round 2, when we had the exact same pairings in both sections with colors reversed, it was all draws. It was all draws that time.
Fine, but that was round 2. Go on, say 0.
I'll say 3. I'll say 3.
There's a big difference between 0 and 3, isn't there? Look at that.
I think 2 in the women's and maybe 1 in the open candidates.
Okay. See, this is what he does, Judith. David does this all the time. He'll like lead me down the path by saying something like 0, and then when push comes to shove, it's a completely different answer. This is what I have to live with. All right. So Judith's gone with 6. David's gone with 3. I'm going to split the difference. I agree that today is a critical day of fighting chess. But I also think that people are going to be awake and be able to defend reasonably well. So we'll still get entertainment no matter what, but I'm planting myself in the middle with 4. We'll see who ends up being correct as we move later into the middle games. For now, though, let's go ahead and head back and decide where we want to go next. So, Judith, I'll hand it back over to you to decide what game we want to follow now.
Well, I was brave in guessing that it's going to be 6 decisive game. Maybe it was only a wish. Let's go, what do you think, David, to Nakamura's game? He won a game yesterday, grinding Fabiano, and it was quite impressive. Can he do it today as well?
that is the big question. He gets a double white. He gets the white pieces again. We also want, of course, chat to get involved. How many decisive games will we see today? We want to know where those decisive games might come as well. But Judith, six is brave, especially if Hikaru can't get an opening advantage here. And I've got half an eye on the clock. Yesipenko seems to be in theory and prep still. And also, I have looked at the position up until about 2 or 3 moves ago. And I remember from the black side being quite confident that it was possible to equalize here. So maybe we just go for a very quick action replay from the start.
Yeah, let's see, because the isolated pawn, sometimes it can get something really bad, but it seems like Yesipenko is so fast that maybe he will be able to get rid of it.
Yeah, we'll find out very shortly. So Hikaru actually started with the English. That was his recipe for success against Fabiano yesterday. That was more of a symmetrical English. Here we transpose very quickly into the Queen's Gambit declined. And okay, one of the oldest lines in the Queen's Gambit, e3. And often black starts with h6 before going for any of this c5 stuff, but there are always nuances. So c5 first. And I always remember, Judith, that taking on c5 is maybe the more testing of the two, because if black wants total symmetry and avoiding an IQP, an isolated pawn, then black often has to go for d takes c4 and white slightly ahead in development and maybe tiny advantage. But c takes d5, I remember, especially with a pawn on h6 and bishop on h4, same theme, knight takes d5, and this is got a reputation of being very, very level if white isn't able to complete development fully, and Hikaru does. But here we did get a question from our producer Judith about queen takes d5. Maybe you can break it down for us why white resists taking the d pawn in return for the b pawn.
Well, usually simply people don't like to take in exchange of a b2 pawn. The d5 pawn is just great to have it as an isolated pawn for white and blockading it, not capturing it. But after takes on d5, I think simply black can take bishop queen b2, right? Attacking the e2 bishop, and if white goes bishop b5 or anywhere, bishop e6 comes with a tempo. So it seems like white has to lose some time. Queen c5, rook c8, I think easily possible to play. I mean, the bishop on e6 is very well placed there. And with the queens or without the queens, black is just going to be fine, to say the least, I think. So this was not much for white. And anyway, you want to blockade that pawn, that d5 pawn. But this is the big question, whether for Nakamura, will he be fast enough and in time? Rook d8, threatening immediately with d4, right? White goes rook d1, stopping d4. And then black goes bishop g4 to exchange on f3 and play d4. So the only thing is the black cares is playing d4. And every piece of his supports it. The queen, the knight, the rook, and the bishop indirectly by trying to eliminate the knight.
And yeah, I think just in time, as you say, Judith, because if black was one move too slow and played like, I don't know, h6, then white could plant the knight on d4 and maybe still not a big advantage, but long term, there's always an outpost. White will start attacking that pawn later, and it's going to be a lot of suffering for black.
Some classic endgame.
Classic endgame. I mean, this is like a nightmare for a black player, even if some drawing chances. The white bishop will apply some pressure, rook's applying as well, and good bishop versus bad bishop. A long way ahead, but yeah, not much fun. So bishop g4, and my question is, after h3 in this position, does black drop back, or does black already try that plan you mentioned, taking the knight? And
I think we have to try first to take on f3 and then d4. Because it seems that the bishop c6 will not work because d takes e3, Shensuk is in there. Nothing white can do.
Yeah, and this just looks too level, multiple ways.
Well,
maybe you can just
takes. I'm not even sure I would take on d1, you know?
Yeah, I was actually going to blunder another back ranker like I did yesterday. I was going to take with the queen.
Okay.
Whoops, queen takes a7. That's going to be a back rank checkmate. Whoops. But yeah, as you say, Judith, maybe just in this position, just take on c6, maybe with a pawn. Probably enough.
Actually, that's also good enough.
Yeah.
Because black
to not
has
lose.
enough pawn to play.
Yeah, just to not lose a7. We're going to find out because h3 has been played, and if bishop takes f3 works, like you play it, right? Like bishop h5 is probably fine as well, but maybe the plan later is to take anyway and then play d4 anyway. So why not go immediately?
But what does Hikaru have in mind after d4? Because, or is he going for a simplification?
But how? Like, is he really going to grind out a very, very level endgame? Like, at least yesterday he was slightly better the whole time, or at least he was the one with the pressure, and like today doesn't feel like much. Maybe the seconds will get a stern talking to Judith for not showing him for this variation, but this is quite well-known stuff. I didn't see it.
I would be surprised if Sipenko would play other than bishop f3.
Yeah. He looks like he's still in prep.
That's the only thing he cares. I mean, every move of his was in order to, in some way, to push d4. And here's the moment. And I think he's quite comfortable looking at his face and looking at his clock situation.
Do you see anything else for white after bishop f3, d4?
I think e4 after e4, black is better. Black goes d3 maybe and then knight d4. So white cannot do that, right?
Yeah. Bishop looks a bit stuck now.
I mean, white can take on d4, but then also knight d4, and white doesn't have time to move the bishop, so white has to go away with the queen. And of course, bishop f3 is on the board. So this is going to be one of the games which is not supporting my prediction.
You just need 6 out of the next 7 to be decisive.
You're laughing at me, don't you?
No,
I was hesitating to say 5 or 6. And you know, before we started, I made my guesses, and then I looked at the boards. I said, should I really change it? Nah. But this one is, I don't see anything white will be able to do to play for a win.
Yeah, but you will look like even more of a genius than normal if you get it right. 6, that would be a crazy, impressive prediction.
Then the first thing I should do to buy my lottery ticket.
Exactly. I haven't been right once with my predictions, Judith, so I'm not confident it'll be 3. I'm always 1 off, so it's going to be 2 or 4. I think John.
No, I think it will be more than 3.
Okay, maybe John's going to be right with
and
the 4.
Anyway, you know, it's only what they play for an hour, less than an hour.
True. Okay, so d4 will be blitzed out. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but d4 is the only logical follow-up for black since the pawn is now hanging. And yeah, Judith, if we could somehow get the queens off the board and like the d and e disappear, the queens disappear, but white is able to keep the pawn structure, not, for example, accept an isolated pawn on e3, then I would say white has some chances to press just because the bishop's better than the knight, but I don't really see how he can do that in a healthy way.
Well, you can press, but it's, I mean, black shouldn't really have problems, right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's say, can you imagine yourself playing it with the black side, and would it cross your mind that you can ever lose that game?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be too worried. Safe to say.
And d4 is on the board.
d4.
And even that would be huge achievement with white, right? What you just mentioned. To have the bishop versus the knight without the queens. Which is also nothing, really.
Tiny pressing chances. But is this disappointing for Hikaru? Because he won yesterday, suddenly some momentum. Of course, he's still miles behind Sindarov, but with white now against someone who's been struggling so far, Yesipenko, this looks like on paper, like maybe his last chance to start going on that winning streak, and he hasn't really had a chance to keep any tension. It looks like it's going to be a draw in no time.
Well, I think he's not upset really about the result if it's going to be a draw soon. but more about the fact that he was not able to bring out some game which is lasting for hours, right? And to pose some problems and questions to the opponent. That's more annoying than the result itself, I think.
Yeah. I think he will be a bit disappointed, Hikaru, and maybe we are expecting bishop takes c6, something like this position, and maybe he just plays on with queen c3 or I don't know, something, but hard to imagine.
Yes,
like
but I think black can also take on e3 and b takes c6.
Even this. Yeah.
I mean, the white structure is really better than the bishop c6 on the board.
Yeah, bishop c6. Could white threaten to win a pawn? Try and take the d-file. Getting all these moves. Getting everything so far.
No, but after rook c1, like takes, rook c1 you played, king f8.
Yeah. And this is going to be a draw. He actually keeps the queens on. I was going to say here at least white can pretend to be a pawn up. And the game continues.
You can go to h2. That I forgot, sorry. I thought I have my check and rook d2, but no. Well, even this is no big deal with the e3 pawn.
Yeah, even this is probably a draw.
But okay, here at least white gets a pawn up, right?
Yeah, keep
Which
this.
is still
a draw.
a5.
Yeah, a5. Unlikely that white can win this, but okay, he chose not to go for a rook endgame. He took immediately on c6, and just the speed he's doing it, Judith, I think he's still in prep. I think I've seen basically the same thing, just with a black pawn already in h6, like earlier with h6, bishop h4 included. Obviously, a slightly worse version, but this just looks like almost zero chances for white. Hikaru has to keep the queens on now, and there's only one weakness, really.
Well, and also white is kind of has to lose time because the b2 is hanging right now. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
We haven't seen the Pragnananda game yet. What do you think to zoom out a bit and just take a look around?
Yeah, I'll jump straight to that board. Just since, for completeness, sake, we have seen all of the other games, at least the openings. This was another Queen's Gambit. We've seen a lot of those today. And okay,
boring structure.
Boring structure, but Judith, there was an interesting moment earlier, because it's something I haven't seen at least. c4, e6. Okay, Queen's Gambit declines c5, and this is a kind of semi-Tarash. It's known as the Berlin of d4, especially if white takes. Nowadays, they're all playing this line, and now white doesn't have to play e4, but if white does, then this is the Berlin of 1d4, just since the black king's on d8, and black's just trying to make a draw after bishop e6, but normally succeeds. And okay, instead of this, bishop g5 immediately for white was played. I must admit, I'm not aware of this one. And after cd4, knight d4, computers point out, and there's been quite a lot of games after e5, and this is apparently quite decent for black. But Wei Yi was not to be provoked, and he went for symmetry. And that's why we got this pawn structure, like you say, that isn't so fun.
Yeah, it has such a big literature, I guess. Or I know, without the C and D open file, it's just such a completely different kind of position than anything else. I've played also the Vienna variation where both of the lines are open, and it's not so easy.
Yeah. Do you believe, though, inherently in the solidity of black's position? Or you think maybe, if we go back to the live position, that white's lead in development, or at least being the first to create some mini threats like e5, do you think Wei Yi has to be quite careful here?
Well, first of all, I believe that it's most of the time white is who is pressing. And white has to do something really bad that black is taking over. Look, it's white who has a little space advantage with having e4 and black has the pawn on e6. It is very rarely that e5 can work from black side, right? Because there's too much control with white on that diagonal and the d5 square. So many times the question is whether can white play e5 with the circumstances that it's really good. But later on, if black, even if he goes back to e8 and there is an exchange of pieces, once the bishop gets to c6 from black, then on that diagonal, this e5 maybe is a move that white is going to be regretting. So it's a sensitive thing when and why to play e5, even if it's pushing back the pieces of black.
Just trying to show
Bishop
what you mean
c6.
here. Yeah, very strong bishop. Maybe white's overextended already.
Yeah, black can go knight c7, knight d5. At the same time, black's defense on the king side is not so good. Only the e7 knight can go to g6 to cover that diagonal, b1, h7 diagonal. So it's... But it seems like white is active, but black is good.
Yeah. I mean, e5 is definitely tempting here, but I guess the other natural move would be to get the queen out the way. I kind of want to defend the bishop on c4 just in case, and then just bring rooks to the center.
Yeah, queen e2 seems to be the right move for the moment, right? And it's on the board.
Logical from Prague.
What about knight g4 here?
Knight g4. Yeah, quite a typical idea. Like, especially if the queen's on c7, often there are like tactics with knight d4 and queen h2 mate. But also interesting here. Maybe
Bishop f4.
Yeah, keep pieces on the board since black is a bit cramped. Yeah, what has black gained is, I guess, the question, if h3 is coming next.
Well, I have a question whether can I go e5 and knight d4 quickly.
Very concrete.
But of course the famous d5 square will or might be a problem.
Yeah,
it just simply
like
takes
this.
a knight d5. The white has a beautiful position.
Yeah,
And
quite
actually
risky.
The bishop on g3 also stands perfectly.
Yeah, very risky for Wei to ever touch his e-pawn. I quite like your idea, like maybe something similar, like h6, bishop h4, and...
Knight h5.
Yeah, I was going to say knight h5, as long as it doesn't fail tactically. It's one square, just to swap pieces, basically, to be less cramped. But Judith, you're in Wei Yi's head, you're in his mind, because he's played knight g4 quite quickly. Oh, sorry.
So let's see what he has in mind after bishop f4.
Yeah, I think multi-purpose move, keeping pieces on, covering e5. bishop
Maybe.
f4, very likely.
What do you think about bishop f4, queen a5 with the idea of knight e5?
I've seen similar ideas in some Slavs. So like h3, knight e5 looks good.
Yeah, for some reason the evil bar likes my queen to get near to that. Rook
Okay.
d1, I thought rook d8, rook f to d8.
Yeah, I don't hate it for black. I guess knight e5 is the threat, so maybe I can...
But maybe you can go knight b5 to stop knight e5 and also try to go knight to d6.
Yeah, that looks nice as well.
Maybe this can be a refutation.
Yeah. I remember when I was playing the Slav quite a lot, and there were sometimes similar structures, often with pawns on a4 and a6, but queen a5, and yeah, if the knight ever goes to g4, white's idea is to play e5, and this is a bit stuck now, because knight h6, I guess white's happy to take it. Or maybe even just play h3, g4, leave the knight silly on h6. So maybe this as well. But, okay.
Yeah.
I think pretty confident that Prague will play bishop f4 just because it's the most kind of most ambitious, the most natural. keeps pieces on the board.
Yeah, and this is also sometimes the problem for black in this structure, that simply black has too many pieces. So if you can exchange one already with the black square bishop, then somehow black has this relief. Okay, finally my queen is out. I make space for my rook on d8, right? Because my bishops on d7, e7, and the queen, somehow I don't have enough space to have for every piece. Ideally, black would be going queen a5, rook d8, bishop e8, opening the rook's file. But it's also slow. So bishop e7, no. So bishop f4 is kind of the only move, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, at least if he's being ambitious, which he needs to be, Prag, I don't think he believes his tournament's over, or at least the race for first place is over, even if he's on -1 right now. So, yeah, bishop f4. Keep the pieces, keep the tension. Judith, you said 6 decisive results. Where in the open section, now that we've seen all 4 boards, where do you think you might get those get those wins from?
Well, of course, maybe we go to the bird's eye view and then we can analyze where it can come from. Well, blue bomb castled long.
Ooh.
You see? White has a better position. That game can be decided. Then we go Caruana. In that game, we all understand that the only result can be good for either player if they win. So they should be fighting it out and they should be pressing. And somebody will win. Well, Pragnananda game is the one which could be the third decisive. But yeah, as we've seen, Wei was having a great fighting spirit yesterday, pushing it but under control. Still, we don't know. Of course, one we can exclude that it can be a decisive game, which is Nakamura-Esipenko. I mean, I would not bet on that it's going to be a decisive game. But you never know. But I wouldn't.
You only need 2 in the open. Like, ideally, you would want more for the 6 overall, but maybe all the women's games will be decisive. And
well, there everything can be decisive. I mean, it's very open.
Okay, so maybe before we go to the women's games, maybe just to check out Bluebaum's Castle Queenside, because
unexpected, yeah?
Yeah, we were kind of joking a bit earlier that, well, if Bluebaum wanted to be ambitious, he'll play e5, be a pawn up. But he chose a safer looking move, if we just backtrack just to that critical moment. The computer actually gave a red cross, so bishop takes c4, apparently a miss. As Judith, you mentioned earlier, this was ambitiously being a pawn up, but giving some squares. Instead, he chose a different ambitious approach, deceptive. He took on c4. And only here, when I was expecting him to castle this side for sure, just more consistent, he decided to be brave, bold. And he went long.
I'm not even sure that he's really was deciding to play long castle for tactical purposes. I think he may think that knight on b3 can be very good, and if he can exchange the queens, then the king on c1, having the rook on d1 is just incredibly beneficial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so maybe preparing for an endgame more than any attack. That makes sense. And if black develops, I'm not sure where the knight goes. Let's see.
Maybe to d7?
Yep. How's white going to set up his pieces in the next few moves?
Knight b3?
Mm-hmm. Queen goes back, I guess.
e5.
Aha.
But maybe knight d5 and some tactics.
Now we've seen it in Prague's game. e5 always. Yeah, knight d5.
Yeah, the problem is that if take takes queen c6, that's something I forgot at first.
Mm-hmm.
So e5 is not a good move.
Yeah. So not e5.
But maybe instead of e5, f4.
Mm-hmm. We're so different, Judith. I would be playing like f3, just blunt the bishop on b7, like slow positional, but
You want to go for it?
I didn't want to have your knight on e5.
Yeah, that's true.
That
Here
was
it would
the
be.
only reason I played f4.
Yeah.
I don't know if you believe me or not, but
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, it's a nice square to take away, both on this board and the Prague board. f4. Okay, let's say black continues developing something. In general, I do hate these split pawns. Like, just it feels like the options are so limited. Okay.
yeah, I mean, they are very annoying.
Mhm.
After rook d8, maybe I go g4. And I'm not telling you that I do this because I want to take away the h5 square. This is already for real reason.
You just want to connect forward Judith with h4 next move. Okay, now I'll try and force the issue since you've...
Yeah, maybe it's a little exaggerating. Maybe I should have done, no, I don't go to g4. I go rook e1, and I want to exchange the queens by playing queen e3, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I do.
Yeah, makes sense. And if knight c5, how are you going to exchange things? Maybe just, yeah.
Yeah, it would have been better to
not so
stop
obvious.
you from that.
Maybe white just takes and just plays like king b1, just chills a3, put the king on a2, just argues that all endgames are better for white.
Well, that's a fact, right?
Yeah.
With those pawn structure.
Mm-hmm. But this is interesting. It's growing on me, this idea, what Blue Baum's done. Initially, I thought, okay, that's unnecessary to put the king on the queen side, but the knight on b3 is very, very good as a protector, and not obvious what black can do to get active. Knight c6 doesn't make a great impression, but maybe.
Yeah, I'm also thinking what happens of knight c6, but also knight b3, and obviously then you don't go queen b6, but maybe you go queen e5. But that c5 square is so weak.
Yeah. Now, do you play for f4 again, or do you just kind of sit and go like f3, queen?
Maybe g3 with the idea of f4, because the queen is standing very strange. But knight on c6 looks very shaky, don't you think so?
Yeah.
Blocking the bishop, not controlling the important c5 square.
All of black's minor pieces, they struggle to really do much. I've got to admit, like Sindarov, both from the clock perspective, where he's actually spent some time for once, but also the opening prep, I really don't like this preparation for black. It feels like white could have been better in so many different ways. Surprise value hasn't paid off, and who knows, Blue Baum might get his first win of the event, Judith. Maybe your prediction was right all along.
Well, one decisive game is not 6. But this game, I have a feeling that, I mean, of course, for Blue Baum, he has a great motivation to win today. I mean, he's playing with the leader, right? Potentially great chance that he's going to be the final winner. So it's always, you always have more energy to play against the top seeded player who is the leader, that it's great, I can beat him. Even if the tournament doesn't go on the way you're expecting or the best way. To win one game which is valuable, you can be proud of, it has a serious value.
Exactly. Okay, this is promising that we'll get a full fight, and Sindarov maybe on the back foot. Maybe slightly worse for black right now. Lots of Blue Baum fans in the chat, Judith, so I know they'll be very happy. But let's go to the bird's eye view. We'll see if anyone else is playing as confidently as Blue Baum right now. Okay, we've seen some moves on some of the other boards.
Yeah, and if you look at Fabi's game, something unexpected happened. For me, unexpected. And probably your heart is bleeding. I mean, look at where is the bishop pair for white?
Bobby Fischer would not approve. He loved his light squared bishop. Okay, let's go back, Judith, just a few moves, because not that much was happening. Actually, it was only 6 moves ago we were last here, but bishop b5, bishop a7 was played, rook e1, the black knight came round, and normally this is a signal for white to play d4 when the black knight retreats. Knight g6, bishop d3. Okay, interesting. Actually, yeah, I've played some very strong opponents who like to put their bishop back on f1, especially if a knight is coming round to f4, just to keep everything safe on the king side. But bishop d3 was Fabi's choice, and he didn't move the bishop at all, even when the knight came knocking. Judith, yeah, you're right. My heart has bled a bit, and black's bishop on e6 looks quite strong. It's a bit of a bonus.
I just don't understand.
Yeah, Yuri's got to be happy.
I've never seen something like this, that someone gives up the white square bishop just like this. With their own will.
Levon was playing a system in the Italian where he would just play like bishop c4, he's just put it back on b3, or he'd even play bishop c4, put a pawn on d3 and say, okay, after knight a5, I'll just go back to b3 and you can take me. But at least there, white loses less time with the bishop here. He's moved the bishop 3 times just to get taken on d3. It feels odd.
Well, maybe he wanted to unbalance the position and play something which is not so common.
Yeah.
Because for me, it's something I was not analyzing, thinking that you willingly just say, okay, I don't need my bishop.
Yeah. I guess he can try and get rid of the bishop pair, like by playing bishop e3, and at some point, whether it's d5 or de5, at some point the black squared bishop will come off.
I would vote for d5 because I don't like that with white. Having the black bishop on e6 and pawn on a4, I mean, that can be very unpleasant if black can keep it.
Yeah. So bishop to e3 or maybe d5 first. One or the other. d5, maybe bishop to d7. Can black play for a very quick f5? Somehow. Or knight to f4.
And after bishop e3, you would go knight f4?
Yeah, I'd be tempted, but white will dodge, I guess. Oh, wow.
I don't know if it's not possible to take on f4 and knight h5?
Knight h5, not knight e2, of course. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not going to play g5.
g5, then e5. But you will not play g5.
I'd rather give up a pawn and rely on the bishops. This just looks way too scary.
And if you give up a pawn rather than to defend it, it means that you really have to give up, right?
Something's gone badly wrong if I'm giving up pawns. Yeah, this is just way too strong for white. I mean, knight takes, rook takes, they all look good. Yeah, and black's king way too open. So, okay, d5. I can see Fabiano, like, if he's playing quite ambitiously and wants to create more imbalance, then why not imbalance the pawn structure? I don't know if there's a kind of any downside to playing bishop e3 first, keeping the options open. Maybe does that give black the chance to strike with some d5 in the near future, or maybe take first? And
I have a strange question. Can black go e takes d4?
Yeah, makes sense. And if I take with the pawn?
And go c5?
C5. Okay, you want full Bononi.
I don't know, it's kind of strange, but I go bishop d7 and I'm going to be playing b5. That you will not stop. But maybe I'm just having a very bad position, but you will not stop me playing b5.
Yeah, this would get very dynamic. Like white might play knight f5 in the near future, and yeah, this will get very, very imbalanced. This is probably what Fabiano wants, or this type of position.
Yeah, I think this is what shows in his play that he really wants to win and go to an imbalanced position, so to have more chances today.
Yeah, maybe another typical idea in these Italians that the computer always quite likes for black is like d5, e5, and f6. Yeah, just to try and give white an isolated pawn on d4. So I wonder whether he's looking at something like this and trying to compare it to those d5 lines we were looking at.
Now white's bishop isn't too happy on e3 anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and white could maybe play bishop takes d4 or knight d4, but yeah, it's a pawn structure question. Fabiano's well placed to know what he likes best, whether he wants the block structure, whether he wants it to be more fluid here.
Yeah, but usually... Yeah, now it's a big question whether he goes d5, bishop e3, or develops and keeps the tension still.
Yeah. One of these two moves. But interesting decisions. Fabi parting with the light squared bishop. And yeah, this game will definitely be a long one as both players want to win. Maybe we can very quickly check out. I'm going to take us straight there, but we'll go to Prague's board. And then maybe it's time to look at the women's games, Judith, in more detail.
Yes.
Because we've seen a couple moves since we were last here. We did see knight g4. As predicted, we saw bishop f4, keeping the bishops on the board. Bishop f6, I wanted to point out this cool tactic. E5 now doesn't gain time against the black bishop because black can just take. And at the very end of the line, the bishop on c4 is hanging. Black would win a pawn.
Important reaction on e5.
Yeah, very cool idea. Easy to miss from afar, but bishop d6, and this is the live position. And Wei, he's been thinking, okay, 7.5 minutes now. To block or not to block? That is the question. Yeah,
I would be surprised if he would go bishop e7.
What would white react with, though? We kind of wanted the bishops off with black in other lines, so I could see the temptation, even if it looks a bit odd.
Oh, I don't know. First, I would be checking after bishop e7, rook d1.
Which one? Which rook?
A.
A.
I'm not sure it will make a difference because eventually I want to double my rooks. Takes.
Something like this.
e7, rook d1. I don't know if you go knight e5 at some point.
Maybe knight e5 first before you play e5.
Yes.
Oh.
Because after rook d8 I would go e5.
And wait, does that tactic... Here it feels really shaky for black. I just want to point out this tactic again. Knight takes e5. Here it was working
you don't
last
want
time.
this.
Back
you don't
Judith.
want this. Again, we are here.
Again.
It's some back rank business.
Every round. Okay. I just wanted to show this theme again, but yeah, I think you're right. Like, it does look a bit scary, even if black is able to play, like you said, in that position. Like, if we fast forward knight e5, even a position like this, like just bishop b3, maybe f4 comes.
Well, usually it's more dangerous to play it with black. I mean, the d6 square is always there. White is controlling. Sometimes f4, e5, and knight e4 can come. I mean, the queen on e7 is kind of stuck. You don't necessarily have a good spot for your bishop from d7. Actually, that's one of the biggest problem can be in these positions, these structures, because of the e6 pawn, that what you do with that bishop. Most of the time you end up having it on c6, but then it's just biting into the e4 pawn, right? And the d file is white's.
Yeah. And maybe in respect to this variation, he decided that was too easy for white to build up, and therefore he's played a rook to e8. Okay, and he just really wants to put a knight on e5 next move. Almost a pre-move now.
But that's only a knight on e5. Rook d1. I go rook a d1.
I don't know which knight. Let's say this knight to e5.
Knight takes e5.
Okay, knight takes. Maybe bishop takes, I'm not sure. Just to get more pieces off the board again. Yeah, actually, wait. I want to take with the bishop. I've changed my mind. Just want to get this one. Get this off the board. It's quite similar to that last variation we looked at, but somehow at least white can't double the rooks with tempo.
Yes. And you take with the tempo the knight back on e5, which is important.
Yeah. And now black
Bishop
can...
e5, queen c7.
yeah. Bishop e5 as well.
Ah, no. What do you do on bishop e5?
Maybe... oh, wait.
Maybe takes. Takes
Yeah.
queen b5, queen c7, correct.
Oh.
No,
What
no,
have I
no.
done?
Then knight b5, knight d6, sorry.
Ah, knight b5. Yeah, of course. Nice one. Fork down. Okay, so maybe just queen e c7, maybe a6.
You're not scared to play a6?
I'm always scared to shoot it. It's my default setting when I play chess these days.
This looks scary.
Yeah, but black just needs one move to get out, and we swapped off so many minor pieces now that black's probably okay in the long term.
True.
Yeah, white's knight at least can't jump yet, and e5 probably not in time.
Yeah, with the idea to play knight e4, but it seems to be pretty slow. Simply e5, queen c7, let's say.
Yeah, but knight e4.
Ah, queen e5, f4. Ah, no, no, I'm hanging on d7, sorry.
No.
No, 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 no.
Maybe rooks. I was going to say rook c5, but then maybe you start hitting my pinned piece. Okay. Prague, it's kind of that sweet spot, Judith. Maybe he's finally out of preparation. He hasn't spent much time until now. Still got 1 hour 42. So he's going to be probably putting a rook on d1, and we might actually see that variation or very logical moves.
Well, it's important that also e5 still doesn't work, because the same idea, taking everything on e5.
Taking everything, and yeah, one more time we'll show. At the end, the bishop is hanging, black's a pawn up. So okay, I think yeah, we leave it here while Prague tries to come up with a plan. Eval Bar taking a nap today, our feature chat saying that's maybe better news for my prediction than anyone else's. But let's go to the women's, Judith, where we see the 4 red boards at the bottom there. We've teased it for a while, and it looks like maybe more life, or at least more imbalance on those boards.
Well, I see one game, the Lucknow game. It's quite scary for black having those double pawns. Don't you think so?
Yes. Earlier you were asking me, like, do I grab a pawn? Do I get the bishop pair? What do I prioritize here? I don't care about the bishop pair anymore, Judith. That black king is so open. She needs to be really quick.
Yeah.
Probably needs to play knight e5. Otherwise, the white knight's moving queen h5. It's just knight h4 coming in. Ugh. Scary for black.
But I don't know if knight e5 is not scary.
Okay, let's say I play knight e5. Actually, just before we make variations, okay, I think she might have made a mistake, Lagno, because in this position, somehow something's maybe already gone wrong, but bishop takes f6. This is why she had to take with a pawn, because knight c7 would otherwise be a fork. So, okay, bishop takes f6, gf6, and here we go, bishop d3. Let's say knight e5 then. I'll try. I just want to put my knight on g6 or swap something off. You definitely don't want to take, I guess.
I'm thinking about taking, you know?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Maybe
And
it's
if
a very bad move, but it crossed my mind for concrete reasons. And if takes, then I go check maybe on g4 and going e4.
And e4.
Or bishop f5 was also something enough to e4.
Yeah, you do have a lot of light squares. Oh, wait, bishop g7 is actually impossible as well. I've just dropped c5. So...
Ah.
Okay. Yeah,
So you have to go queen g4, king h8.
Okay, that's not great news. Just feels matey, but e4 is blocking.
Okay, so bishop f5.
Threatening some stuff.
And after that, to go e4, it will be better.
Yeah. So, for example, just to make a random move, like you want to play e4, and this pawn structure, you're always going to get nice outposts.
Well,
c4.
I guess you don't like my bishop on f5. You don't
As
care?
black, or?
As black.
As black, I really don't like that bishop. I thought you meant from white. Then I was like,
No,
wait,
no,
that's
no,
a
no,
beautiful
no.
bishop.
No.
Yeah, the rook is coming right, and this looks positionally and probably dynamically tough for black. Bad bishop. Okay, what else then? Lagno, knight e5 is the most natural, but at least to my eyes, I just don't really see much choice.
But after knight e5, of course, knight takes e5 is not an obvious move. The logical move is just to play bishop f5.
Mm-hmm. Bishop somewhere.
And then look around.
Mm-hmm. I just kind of want to break through with black before the suffering becomes like long term.
Well,
I don't know if I'm quick enough. Oh, I don't like it. Like eval bar says it's not that bad, Judith, which is surprising. Do you trust the eval bar here, or you think black's actually in bigger trouble?
I know that I would hate my position with black.
Mm-hmm.
But of course I would be fighting. Of course I would try to go with my knight to e5, possibly to g6 to block that bishop, because that is really frustrating from black. I mean, looking that bishop, looking towards the h7 pawn, and that diagonal is just freaking me out. Knight e5, also bishop b1, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just don't like those double pawns.
Yeah, difficult position for black. Oh, sorry. If we go back to the live position. Yeah, this is a big game. Two of the joint leaders. A win here would be huge for either one of them.
So let's see the other games in the ladies section to see where those 3-4 decisive games will happen.
Okay, let's go back to the bedside view. You can choose where we go next, Judith, of the bottom row there, the red boards.
I'm very much interested on the Vachier-Lagrave matchup, because that's a big, big match of today, I think. The Indian clash.
Okay, h3 just been played. And it looks like a Dutch defense, almost a Stonewall Dutch, but it actually came from, okay, a Reti opening, and it's kind of transposed. And visually, I quite like white here, Judith. Beautiful knight.
It's heaven for white.
Yeah, I don't see any plan at all for black. Bad bishop on c8. Again, I'm confused by the eval bar, which says it's a tiny advantage. Visually, this looks fantastic.
So now I'm going to ask you, would you be playing h5 here too? Just a prophylactical against g4?
Oh, I don't know. I'd be scared g4 would happen even stronger in the future if h5 happens.
It's so one-sided, isn't it?
Yeah. I woke up on a different side of bed today, Judith, so I'm not going to suggest any h-pawn pushes this time. Yeah. Do you think white's playing g4 immediately? h3 kind of hints that she's doing it, but is that a scary one?
Well, I think she's not joking with it. She really wants to go g4.
Yeah, it's her style as well, Vaishali. Very direct.
But it's just seems to be so nice for white.
Mm-hmm. Can black play for c5 maybe? Oh, I mean, I'm only opening up this bishop. I didn't see a plan like a4 maybe. Oof. Could even just take it, perhaps.
But okay, what's the problem to go g4?
Mm-hmm. So a4 or g4?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What's white's next move? I don't know what black's playing here. I just don't understand black's plan. Taking b3 with a pawn? Or...
Yeah, of course, that was my first intention, to take it with the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Let's say black gets some stuff off the board. Oh.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
let's say black just sits still, and I'm asking you the question
Yeah.
whether you want to push or whether you ever want to take.
Yeah, now it's a big question how to go further. Yeah, this is a big question. How to improve the position.
Like kind of a slow play like rook f2, bishop f1, rook g2, just build, keep building. Yeah, perhaps it's one of those positions where like Divya definitely under pressure with black. She just needs to kind of sit and not do anything rather than lash out as black, like with c5 or something, and just make the position worse. h5, I feel like weakens the position. Oh, b5, okay.
She's not joking.
In the return encounter, like in round 2, like Vachier-Lagrave was the one on the back foot slightly as black under some pressure, and she was lashing out a bit. So it feels like neither of them will want to just sit and defend passively.
Yeah, she wants to bring her bishop.
Bishop a6.
Also, yeah.
With white,
But
I
white
guess.
has a beautiful position in any case.
Yeah, she just ignores everything. Continues. I quite like rook f2 and g4, bishop f1.
I'm thinking also, can white go a4? And ask the question from black. So what are you going to do? Closing or taking? Because black can't leave it, I think. Because then I will be taking with the a pawn and
Yeah.
keep my c pawn.
Okay, let's say black takes this way.
Okay, takes.
Yeah, bishop a6.
And I was planning to play bishop a3.
Aha. Switch to positional play instead of g4.
Yeah, somehow.
But without these bishops, I'm slightly more tempted to try and build for c5, or I don't know if I can play it immediately. Probably not. How about knight
b8?
d7 maybe?
Oh.
Or knight d7. Four.
Yeah, maybe it was too fast from me. Interesting, this move b5. That she's making it an active way.
Yeah, I quite like b5 from Divya, at least asking some questions about structure. But Judah, I think we can conclude that Vachier-Lagrave has an advantage here, both on the board and the clock. And as we wait for her next decision, it's time for John to give us an update on how confident he's feeling about his prediction of 4 decisive games this round.
Oh, okay, David, in a combative mood, that's for sure. Look, there are 16 players in this playing hall. I've taken a look at every A pawn and every H pawn, and there are only 2 where it's moved at least 2 squares. So a relatively reserved start to the day, David. But what that tells me is there are 14 more pawn pushes available on the flank that you're trying to avoid today. I have a feeling we're going to see a couple more of them push, and I still think we can get a strong number of decisive games out of this. But we'll have to wait and see as the games continue to develop. Speaking of developing games, you can develop your own as well as we hop into this next break, because Chess.com are thrilled to support the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. Chess Up 2 is now officially integrated with Chess.com. You can play rated games, challenge bots, and even get post-game analysis right on the board itself. The TouchSense tech is a complete game changer. It only registers your move when you let go of the piece, which mimics real tournament play. Plus, with a built-in clock and AI assistance, it keeps every game competitive. Get 10% now at playchessup.com using the code CHESS or type !ChessUp for the link. We'll see you back here in a couple of minutes for round 9 of the 2026 FIDE Candidates.
you're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay, okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I know it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Aman.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
I think there's opportunity for... I'm sorry to interrupt you here, John, but there is a major development in the game of Vachier-Lagrave against Matthias Blubaum. The Indian Grandmaster has blundered something because the evaluation bar just completely dropped.
Queen takes a7.
I'm out of words. I mean, Matthias has been playing a really great game. He was the one who put Arjun in this position.
Exactly, you don't sleep on Blubaum, man.
Wow, this is wild.
We have a really quite exciting run to the finish now. Blubaum and Nihal.
Insofern haben wir das eben sehr auf Distanz, also nicht nur von zu Hause, sondern eben von unterwegs halt so ein bisschen verfolgt.
Wir in dieser Zeit eine Radtour gemacht haben mit Freunden zusammen und anfangs habe ich das gar nicht so intensiv verfolgt, aber als es nun dann zum Schluss auf die letzten Partien zuging, dann bin ich immer Fahrrad gefahren und sobald wir irgendwo angehalten haben, erstmal das Handy gezückt.
He managed to stay calm even under this huge spotlight where he was leading the tournament, and then also against Vincent he hung in there until the end even though it looked completely hopeless.
Before the last round in Grand Swiss I was extremely nervous, but to be honest I have a good memory of actually being able to perform despite having pressure. Both times I became European champion, I had to make a draw in the last round. Usually when I'm close to something I still manage it.
Matthias played on and got his chances.
He defeated Prag and Arjun Erigaisi, and with that draw, Anish Giri and Matthias Blubaum will go through to the candidates.
Das war schon ein bisschen surreal. Also das hat lange gedauert, bis ich das so richtig verarbeitet hatte. Also das war schon irre.
Still, after I got the news, it took me a few days to really realize that I'm going to play in the candidates, which I've always followed for many years. I was always watching the games. It was always one of the most exciting tournaments to follow because for all the participants, it's one of their big chances in their career to make it to World Championship titles. So it took me a few days to realize now I'm actually going to be part of it. I've never prepared so much for a specific tournament. Normally I'm used to just work on my own before tournaments. So yeah, it's just very different. It's important to try to find the right people and to try to work as much as possible. I mean, mainly for me it's just I don't want to feel in the end that, yeah, if I would have done this or that, I maybe would have had better chances.
Ich habe schon den Eindruck, dass er jetzt daran auch nochmal, an dieser Aufgabe auch nochmal gewachsen ist. Zusammenstellung, Team und Vorbereitung. Das ist schon nochmal eine ganz andere Nummer und ich glaube, das hat er ziemlich gut hinbekommen bis jetzt.
It's impossible to not feel pressure at this point. If everything goes well, you're just enjoying the moment, but as soon as you start losing games, mental challenges are going to be very tough. But on the other hand, it's a great chance for me to play this, so I just try to do my best and not really think about all of that stuff. This year I have a lot of chances, in FIDE also candidates, to perform well, and hopefully I manage to do that.
everybody, to round 9 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. And chat, I got to say I'm slightly disappointed. We have got the results in from our poll to decide how many of you agree with us for the number of decisive games today. Over 7,000 of you voted. And apparently 31% of chat agree with David that there will be 3 decisive games. 26% agree with Judith that there'll be 6, which is very exciting. And then 28% of you think that no one will get it right, with only 15% saying I've got it right with 4. Now, David, considering you've been wrong literally every time so far, and I've been right literally every time so far, that's a claim.
5th time lucky, John. You've had 4 days of bragging rights. This is where it ends. 3 is a guarantee. I've only been off by 1 every single round. So I think that today, the 8th of April, it's one to remember. And judging by the games, I'm pretty confident about that so far. I think chat sees the eval bar, sees the type of position we've got as well. And yeah, we'll see. That being said, things have been heating up a little bit in the last few minutes.
Look, if I'm going to be wrong and I'm going to lose to either of you, I'm not going to lie. I would much rather lose to Judith at this point, because I want to see 6 decisive games. I want to see blood on the board, and that would make for an incredible day at the races as far as the candidates is concerned as well. Judith, we still don't have any H-pawn pushes, but we've got some Gs coming along.
Exactly, John, exactly. Well, I doubt myself that it's going to be 6 decisive game right now. At the same time, you never know, because look at that, what's going on. David, what do you think about this G4, G5? And Black is pushed back with his knight to E8. This is for 3 result, this game, for sure.
Yeah, Blue-Baum Sindarov, we were talking before the round about maybe Fabiano Caruana against Anish Giri being the most fiery encounter. Both players almost in must-win situations. But Sindarov, yeah, I'm not sure whether he's happy about developments or whether he's genuinely scared by Blue-Baum's pawn storm, the attack. But Judith, we saw something very similar earlier. You were suggesting the FG pawns flying forward, partly positional initially, but partly just to gain a bit of time, space. And that's what he's done after queen to b6 earlier, preemptively retreating from Sindarov. F4. He said F, he might as well say G, and I think he might say H in a second. It wouldn't surprise me if the H-pawn starts flying forward as well.
But hold on, there is knight d6 coming up in the position, and maybe that can be kind of unpleasant for white. Okay. I don't like this, what's happening around my e4 pawn, even if it's not hanging really immediately. Still, knight d6 and maybe even knight b5. Rook b8 might come there. I mean, you know, that b file can be kind of tricky.
Yeah, should we check out some concrete lines, see who's first if Blue-Baum continues racing? Because he's quite committed now. It would be a bit odd to switch to like more positional play like knight b3. Looks a bit inconsistent. Let's say h4. Let's see. Knight d6.
No, I go rook b8, you know.
Okay.
I just said knight d6, but actually I want to go rook b8.
I understand. Chess commentators, we're allowed to be fickle and change our mind. That's also quite a scary move. I don't know if you're actually threatening anything, but...
No, but you know how it works. Threat is the most dangerous thing. No execution needed.
Okay. I'll let you try and execute something. h5, let's see.
You're
I'm
provoking.
Defend. Yeah, luckily I can defend on the second rank.
Okay, knight d6 after all.
Ah. Okay, now. Yeah. Normally, ideally, I would want to play g6 to break open the kingside, but somehow it feels odd, feels wrong. Maybe h6. Okay, I'd probably play h6 in the game, but let's see. Let's see if I play g6.
Well, the question is, can't I go bishop takes e4?
Ah, no. Okay. And I wanted to take covering this pawn, but now you...
Knight c4.
Knight c4 first, yeah.
Maybe knight e4 is better, and then after that knight c4, but the point is that the b2 pawn is under attack.
Yeah, so white can't take the knight because of mate. Wow, this gets really double-edged. And we see the eval bars on black side. So, okay, if I, instead of g6... Oh, this is a bit scary. I'm really surprised because Bluebound could have just played more position. He put a knight on b3, played like rook he1, queen e3. Just stable, but okay, let's say h6.
You go h6.
Yeah. I'm hoping you can't just do the same as we just saw. Maybe you can.
I can do to you something much worse.
Okay.
You know what I'm thinking? Some kind of bishop d5 stuff? You knew it's coming.
I knew, but I was trying not to think about it. Threatening mate. I was hoping I could always play like b3 or...
Well, that's the only move, right? But maybe it's just great.
Oh, wow. Only move in the bar crash.
Queen b4?
Yeah, I was scared of queen b4 or queen a5, one of the two.
Yeah, queen a5 maybe better.
Wait, what is the move then if not that? Maybe queen a5. Oh. Okay, eval bar's laughing at us. I mean, this just looks super scary for the white king. I think black's winning the race, but what is the knockout blow? Ah, maybe this drew it. Maybe. And now
Takes a knight b3.
Yeah, knight b3. Had to be a breakthrough. And okay.
Yeah.
Whoops. So bishop d5. If not b3, then what could it be? This is confusing, to say the least.
It looks like b3 is the only move, right?
Literally. It's going to be like some weird bishop b3 and white holds up black long enough. That's the only other legal move I can see that doesn't lose on the spot. Yeah. Maybe white is quite quick as well.
And bishop takes b3.
Mm-hmm. And...
now you have
time
to breathe.
Do I take? Maybe. Oh, nope. Is the answer.
No, you don't.
Okay, I guess I take back. Take back chess is my favorite. Yeah,
and okay, if I take.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, g6 now maybe.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I can do only.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I mean, looking the evil bar, it's like giving us a hard time. But when you don't see that and the players are playing, I mean, what would we think? Who is better here?
Yeah.
Or with which color would you be feeling to play with?
Yeah,
from which side it's more scary?
Feels easier with black. Like you said, like in the current position, next moves are knight d6, rook b8, and then threats might appear. With white, it's like h4, h5, and then I was already stopping there. I was like, wait, what next? And if not that, then like b3 always feels weakening. I have no idea what I want to do with my rooks. Maybe too late to move my minor pieces now, like with e4 so weak. Yeah,
and also
right.
The thing is that there are suddenly completely different patterns and ideas show up in the game. Like after knight e8, knight d6, where did that come from? I mean, we were having the knight on f6 and d7 or c5 and d7. But for me, it's like, I mean, d6, the knight, I mean, it looks quite annoying.
Yeah. And he helped maybe Bluebound with g4, g5, the black knight to find a much better square. I just want to like take it back because if after queen b6, if white plays like, I don't know, rook e1, queen e3, similar plans to what we were talking about, surely black can't get anything like the same attack. Okay, maybe not queen g2 because of knight g4, maybe f3 first. I just prefer the plan with f3 and just more positional queen e3, knight b3, or maybe move the bishop and go knight c4. Here it can't be too bad. Much more control for white than in the game where he's all in on some king.
Well, you said it before also, that f3 you want to go.
Yeah. Partly because I'm boring, but partly.
You're experienced and you like safety more.
Yeah. And also, I feel like some of the hard work's been done. Like long term, White's chances are long term here because of Black's bad pawns. It's not
That's true.
short term dynamic attack. But okay, here we see a wild position, Judah. And okay, now I'm starting to think that maybe you or John are going to be right in the prediction, because this looks like it could easily be decisive either way.
Okay, but John is far away from my prediction.
John's just far and away above us all. He's right every day. He's got a crystal ball. Okay.
So let's see the other games, because Caruana's game was also something that many things have happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
structure-wise.
Who do you think's happy about these changes in structure as we go to the Caruana-Giri game? Because White has doubled e-pawns. We kind of talked about Black's potential for double e-pawns earlier in the Italian. But here, White's pawns, I'm not such a fan. It feels like long-term, especially if the Black Knight ever comes round in an endgame, for example, to c5, e4 is going to be weak always.
Well, once you're going to make all that journey with your knight, then you get a b4.
Mm. Then I'll go around to b6. Change
then
my mind.
I have knight on d2.
Yeah.
Tricky position.
Bishop round on g6 maybe. And yeah, it is tricky. I think I would pick Black.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't really see White ever generating anything on the king side, and in general, like, I'm just a bit stuck. I think Anish, it's his type of position as well, where he's not facing any dynamism really. He's just, I'm expecting like queen b8 maybe, and just start improving some pieces.
I understand your point. I like queen b8, queen b6 idea a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Black seems to have a very reasonable position, and it seems like with Black it's easier to play, more plans, don't you think so?
Yeah, like what's White doing with the pawn structure? What pawn moves are they going to be? Don't really understand. Like c4 maybe after some exchanges, then c5 is an even nicer target for Black's knight. He's going to bring the knight back first. Knight e7. Looks like he was reaching for that piece, Judith.
Well, if he goes knight e7, maybe he wants to go f5 at some point.
Mm.
Strange. He almost went for making a move, right? And then he says, no, I have to rethink again.
He's been watching Sindarov. Sindarov does that every time. Maybe knight h8 was his intention, although I don't really see where it's going.
But then where are you heading to?
Yeah. I was just thinking what legal moves there might be.
Not much with the knight.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he's afraid, like, if he plays queen b8, that White will play knight f5, and it's harder to get the Black knight in the game. Then maybe White starts advancing the kingside pawns.
And then knight h5, knight f5, g4, h4, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. This feels like a long positional battle ahead, Judith. I can definitely see both players kind of just maneuvering around for the next 20 moves or so.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow game.
Mm-hmm.
Time-wise, they are pretty equal. What do you think about the time control? Because we've seen Hikaru complaining a lot about the time control.
About the time control, or the weather, or the seconds? Or the...
No, now the time control.
Yeah,
like
the time
there is
control.
no increment, right? They have 120 minutes to start, and then after move 40, only after that they get time increment per move 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, I guess I grew up playing this time control, Judah, and I guess a lot of your career you were playing a very similar time control. So I don't really see the downside. Like, the players knew far in advance. Like, I kind of understand Hikaru's frustrations when, like, every tournament is different. Like, if FIDE are going to have 2-hour time control here, then probably it should be the same at the World Cup, at the Grand Swiss. Like consistency, I think, is the main thing. But in itself, I quite like this time control. Like it leads to.
But what do you think about the bonus, the increment time that it starts after move 40?
That, yeah. Again, I'd probably have it one way or the other to be consistent, like either no increment or increment from the start. How about you? What was your favorite as a player? What favorite time control?
Well, I can't even remember how I was playing already because I've seen so many time controls since I retired. But yeah, this is very confusing, and I think it is important to talk about it because our audience also, I'm not sure that they understand the differences between the different time control. Because when you don't get increment, that's how I grew up until my teenage years. And for me, it was very strange when the Fischer clock became popular because I was a player who was making great time management. I was fast, I could make my decisions, good or bad, but I made it. And then my opponents usually got in time trouble. And of course, to have someone time trouble without increment, having seen Ivanchuk playing 19 moves in 1 minute without increment, it's something, you do have the drama and you do have something really to root for Ivanchuk or be disappointed when he's losing in time. And actually actually more times, but I remember that in Linares he lost in time because it was he was already used to the fact that there is in time increment and suddenly there was no increment. So 1 minute for 19 move was quite a lot of moves to make, which was impossible for him. So it is very challenging to switch your brain from having after every single move an increment of 30 seconds, and it's not 2 seconds we're talking about, right? It's 30 seconds. So it's a lot of time. But these days, I'm very much thinking about it that it's not good to have the increment. But one thing is for sure, we are playing a completely different kind of game, with increment or without increment. This is something we have to be aware of. Because you just simply make different moves. You can make different decisions because you know that you will not have enough time. Or you make a decision that you enter into an end game where you know that, okay, I can always go back and forth in a queen end game or something and increase my time to 10 minutes, and then I'm going to be thinking, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a choice, if they say that to play with increment from move 1 or without increment, what is your decision? How it should be? First, I'm asking you as a player, and secondly, I'm asking you as a commentator. And what is the best for getting chess into mainstream?
Oh, tough questions, Judith. And I'm also curious why you would prefer kind of without, like these days. You said you were thinking about it, but I think as a player, I spent most of my kind of professional years when I was playing actively with the increments. It was pretty much for 10 years it was standard, 10 plus years it was standard. It was 90 minutes plus 30. I think the same time control that the women here are playing. And I changed my game a lot. Like you said, I would play longer games. I would always repeat twice every position just to get closer to move 40. Like my mode was like survival mode because I knew that I had quite good stamina. I could outlast a lot of opponents. But I would also still be guilty of those long things because I knew I could get away with it, like with the 30 seconds in the bank. And I mean, when I won one of my first British championships, I was in the same boat as Ivanchuk a few times. I would have like, there was one game against Peter Wells, an English Grandmaster. I think we both had like about 30 seconds to make 15 moves. And it was crazy stuff. And then the increment kicked in the next year and it was just totally different. I felt such a luxury. I never felt troubled. I felt I could always handle it. And yeah, so I think as a player, I need the increment, just who I became, what I trained with. But as a commentator, total opposite. I think much more fun this way that we're seeing this tournament and the trend, like Esports World Cup and other things, because it seems to produce drama. And now we can talk about time management as much more concrete issue that seems to plague a lot of them. I'm surprised Hikaru was complaining because like there was time to play lots of training matches, and maybe Sindarov was doing that. Maybe that's why he's been even quicker than usual in this tournament, because he's using it as such a weapon. Judith, do you agree though? Do you think as a commentator this is more fun?
I think there are more benefits, yeah, for as a sport. Actually, it's very tricky because I'm looking at it as a player. Still remember when I was a player. I'm looking at it as an organizer because I do organize some events, and as an organizer, you need the time frames. And I'm looking at it from the point of view as a commentator. And of course, there is a lot of debate, but I like to discuss this with different people these days because it's a big question. Why? Why do we have to get increment after every single move? What's the reason? Because we cannot control ourselves? We cannot make good time management? Or is it really about the quality of the game? That does it really give a much better game quality if we have? You know, and the other thing is, if we play the first 40 moves without increment, then why do we get increment? Is it because we can't control ourselves and we are hitting the pieces and the pieces are falling off the board when it comes to seconds? So there are a lot of questions to ask. I would love to ask our audience also, what do they think about that one day?
Maybe it's time for another poll. Maybe we get another poll going. We had thousands of people voting on our predictions. Why not on the increment? That's a great point, Judith.
Maybe we can ask John about it. He can tell us about his views.
Oh, well, luckily for, or perhaps unluckily for you guys, I'm also titled. Unfortunately for both of you, I'm a national arbiter. And I can honestly say that from an arbiter's point of view, having 30-second increment is an absolute lifesaver. The number of times you don't actually get into problems or arguments over whether someone did this or did that, it's so refreshing that maybe it's guilty of making us, okay, a little bit lazy because we don't have to deal as much with players making incorrect claims as we did before. But my response to that would be, you've got Rapid and Blitz to make up for that if you really fancy flexing your brain and having players get you into some tricky situations you can't normally deal with. For standard play, the increment's actually been quite convenient, if I'm honest.
But there is so much technology, John. I mean, the technology, cameras, and all those things has to help you out in these situations. But also the big question is, of course, when you're talking about the round robin, when there is only 4, 5, 6 games going at the same time, you can have more arbiters. And also another story in Big Open, right? So there are a lot of questions regarding this.
So I think that's a really good point. And I think there are two different problems with that, Judith. The first is, yes, we have lots of technology, but have you ever, I suspect you have you tried to follow like a 3+2 blitz game accurately on 10 different DGT boards? What happens is you get absolutely no moves registered and then 25 coming in at once. And it's not just about accuracy, but the speed of that and the order of moves seems to start to take a little bit of a hit, especially when players are playing quickly. But the more important issue, and I think what you were talking about the open tournaments, is when you need to get 200 of these and you need to set them all up in a tournament hall for that many people, especially at grassroots level, the technology is still quite prohibitively expensive. Even buying 10 of these boards, let alone 200 of them, is a considerable expense.
Well, actually, I was not thinking about the digital boards, but also the cameras. But I think this is an endless conversation regarding the time control. But there is something really interesting going on the Sindarov game, because he's kind of getting the advantage. It seems like it will be a decisive game.
Might be indeed. I'll leave you guys back to talking about the chess, but to sort of summarize, I think the technology is great. I just think it needs a little more time to mature and scale. And at the point where it scales, so that you can deal with 100 boards at once, for example, and the moves are always transcribed correctly, then we can have a conversation about removing increments and everything is still accurate and everyone is still happy. So there's definitely a role for technology to play. Back to you.
Thanks.
And Judah, I've taken us over to that board you requested. I think my final point on that note is that, I'm an endgame purist. I love seeing really high quality endgames, so maybe that helps having the increment. But here, no increment until move 40. And Matthias Bluebaum down at 45 minutes now. This follows the trend of Sindarov just being so speedy, outplaying his opponents as well. But now he's got a 30-minute time advantage. We're only at move 18, so long way to go. And A5 given a question mark, it will just take it back and show that after knight e8, Bluebaum thought there was no time for h4, h5, so he dropped his bishop back to b3, knight d6. The bishop continued dropping back. I guess
maybe rook b8 could be played with black now.
Yeah, rook b8. Just looks very strong, and knight c4 now just looks like it shouldn't work. Maybe he's preparing one of these knight moves just to trade off pieces. This looks like it loses on the spot. But bishop takes e4 doesn't work. Or does it?
Knight e4?
Knight e4?
No, I mean after bishop e4, knight takes e4.
Yeah. Bishop e4, knight e4. And somehow white's just running away. 0.0, of course, computer says.
Of course. Isn't it obvious?
I would be so scared as white, like rook b4, rook d8, like, I don't know. But, okay, I guess maybe he was worried about not finding a knockout blow there, Sindarov, so he wants to meet something like knight c4 now by, I guess, taking and bishop a6. But still not that convincing after queen d4. I don't really understand a5, Judith. Why is this a question mark? Do you think there was just something better?
Probably there was something better, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm being told that by the computer here, just turning it on, that rook b8 was indeed the best move. And if knight c4 or knight b3, knight b5 apparently, and starts to get a bit weird with the knights dancing. But knight c4, we could have seen a capture, and just bishop c6, just black just has plenty of time.
And after b3, just queen a5 maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Nice. And rook b4, queen a3. Big attack.
Yeah, because... Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why a5 as well is not the most precise, because now queen a5 is taken away from the black queen. Okay.
Yeah, but still, it's more dangerous for white for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Because I see that after this g4, g5, having the knights on c5 and d6, and bishop on b7, it's clearly white got weakening the king's side, right? Instead of having a great attack. Because white will not have enough time for a real attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I won't go back to it, but that's why I was saying just keep the center solid, like the hard work's done, make it positional, don't make it tactical. I didn't realize that he would be driving black's pieces to actually better squares, especially in knight and d6.
Yeah.
But, yeah, g4, maybe he had the time thinking over the board to realize that this was just way too slow.
You know, what do you think about going to bird's eye view and then pick another game? Because we...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll do just that, Judith. But first, breaking news from John Sargent.
I have a feeling that this might dictate where you go next. I'm going to leave this with both of you. I highly recommend you check out what's going on in Divya's game.
Ooh, okay. That helps us a lot, Judith. That's on the bottom row. That's the first red board on the left side. So on the bottom row, second from the left. And it looks like stuff has happened. Is this just a big oversight, or is this a misjudgment? She's left the c6 pawn hanging, Judith.
She sacrificed it, right?
Must be. And it really reminds me of like their first clash early in the tournament in round 2, when
Like Vachier just sacked a pawn and it just didn't even slightly work, but there was one trick in mind, and Divya took the pawn and fell for the trick, and it was a draw. But okay, we've got to check out what happens if the pawn is captured. I thought rook c8 initially, but
then there is the a5 pawn as well, isn't it? Though after rook c8, d5 seems to be a very powerful move too.
Yeah, d5. I was kind of hoping knight takes a5 and like, I don't know, bishop here, and at least I'll get the c4 pawn. But yeah, d5.
Yeah, probably I'd rather keep it there.
d5, at least there's knight c5 and squares. But
bishop e5.
e5.
Okay, you go rook c6 now. Takes on e5 and then knight d3.
Yeah, nice. Positional sacrifice. Yeah, just anything here other than queen takes c6, basically. Just queen c6, rook d3, and there's a pin. But maybe just, I don't know, queen b8 or knight takes e5. And the game goes on. So, not entirely clear, but we're being told by one of the chess.com team here, shout out to Tadeusz, that a very strong player as well. Knight c6, knight b6, and here, okay, double attack. You were going to suggest knight b6, I think, Judith, as well.
Yeah, but d5, no?
Yeah, d5. And maybe she's missed that knight takes c4. There's a very strong tactic here.
Rook c4 and queen d4?
Yeah, take, and double attack. Game over. This would be a strange miss. It's quite forcing stuff. Ooh, what do you think? It's Vachier-Lagrave's going to take the pawn surely here. She's got 40 minutes. She's been spending 12 already. She'll take it.
But interesting that she's spending already 12 minutes.
Do you think she's just trusting Divya? She's like, oh, she wouldn't blunder a pawn like that for nothing. It was a bad position for black anyway, but like this feels like it's just helping accelerate white's advantage. Free pawn. And you know me, Judah, I'm a pawn grabber. Like I would spend, if I had increment like the women do, I would probably spend 48 minutes of the 49 just thinking, okay, I'm going to be a pawn up. I'm going to be a pawn up. And then I take it.
Well, I understand that, of course, it has to be calculated what happens, what Divya has in mind. So it's logical that Vachier-Lagrave is thinking about it. But you have to, I mean, that's the first thing anyway you have to calculate, right? To grab a pawn. And d5 is the problem. d5 is the big problem for black.
Yeah, we didn't find a total solution after rook c8 because of this knight c5 idea. Trying to come in. I mean, there's queen to d4.
But maybe white can just go bishop a3 even.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. Just pin and win a pawn. And how would you evaluate this? Like, does black have any compensation in a position like this?
Rook d2.
Rook d2. Doesn't help that I'm pinned all over the place. Bishop d7.
It's not so easy to convert it with white, that's for sure, from practical point of view. Because all the squares are covered by black. The only problem of black is that she has material loss.
Yeah. Big material down. I guess slowly white will break through. White might just put the bishop on f1 and start rearranging pieces, start finding a better square for the queen.
But then knight d3 can be at some point, because then the diagonal can be opened. Well, not for now, because the a3 bishop stands really well, pinning the knight.
Okay.
But okay, so black goes, let's say, rook e8. How do you progress with white? You go rook g2 and g4?
Yeah.
Or that's not the direction you had?
That's not my style, but I respect the idea. That's a good question, Judith. Like, I was thinking of just trying to improve the white queen slowly and then maybe double up rook somewhere, but yeah, the game goes on, definitely. Like, this, I think it's deceptive, the evaluation bar, because yes, white's probably winning objectively, but a lot of work ahead. Black will just put the king on h7, like h6, king h7, and just sit. I think this is what Divya might have to do, though, or something along these lines, if Vachier-Lagrave captures the pawn, and she has just taken it. Big moment. Divya just needs to like not self-destruct here if she realizes that she's miscalculated and just find a way to survive.
Not easy for Divya.
Not easy. Looks like Vachier-Lavrave's going to continue her great form from from towards the end of the first half and yesterday as well. Judith, can I take us over to another women's board? Because not only the position, which is very interesting, but the storyline of yesterday was Divya turning things around against Anna Muzychuk. Looked like a horrible position, almost totally lost strategically, but she managed to turn it around and win. And Anna, first loss of the tournament today with black. I was a bit fearful for her. I thought maybe most mortals would spiral, but she looks like she's got a very solid position here with the black pieces.
Yeah, it seems that black has a very comfortable position, and that d5 pawn might be something that will fall off. Rook d8, bishop b7, and taking. But what black has to be careful, I think, that in this case white will be going bishop b3 probably and trying to enter into different color bishop endgame and holding that.
So black will need to keep on at least one set of rooks. Maybe
bishop f2, for example.
Bishop f2. So you want me to take on d5 with this rook and take with the bishop, maybe self-pin,
Yes.
but I can defend it.
And bishop b3 is on the board.
Okay. So how would you evaluate overall rook d8, bishop b3? Would you say that only black can win this position, but so two-result game?
Well,
but
you know,
white-
the yesterday's game, that's what I said, that it's only white can win that game. So I can be more careful, but generally speaking, yes, it's only black, especially that she's going to play bishop b7, and in one way or another, she's going to capture on the e5 within moves.
And within minutes as well, because she doesn't have too much time. But this is move 28. I think for the tournament, Tan Zhongyi, if she doesn't win today, is probably out of the race. She was the one tail ender, 2 points behind the group of 5. Feels like, yeah, maybe it's not going to be her year. But for Anna, I think a draw would be a totally fine result. A win would be even better. Perfect way to bounce back after yesterday.
Yeah, that would be quite amazing to win today. And, well, she has great chances.
Just wanted to show d6 would run into e5 and the rook is trapped.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very, very nice from Anna. So she's going to win a pawn. Okay, Tan offering queen trade. Tan happy with draw against Anna is the question from feature chat. I think this position she would love a draw, but I guess the question's in reference to the opening. It was a Grunfeld and very early queen trade from Tan Zhongyi. There's probably other ways to force a draw against the Grunfeld, I would say, to our chat there. So maybe she just wanted an endgame and play, but she's been outplayed by Anna. Yeah, maybe we leave her to this difficult defense, Tan Zhongyi, and we can go back to the bird's eye view, Judith.
Yeah, absolutely, because here it's going to be a long endgame, most likely.
With black up a pawn. Okay, the only game we haven't seen is Goyachkina against Bibisara Asobayeva, but that's maybe a bit more stable now. Looks quite level. Where do you want to jump to next, Judith?
We haven't been with the Pragnananda game for a while. What do you think?
Yeah, let's get some updates from that top row. That's the board on the top right. And okay, king to h1 was Prag's last move. That's not too mysterious, Judith. He wants to get out the diagonal. He wants to play f4 next move.
Yeah.
Let's go. f4 forward.
Straightforward. But in the meantime, what has happened, Wei could eliminate the black square bishop since we've been here. Because there was a very unpleasant d6 bishop. And how did he get rid of that?
Yeah, after knight takes e5, just bishop takes e5. Interesting. And yeah, just to point out, like I did see earlier, okay, actually bishop to b3 wouldn't have been a good move order because black can put a knight on d4. But okay, so my point is moot. But okay, some captures, bishop b3, queen b6, take on e5, and now king to h1. So okay, winning threat on the board. That would win a piece, f4. So it's got to be a bishop move or a move to defend it.
I would think bishop c6. Somehow that bishop always ends up there.
Yeah, especially if the opponent's last move was king h1, right, on the diagonal.
Yeah, and after f4, just knight d7 and replacing it to c5.
Just like Sindarov.
No, he went rook cd8.
Okay, wow.
So maybe his plan is after f4, f4 to go knight c6 and the d4 square he's aiming for, and maybe goes back bishop c8.
Oof. If I talk to that
Pretty
bishop,
passive.
I don't think, yeah, I don't think that bishop's happy about that decision. But it does look fine, solid enough. I think he kept the rook on e8, Judith, just to deter f5. Maybe he was scared of some f5 stuff on the diagonal. Like f5 now, I guess. Oof. Probably back can take. Although I can see the makings of an attack, like queen h5. Yeah, g6 taken f7, and then sack first, think later. Okay, anyway, fantasy there. But I think that's why he left his bishop probably on d7 and played rook, or like at least moved the c rook rather than the e rook, which would have been more natural to my eyes.
Yeah, to keep the rook on the c5, right?
Yeah. So, like for example, if the other rook had gone to d8, maybe
Somehow
here
he wants to keep control over the e6 square.
Yeah.
And actually e takes f5 probably is possible. It's not. It's only that black should not blunder there with g6.
Yeah, maybe knight d4 first.
Knight d4, yeah.
Just to remove the bishop first and then decide whether or not to take. Yeah, so okay. Prag, is he committed? King h1 feels odd without f4, but maybe he doesn't need to play it immediately. But what else?
Yeah, in these positions, it's very interesting that, I mean, if I ask you, which bishop is better, the b3 or the d7?
It's a trick question, Judith. It's like d7 now is not a great bishop, but it's got great potential, especially if f4 happens, right? But
So what about this b3 bishop? It's not so great. Does it have a potential?
Again, good question. Only if f4 or f5, but that's very double-edged. Which one would you prefer, the bishops?
I don't see the d7 bishop being anywhere worse than the b3. I see more potential in my d7 bishop, strangely enough, than the b3.
Yeah.
Actually, if it's the b3 bishop having some ideas, I would see it after f4, e5, bishop c2 on that diagonal. But I never get there, I think, because knight d4 is so powerful.
Yeah, if white had a few more moves like e5 and then knight e4 or bishop c2, then maybe, but knight d4 is...
You know what is interesting in this position? I think if the black pawn would be on a6, it would be a much more difficult position for if it would be playing it with black. Because, for example, e5, knight d4, queen f2. I mean, this unprotected queen on b6, I thought. For some reason, the evil bar is not agreeing with me. Maybe a little bit.
Maybe bishop b5 doesn't lose on the spot. Otherwise, knight e2, right, is the... Oh, sorry, knight e2. Bishop c6, knight e2 looks... Wait, what?
Problematic.
How is this?
But why is it not winning, yeah?
Okay, chat, we need help. Oh, bishop b5 again now, maybe. Okay, but it's a good point though, Judah. Either way, like, yeah.
But you know, after bishop b5, we can ask, so why isn't it winning for black? Rook e1 maybe, and
just rook e1.
Because of the unprotected.
No. Or rook d2 maybe? Bishop.
Yes, because rook e1 was tactically bishop e2, rook e2, knight b3.
Oh, and oh wow, it's h5 apparently, Judith. h5. I don't know when or where or why. Something to do with h5 from chat. Thank you. Wait, when is that even? Bishop d7, c5, strong move. Chat is very smart. Someone now saying the bishop would be best on c5 on dark squares. That would be, yeah, double exclam move if it were possible.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether we're being trolled or taught lessons here by chat, Judith. Yeah, I'm being told h5 definitely a troll. Okay, so I'm not going crazy.
Okay, so anyway, the position is pretty balanced, and it seems like Vai has no problem at all.
And yeah, this position looks very balanced, as you say, Judith. I think we have to go back to our leader because Sindarov, I'm going to jump straight there. Apparently,
He's
with
not
a
making
massive
jokes, yeah?
Yeah. I
You
mean,
mean serious business.
is he just playing perfect chess every game at this point? Because not only is he playing super fast, still with over an hour left, but
I wouldn't say he's playing perfect chess. I'm saying he plays successful chess.
yeah, strong and practical. Okay, big threat. Oh, I don't see any moves other than b3 or moving the knight, but b3 feels wrong due to a4. Knight e2, knight b1 feel odd as well. Wait, knight e... No, doesn't lose a pawn. Oh, Judith, this is horrible for white. For Bluebaum, I think he's just in big trouble.
Well, suddenly all black species are working against the white king. Nobody's guarding the black king because there is no need for that. That's what Sindarov is saying.
And it just pains me looking at this because white burned 3 full tempi, like f4, g4, g5, like 3 full moves on what, like, I would love to have a pawn on f3 now just defending e4, and then white could have had like a rook on d2, double rooks on the d file, like everything covered, but yeah, just lost 3 tempi. Bluebaum couldn't choose a plan and inconsistent. Like if you push g4, g5, you have to go h4, h5, I think. But...
So actually, if white goes knight e2, simply bishop e4, right?
yeah, wins a pawn, I think.
Yeah, takes and takes, right?
Yeah, and white has to take queens maybe, but queen takes knight. This queen takes.
Well,
b2,
okay, it's a pawn
knight.
up.
Pawn up. He
b3 played.
Ooh, he'd rather die by the sword. Bluebaum.
Do you think Sindarov will think a lot on a4 move? How many seconds?
1 minute, maybe 1 minute 30, just to be safe. How about you? 20 seconds down.
Within 2 minutes. I mean, I can't imagine he's going to be thinking.
I mean, the question is what else? Like,
Yes, this is what I wanted to say. Like, you have nothing else, right? You're just double checking that. Is it really true that I can play a4? What does he have in mind against the a4?
all of his pieces are set up on the A and B files. Like, his knight and bishop support a4, so it's like, unless there's a tactical refutation, I don't think there is, then yeah, I mean, it's got to be a4. What's Bluebaum got in store after a4? That's the question. I mean,
Well, that's a big question.
just looks super scary. We'll see if he plays it. Yeah, I don't see any other move for black, like g6. There's no point giving the king some lift. I don't think he'll blunder back rank checkmate. No queen exchanges ever. So yeah, it's got to be a4. Should we put it
Well,
on the board?
queen b4 is also quite unpleasant, maybe.
Mhm.
But after queen b4, king
No.
b2.
Yeah, king b2 is nice, just to stop queen a3. Yeah, and now black's wondering why he offered a queen exchange. White will just play rook e1 and try to take this piece. Okay, it's going to be a4. It's going to be a4. Is Bluebaum going to just like sack a pawn just to get the queens off? Like b4? But that's sad. And yeah, if he takes with queen b2...
Well, takes queen b2, rook d8.
Yeah, if he takes with a knight, bishop takes. Or maybe knight takes even. Or rook takes even. What's the refutation here?
What about taking bishop takes and queen c6?
Mm-hmm. That's
Or
scary.
then queen c4, queen c3.
Queen c4, rook a4, maybe? Yeah, this is quite a cool tactic. Rook a4.
Oh,
bishop
and knight
takes,
d3.
Check. Yeah.
And what about queen c3?
Yeah, queen c3. Oh, sorry, in this position.
Knight b3.
Knight b3.
Well, knight b3, queen b3, rook b3, a b3. White didn't have such a good position for some time.
Yeah, level material. Rook bishop.
Well,
f1,
queen c3, of course, which is annoying.
Still horrible to defend.
But okay, king b1,
Mm-hmm. King b1, rook
rook b8.
b8, just to stop rook d3. This is still difficult to defend, and this feels like a best case scenario for Bluebaum. If we go
Actually,
back-
Sindarov is spending his time.
Mm-hmm. So a4, knight takes knight takes a4. I saw the bars slightly drop after bishop takes a4, but what else could it be? Is it just a case of like keeping all the tension, just knight takes, and then keeping the
And
queens
queen
on?
a5.
Yeah, and then okay, maybe not queen a5 apparently. Just I mean, this looks
But
scary
what
as
about
well.
simply going queen b7, you know?
Queen b7.
Yeah.
What's the next move?
Well,
bishop a4.
bishop a4 might be a threat.
Ah,
Well,
So-
not yet bishop a4, rook a4, queen d8, and another kind of back rank made, but queen
Yeah, so-
b1.
queen b1, just not rook takes a4 and queen d8. Check, and this will be mate.
No, because the thing is that there is queen b1, king d2.
Queen a2.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and white can't block because of rook d8. And if they run, then
Yeah, then queen a4 we have.
yeah, but is there more? No.
Yeah, you want more, of course.
You got me thinking. Wait, is there like a I saw the bar drop at some point here. c5 first. Maybe.
Mm,
Process of elimination, that's the only other move.
wow.
Now the white queen has to lose protection of the bishop because it has to protect b2. Okay, this is
Yeah, okay, now it's over.
yeah. But
Judah. He's going to find a4 because it's the only logical move. But
That's the only move he's looking at.
It's 5.5 minutes, and maybe Queen b7 is the tricky one. But we'll leave Sindarov to think here. Crucial moment, a4, and he gets even closer to moving to +6. Almost unthinkable. John, are we going to see the runaway train run even further away from the pack?
I think, I don't want to call it too early, but I feel like if he does win this, is that the straw that breaks the camel's back in terms of us figuring out who will win the tournament overall? It's so hard to see Sindarov do something other than run away in first place if he manages to pull this off today. There is still belief in the great Blue Baum sweep, but I'm afraid hope is starting to fade just a little bit. So while most of chat appear to be reaching for their coffee pots as we refresh our glasses heading into this next break, I'd like to remind you as well, that's not the only thing that's going to be dropping. We also had Netflix's Untold Chessmates that I believe officially came out yesterday. It's live now, diving deep into the rivalry that shook the chess world to its core. You've read all the headlines, you've got the sound bites, but now take a look at the personal struggles and behind the scenes moments of Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann. Don't miss the story. Head to go.chess.com/Netflix Untold or type !Netflix in the chat to see the moves that made history. Go grab yourself a brew, folks, and we'll see you in a couple.
Let's talk about Magnus. I've interviewed him many times, but I've never heard him speak as stridently about anybody as he did with Hans. Did it feel to you that you were giving him a platform and he was just waiting for an opportunity to really speak his mind about Hans?
No. It's funny, Magnus is like, that's why I really like the characters in this film, because they're so different from each other, Just going into an interview with Hans, I kind of know what I'm going to get. I know my questions. I know possibly what's going to irk him. But when it came to Magnus, first of all, obviously Magnus is older than me, but he's an intimidating guy. I've been watching, I love 60 Minutes. And I remember when I was, let's say in my early 20s, seeing a segment about him. And, my whole life I've seen Magnus. So to be around him and feel that aura is pretty great. But also the guy is, he's a certified badass and he does carry himself in that way. So, honestly, my biggest fear in going into the Magnus interview was just, is he going to talk? He does have a way of speaking where it's very tight. Before we did this, he was on Rogan. I watched that. I believe that was after I interviewed him, but just to see how he reacted in that situation. But, it's all about him feeling comfortable. I think he was so sick of just dealing with this thing and possibly just okay, I got to do this one interview with this dumb bearded man. I'm just going to do it and get it over with. But, Magnus is cold and calculating, and that's how he is on the chessboard. And in the interview, I could feel that at first. He's an extremely obviously brilliant man, but you can tell in the interview sometimes at points that, that wall starts to come down and he just starts kind of talking. And those are the moments that you kind of live for as an interviewer, because you're like, okay, finally, he's not seeing me as just like a camera. He's seeing me as a human that he's talking to.
Yeah, I felt like you got him to do that, so kudos to you. And perhaps even more revelatory in that interview is how disappointed Magnus said he was in Danny. He said he was thought he was gaslit into thinking that Chess.com had the evidence to say that Hans was cheating over the board, but then the report failed to claim that exact thing. So this was one of the biggest mic drops for me of the documentary that I did not know. Did you also feel that in the moment, that was a huge, not confession, but a huge statement for Magnus to make about Danny?
Yeah, obviously it is, because, they're, I believe, friends and obviously business partners. So, I think that's Magnus just being honest. As we were talking about Danny and Eric earlier, making the decisions during Singfield and all that stuff. Magnus is really in that too, where, we don't have time to go into everything that happened at Singfield in the film, but you have to understand that this guy goes into this tournament And even before he plays Hans, he's hearing whispers, watch out for this kid. So, you know, that was a big question I had going into this. And I believe I asked Magnus at one point, but it's like, you know, can you lose a chess game before you even reach the board? Of course you can. Magnus beats people all the time before they get to the board just because of he's such an imposing figure. That was interesting, but I also, you know, as I said, I think Magnus has kept his mouth shut on this, bit his tongue all the time, and this was finally time to be like, he was also in a very strange situation. He has players he trusts telling him things, he has his new business partners telling him things, you know, like that's a weird place to be in as a guy who just wants to focus on chess.
So true what you just said. Magnus has said many times he feels like he has a psychological advantage sitting down because he knows what the other players think about him. But in that one game, he admitted that maybe he had a psychological deficit knowing the rumors about Hans. And so that's very cool that you picked up on that.
Hey guys, if I make this in one go, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Does an own goal count? Hey guys, new plan. If I make this shot, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Hey guys, last try. If I make this bullseye, we're launching the no ads plan. No more questions. I did it! I made the bullseye! Do it! Launch the no ads plan!
Love chess but don't like ads? Sign up for chess.com's no ads plan and play chess ad-free.
Welcome back, everybody. Look, we wanted to have a break. I was getting ready to get the brew in my coffee, but apparently Bluebaum had other ideas. Some very quick moves played on the board now, and we have a rather interesting development. The bar suddenly does not agree with what things looked like just a couple of moments ago. Judith, David, what the hell is going on here?
Wow, Judith, he's human. He's human. He was totally winning with one key move. You actually mentioned it just before our break. I think it was difficult, queen to b7, but findable. And the key thing is he didn't spend any time, Sindarov, before rushing in and allowing the queens off the board.
Yes, because after bishop a4, it is also kind of looks very nice for black, and he's kind of happy with that. And he didn't even think about it, that even there is a better one, right? And this is sometimes I discuss it with other players, that it's a matter of luck. Which move are you starting to analyze in your head, right? You start, bishop a4, and you're happy with that. You're simply not pushing yourself that, but maybe there is even a better move, right? And it happens. And of course, when you have, how much time he has? He has nearly 1 hour, but still he felt this eagerness. I have to make a move. But of course, he's very excited about his position, his tournament situation, and sometimes you can't control yourself and you make your moves very fast. You understand that you have a great position, but it's going to be painful when he understands it after the game that it's, and he's lucky if he understands it only after the game, that queen b7 was winning. Right?
Yeah. Exactly. I was actually getting ready during the break to say that this might be his 4th win with black in the tournament so far, which is, I mean, almost unthinkable at this level. But yeah, I mean, just for quick action replay for everyone at home, he played a4, the best move. We said it before the break. He played it. Bluebaum apparently here needed to bail out, play b4, give up a pawn, go into a bad endgame. But Bluebaum, of course, was not going to accept long-term suffering. He wanted to at least challenge. And the thing with this position, Judah, is, okay, he spent 8 minutes on a4, but here he could have slowed down with 1 hour on the clock. Like, knight takes a4 is the best move. He played it. Bishop takes a4, also promising. We showed
like this move, queen c6, and black also has a big advantage. But even after knight takes a4, I mean, queen a5 is a candidate move. Queen a6, queen b7, other options to bishop takes a4. Queen b7 was winning on the spot because bishop takes a4, and the queen coming in, like we showed, is totally winning. But yeah, I mean, queen a5 was also +2 advantage. Didn't think about it. He spent 11 seconds before allowing the queens off, and like you said, Jude, it still looks promising for black, but now he cannot keep both of his rooks active on the A and B files. He has to take back with a pawn. And
yes, but at the same time, you know, showing this line when you're replaying it, why did Sindarov was thinking 8 minutes on the move a4? Because he was calculating all this, that after knight a4, he's going to be taking on a4 and taking it with the bishop after that. So there is a logic if we are understanding that he was thinking 8 minutes. Of course, he has the self-confidence, he knows what he's doing, so he's not going to spend extra time.
But even 8 minutes isn't that much when you have an hour, like especially when it's complicated, especially when you have like 3 or 4 very tempting moves. Each one deserves a few minutes of thought. I don't know. I mean, I'm very different with my clock handling. Cinderov's way more impressive in that regard, but critical position, just sensing that moment. If he doesn't win this game, if one of the players between Caruana and Giri wins, suddenly the gap closes slightly. He'll be looking back and he'll be like, it would have almost been wrapped up. A win here, and he would just need to draw against those two guys, and tournament would be over.
Okay, but David, how easy it is on the highest level for you, for grandmasters also, to pick which is the most important moment of a game.
Yeah. It's difficult to sense it in the heat of battle, right, Judith? But like I always tell like students and people in general, like when all the captures are happening, when there's a big attack for one side, that's when you slow down because the stakes are high. One blunder, game over, or one great move and you might win on the spot. So I would say that around a4, that's when the captures, the forcing move started. Like everything is a capture threat. Like everything is very concrete. That's maybe the sign to slow down. How about you? Did you find in your career that those moments were did they just come to you naturally, or did you have to kind of pause and slow yourself down sometimes?
I don't know. If I have to explain it, how do you find it? How do you feel it? I think it goes by intuition. And this is the problem. If you lose your sense, if you're not focused and you're, as Gary says it, you have to smell it, right? And it's not so easy, especially if you have a beautiful position. Because, I mean, let's be realistic. Sindarov had a bad position after the opening. So for him to survive, it was definitely the priority. And then within 3-4 moves, everything shifted completely, with all the knights moved away to c5 and the other one to d6, and suddenly rook b8 also showed up, and a5. So he understood that suddenly he has a good position, but he was not realizing, it seems, that he has a winning position. It's just that he recovered and he has a very beautiful position, which is very nice here, but I don't think he will be able to win this. Because now the problem is for black, if he goes on the second rank, then the white d1 rook will be chasing to exchange, right? That's a big problem.
Yeah,
but rook a8 he will be playing. But my question is, can't white go rook d8?
Yeah, it's a back ranker. Chat was teasing me for showing all the back rankers here. Just give up the rook. That's that strong. Rook d8 deflection.
Let's go. Rook d8, king a2.
Yeah.
And then if rook d4, rook c1.
Yeah, rook e1, c1,
h6.
probably c1. Yeah.
I mean, it can still be tricky though.
Yeah. Black's also threatening rook d2 as well as winning this pawn. I wonder whether rook e1, just go passive.
I think also h6.
Okay, h6 I'll take. And then do I play rook e2?
I'm not sure I take it back with the pawn. Why were you rushing?
Oh,
G6.
sorry, I had 1 hour on my clock and I played a move in 2 seconds.
G8, you see, I have an hour on my clock. I still don't think, but I played G6. What do you think of that?
I love it. I love it. Keep your pawn
No,
structure
maybe it
intact.
doesn't make any sense. I don't know. You just push F5 maybe.
Yeah, trying to get pawns off the board.
After all, I need time, yeah, to take on H6.
Yeah. Still going to be a difficult defense. Like white at some point will try and go active and go for the b6 pawn with the king or the rook. Okay, if we go back to the live position, I don't think Blue Baum has much choice. Like rook d8, if you don't take the opportunity now, maybe it's still their next move, but it feels scary to allow some checks or just something on the second rank, or black will play h6 or g6 and get some luft, and yeah, 2 rooks on the board. It's a bit like the Nakamura Caruana game yesterday. Often if you're defending, somehow with an open king like this, it's nice to get one set of rooks off the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one thing, you mentioned instinct, Judith. The one thing that surprises me is that surely his instincts told him he had turned it around and that he was almost winning. Like white's king was so open, there were so many tempting moves for black. Surely instinct shows you like, oh, I'm close to winning, like calm yourself down, just dig a bit deeper, calculate a bit. He has been rushing a bit in past rounds.
That I agree with you, and actually I'm thinking about this moment which we discussed, like after knight a4, b takes a4. Then he played bishop a4 and going to exchange the queens. That indeed, why? I mean, he must have been so convinced that it's so good enough for him to have just a little upper hand after bishop a4, right? That he was not spending time.
Yeah. And if we go back to the live position, wow, Blue Baum's played f5 first. Makes sense.
Which is
apparently wrong, slightly wrong.
f5.
I'm really surprised that he didn't just get one set of rooks off just on principle, just remove some of the risk.
He's in a fighting, aggressive mood today, Blue Baum.
Yeah, he wants to draw actively.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's not so easy to get out with the king. That's the story, I think. Let's say if e takes f5, let's say rook... so after rook f2 he wants to go rook df1, you think, or rook hf1 and...
Chase.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, just chase the rook forever, wherever it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be 100% sure, like, position, like... Okay, maybe with the rook on f2, sorry. Yeah, it is a bit difficult.
Yeah, but takes rook d1.
Yeah,
and your king is...
Yeah, and your h6 idea.
Well, maybe even g6 is possible.
Yeah, g6.
Though I'm not sure. Takes.
I mean,
king f8.
at this... Yeah, king f8. Maybe even at this point, like, it's so simplified that rook d6.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, keep things a bit more simple. Okay, Blue Baum playing f5. If the king's an issue, like, yeah, maybe not h6. h6 or king f8 would come to mind. I wonder if he'll finally slow down Sindarov.
King f8 I like. King f8 I like.
No more back rank mates.
But maybe after king f8, rook hf1. E takes f5, takes and rook h2. But white is incredibly active.
Yeah. Probably have to take with a pawn due to some checks.
Yes, that was my plan, but then you take on h2. And then I thought to go with the rook.
Rook.
D something. I want to go to d7, but d6 also looks very promising.
d7 as well. Reminds me a bit now.
Sorry?
Go on, Judith. Sorry, my bad.
No, if you go from rook h2 to a2, then I can go up with my rook, right?
Yeah.
But okay, white has a pawn down.
Yeah. I was going to say, it reminds me of the Nakamura game even more now, with the potential of the 2 black rooks landing on the second rank, but
Yeah, white's not going to play rook c1, unfortunately. So there's no rook b2 mate. But yeah, I don't think black can create that many threats. As opposed to that game. I don't know, rook b7 or f6 or something.
f6 seems to be pretty promising.
Yeah.
White is very active.
Okay, what are your predictions now? Are you confident that this might be a decisive game still, despite Sindarov
Oh,
maybe...
David, you're asking me this kind of question at this moment? You didn't ask me 5 moves ago when queen b7 was winning, yeah?
I'm trying to set you up for like a easier prediction. I knew that there would be a big twist, that Sindarov would miss the key moment. And
I think this is going to be a draw.
Okay, you believe in Bluebaum's defense.
Yeah.
The wall, the German wall.
I mean, I just don't see that if he's choosing activity and even giving up a pawn, I don't see that it can be. Unless there is something tactical unexpected. Like, let's say I play e takes f5, takes, and I go g6. Yeah, and after f6, my plan was to go h6.
h6.
Maybe you just go h4. I don't like my king.
Yeah. I quite like Bluebaum's f5. I was so tempted to play rook d8, and that would have been apparently a draw too, according to the eval bar, but maybe that would have been passive defense. This looks like... Yeah, this is my
maybe it's a better choice.
Exactly. Sometimes it's just better to push and at least scare the opponent with counterplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice defense from Bluebaum. f5. Tournament is still alive. The candidates, there's still chances. Shall we check back on this one later? Now it's going to be a longer endgame with Sindarov finally slowing down.
I just wanted to suggest, can we go to the Fabiano game? Because we haven't been there for some time. And maybe it's worth discussing a little bit, like who is better and why.
Black is 0.4 better because the eval bar says so. That's the But yeah, I think like we talked about the positional stuff, Judith, and I haven't really changed my mind. Like, very interesting that the queen side's now fully blocked, and black still has a c5 square maybe for the knight later. But more importantly, he's got in with the rook. White's not really done much on the king side. The queen is a bit stuck for white, unless he's going to bring it back and come in maybe.
Yeah, what has happened in the last 10-15 moves that black took over the a file, isn't it? I think Fabiano gave up by voluntarily, but I mean, probably we both would be more happy to play it with black.
Yeah, for sure. Also, stylistically, I think Anish is quite happy in these positions. It's a bit more positional, like not too many kind of direct tactics. He's just improving pieces, putting things on good squares. It really reminds me, Judith, of the game, I think it was from the last candidates. It was FIDE with white against Gukesh with black, and that was also an Italian. And white also had doubled e-pawns, and Gukesh just came around the side and eventually make it FIDE. I think it was Gukesh, or was it Prague? I know FIDE was on the white side. It was painful.
So what should white do? Should white go rook e2?
Rook e2. I'm assuming black defends. I don't really want to take on e2 and allow the white queen closer.
Rook a8, yeah?
Yep. I don't really know what black's next move is.
Takes a walk, yeah?
He's a walker. Did you walk around during your games, Judith, or were you mainly glued to the board?
Depends what kind of position I had. But
Fair
walking is the sport of chess players.
Yes.
Absolutely. Before the game, after the game, it was very much my sport also. But during the game, it's I was also walking, of course. But I think it very much depends on how do you feel about your position.
Yeah, so you walk more if you're confident, walk less if you're a bit
I
nervous.
was walking more when I was confident, but I think every player has their habits, because sometimes when they don't feel confident and they are very stressed, then they stand up and walk around acting if everything is okay. Just to try to give the impression that everything is under control. I'm happy.
I think, yeah, the older I got, the more I did that. Like, the more I was like, okay, I'm just going to not only trick my opponents, but also trick myself into getting the tension out of the body and just not dwelling on a bad position or not stressing out about what my opponent can play. Just like thinking, okay, clear the mind for the next 10 minutes and then sit back down.
Yeah,
But,
and sometimes also it's good when there is a critical moment and you know that there are two directions your opponent has to be deciding on, and it would be very different structure, or going to positional, or the very tactical or positional sacrifice, or whatever, like critical moment. Then also sometimes I felt that, you know what, I just better if I go away and wait what happens, not to spend too much energy at the board calculating. Maybe I would be walking and waiting the decision my opponent makes, and also thinking about the position, but in a much more relaxed way, because I understood, okay, I have enough time to handle it after it's decided by my opponent.
Yeah, makes sense. And there are a lot of players who just walk no matter what, like Fiddler. Just couldn't sit at the board, just up and down and around, winning, losing. Same.
But still, if you know the players, you know how they feel about their positions, because you understand their body language after some time. I'm pretty sure you were also playing a lot of players many times, British Championships and also internationally, and you know the behaving of the other players. You know that when they are not looking at you, they're walking faster, they're nervous, they're covering their face. It's not only about their moves and the time management which gives away these informations.
Exactly. Every player has their habits, their tells. I remember there's one player, like, if he starts thinking, especially if it's more than 5 minutes, you leave the board, you just never come back, because he'll just forget and he'll just spend all the time in the world. But as soon as you sit back down, he'll play a move, you kind of wake him up, and everyone has their habit. There are tricks. There are definitely practical tricks, but I don't think Fabiano has any tricks in this position, Judith. He's a bit lower on time. He doesn't look comfortable. With white, this is not gone, I think, according to plan for him.
Yeah, the question is what kind of plan and idea he can come up with. The idea you mentioned, Queen D1.
Mm-hmm.
What would that bring to him?
To try and get the queen in. I'm assuming that black at some point takes the knights just to slow white down.
I was wondering, would you think that knight takes h4, and after knight h4 black can also try to go g6, not to allow the knight back? Or it would give two big weaknesses on f6?
Yeah, I do quite like it. And then just, I don't really see how they'll be that weak. Like, one rook will act as a defender. I think in general, as black, I kind of want to keep a knight just because I envisage a knight on c5 in the endgame, and that's the way to win. And maybe a bishop in a block position can't contribute so much, can't really help.
Yeah, but if you go back with your knight and you're not exchanging on h4, then white can also maybe attack. After queen d1, you can't go knight f8, I think.
No.
Too much to leave my both of my knights. And you're so far away from c5.
Yeah, true. That's why I thought it might be nice for white to either force something like this, or I was also kind of wondering about taking on g6 and then just saying, okay, knight h4, and are you defending it? Probably black does defend though, and just...
I'm not going to give it.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I thought maybe g5 and then the white knight comes back, but even this is... maybe black's the one gaining space, gaining time.
Oh yeah, g6.
G6, yeah. And okay, now with the white queen passive and the rook f1.
Bishop h3 threat.
Oh wow, nice. Boom, bishop h3. Judith, even when it looks positional, you find the tactics.
But maybe it's not good. No, it's good. G4 mate.
Yeah, g4 mate. I wanted to show you. Looks like the Lugno mate from the other day, and boom. Nice.
Unexpected.
Very nice. Okay, so knight takes g6. Let's assume that Fabiano will not want to help black gain some time. I quite like queen d1, to be honest. Just at least ask a question. Otherwise, rook e2 or rook a1. Or maybe you could start with, like, how about rook a1? And if black does the same and exchanges a pair of rooks, maybe now queen d1, and I'm going to hope that in those variations, the f6 pawn might be a bit weaker. Although still, it's hard to imagine white's queen doing much on her own.
But on the other hand, maybe it's also no big deal from black side either.
Yeah, just rook b2 or queen a7 or...
Yeah, but rook b2, rook e2. Changing the rooks also.
Yeah.
Queen a7 from this point of view, I like it much more. To keep the rooks on.
Yeah, I would pick black, I think, Judith, but how about you? Do you think it's anything...
I just wanted to say that, yeah, black has more activity. I think white has more minds around him, which can cause problem.
Can explode. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to the bird's eye view time. Let's go out and see if there are any results incoming. We're getting ever closer to the time control. Wow, I see some active bars on the women's candidates, Judith. Your wish might be coming true of all these decisive games.
But also it seems like Wei made a mistake, or what was going on? Isn't it some pawn exchange happening there? But f7 pawn? Which is...
Okay.
What is going on there?
Yeah, maybe before we go to the women's, we do jump into the Pragnananda board. And, okay. This could be huge. That is a strange move if rook f3 just wins something. I guess he wants to take on e5. Or play g6, but that also looks odd.
I think after rook f3, g6 is the only move, but then rook f4 takes a knight e4.
Yeah, rook takes. Knight e4, fork incoming. I can't see him willingly doing damage to a structure like this. Wait, what's the plan after rook f3 or queen e5?
Queen f7.
Queen f7, king h8. No back rank yet. I'll probably blunder
Yes,
it.
okay, but what about this pawn structure? This is not what you want to have.
That's true. Well, he's in a bit of time trouble as well. This is just move 22. He's got 19 minutes left. I guess black's playing knight d4 next.
Rook f3 on the board.
Okay, let's go.
e5 takes.
And how would you evaluate this? Is this a almost decisive advantage, or is this still got to transfer?
Yeah, the question is rook d1, if it's just very bad for black. Because you can show there are all kinds of back rank mates.
Yeah.
Like bishop c8. No, you just go bishop c8. Rook d8, checkmate. If rook would take back, checkmate on the back rank also.
Thank you, Judith. You've helped me no end. Someone's getting back rank mated in this game. That's that's the conclusion. So rook d1 though, on a serious note, like bishop c8.
But what about rook d3, f3, d3?
Now, okay. That's very clever.
I'm not sure it's clever. I'm just asking if it's working.
Because black has to give some luft now, because...
The other idea I had to play simply g3.
G3. Yep.
Can we go g3 and after knight d4, rook f4? And now already it works after knight b3 to take and queen f8.
Nice. And now, okay, I'll stop showing these mates. But how about bishop d7 in that position? Like, I don't like the fact that white.
When?
Oh wait, not now.
Now?
Not now. Maybe I need one more move first. Yeah, the back rank is still hard to protect though. Yeah, bishop d7 now doesn't quite work, I guess. Computer says that this is almost level somehow, but I don't see why. Rook to d1. I quite like g3, but
Maybe knight f5 in that position. So
and
after
this-
bishop c8, what is the...
So knight f5 here. Yeah.
Maybe.
So bishop c8. I saw the bar dropped after g3 a bit, but what could be stronger? Bishop c8. Rook e3. Black wants to play queen f6 and get them off. Judith, when in doubt, h4. No.
Finally.
Finally, no.
Well, maybe h3 you can go.
Yeah, I slightly prefer h3 for some reason, just because I don't like the idea of the black bishop landing on the same diagonal.
Yeah, that not to open up the diagonal. And if, rook d1 just taking back.
I'm not sure which way, probably
Bishop.
Yeah. Okay. It's going to be unpleasant for Wei Yi to defend, that's for sure. How important is rook d1? The blue arrow shows it, and we saw it's a nice advantage, but like, is it because knight d4 is maybe a small threat for black? Just minimize the damage, get pieces off the board, put the bishop on c6. Maybe it's nice to force the bishop to c8.
Yes. But it's not so easy to play it, even this position, with white also. Like, we understand that the pawn on e6 is weak. But if knight can jump to d4, put bishop on c6, I think that's why rook d1 is important. Because if knight d4, bishop c6, then suddenly black has a weak pawn, weak pawn on e6, but doesn't matter because suddenly the knight and bishop is too active.
Yeah, and
But this has to be stopped.
Yeah, that means it's important knight d4, I guess rook e3. Black is going to lose something. Like, yeah, black is going to be in big trouble on the d-file.
Oh yeah, big problems.
Okay, so maybe a big moment for Bragg. But in the meantime, we have some news from John Sargent, who's been checking out some other boards.
Absolutely right, folks. We have had our first result of the day, and it's the board between Goryachnika and Bibisara, which has now ended in a draw. Back to you.
Okay, Judith, that's not great for your prediction, unfortunately, but I guess it's something we might have expected because the position looked quite equal throughout. Actually, we didn't go to that game too often, so one game down, Goryachkina still winless in the event.
Maybe we can go to the bird's eye view because there are a lot of games actually going to be decisive, I think, in the ladies section. I mean, if we look at it, Vachier-Lagrave seems to be completely winning, converting her advantage into victory shortly.
Yeah.
And she made some good decisions, I think, at some point, but this seems to be very powerful for her. Also, Lucknow is in trouble. The question is if she can save the game, but it's not an easy situation for her.
And Anna Muzichuk still trying to grind out an advantage, but not so clear. Let's start with Vachier-Lagrave. Let's go into the All-Indian Derby. It does look like a lot of passed pawns. I think she might have a very strong move now. But maybe just a very quick action replay since we were last here, Judith, because there was a brilliant move along the way. last left it after knight takes c6. Black did play rook c8, d5. I think we predicted all of this. Knight c5. Here you point out bishop a3, which is actually the strongest move. But queen to d4. Yeah, question mark is harsh. White is still better. But rook f7 now was slightly an improvement. Rook f6 instead, and the black rook not doing too much on g6. I think we see that in the game. The rook's a bit offside. King h2 defending g3, and now the brilliant move. I saw a green on rook takes d3 at least. Probably not the most difficult, but after he takes d3, the idea is c5, and the pawns are so strong that black has to take on c6, I guess. Yeah, bishop f8, probably the pawns just continue powering through. So rook takes c6, dc, bishop drops back, and this is the live position. Okay. Looks like everything is probably pretty good, but the first move that came to mind is trying to break the blockade.
I would just play rook b1. One of the idea, but bishop e5 seems to be the most obvious at first.
Check this out, Judith. Bishop e5. Actually, I don't think this is necessary or good, but on the theme of my last couple of days, bishop takes e5 and rook b1.
Oh, you're so brutal.
You tipped me off with rook b1 first. She's played bishop e5, but yeah, I just wanted to show one final. I said it was final last time, but one final back rank, mate.
We're going to have many more to come. Yeah. That's how chess is. Even on the highest level, we can show so many back rank problems.
Yeah, there's always like key foundations to every tactic, like double attacks are always like some kind of double attack, fork, skewer, like there's always.
But the truth is that even after bishop e5, f takes e5 is also not a bad move at all.
Yeah. She is pausing Vachier-Lagrave, so she might be tempted with rook b1, but yeah, as you say, Judith, fe5 and black again can't take due to queen e8, mate.
But maybe rook b1 is actually the most professional, to be honest.
Oof. I like that word. Always a compliment in chess. Professional.
Well, you know, to win a winning position, I'm always saying that's an art.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, the main thing is to win the winning position. Secondly, and she did it.
Vachier-Lagrave.
And secondly, to win the game the way that you spend less energy and less opportunity and saving opportunities for the opponent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a feeling now, like momentum's so key in tournaments, and Vachier-Lagrave, the first half, Judith, like the first 5-6 rounds, she was struggling in nearly every game, like tough positions, but she was turning things around, and then she got this gift from Tan Zhongyi, and yeah, she's on +1, about to move to +2. She's going to be in the lead. This is very impressive. Like, she punished Divya's mistake with knight d7 very, very efficiently, very professionally. She's just going to take it back, and yes, d7, rook b8. It's inevitable. The black rook is so bad. This just looks like game over, right?
Well, if she goes queen f8, f takes e5, and then, okay, black can go h6, but I think simply queen d6 and then handshake.
Oh yeah, queen d6 is very professional. Path of least resistance. Yeah, rook b8 coming. Okay, I think unfortunately for Divya, no good moves. She doesn't have too much time. Maybe we leave this one here and just catch up, because the other games are also entering the time scramble. Clock's ticking down.
And Anna Mosichuk is going to win, I think. Which is quite an amazing performance by her. I mean, psychologically, she got such a hit yesterday. Not winning her winning position, and not even to ruin it only to a draw, but to lose it and lose her clear first place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's just briefly check into that one. Question mark attached to the move just as we jumped in. Just to show the position, black has a big attack, and
I think f5 maybe she should have played. Don't you think so?
f5 is very classy. I mean, the pawn's not running away, right? And bishop e3 just black sidesteps, and f4.
Yeah, because the king, the powerful king in endgames.
Mm-hmm. The king. I'm going to give the king a crown and a star. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the king is too good, and white's king is just really, really stuck. It's in trouble.
It's in danger.
king takes g5. It is a pawn, so why can it be that bad?
After all, it's a pawn, right?
It's a pawn.
Yeah, but white king can go to g3. And there is no check on g1, so that's the problem, I guess.
Okay. No check.
Maybe not because rook f1 is strong. Rook f1 and rook f3 you have.
Ooh. That is also problematic. Maybe bishop f2 blocks. Or h4 and rook. And bishop f2.
Bishop f2, f5.
Ah, yeah. But, yeah, f5 is clever.
The evil bar doesn't like my cleverness.
I mean, this just looks looks super strong. Like rook e1, there's always f4, even after h4. Wait, why is this not rook e5? Maybe.
And then h4 and bishop d4, right?
Game continues, but okay, she's got a very narrow path here. Tan Zhongyi, if she wants to survive. The computer suggests rook to e1 as the reason that black's last move was given a question mark.
Pushing back the rook.
But still, I mean, she can continue here, keeping the game alive. It's really surprising to me that this is 0.0 this position, because black's just a pawn up.
Bishop e7?
Yeah, maybe it's something concrete. Threatening rook e5 in some positions. Well, here as well. Oh, bishop e7. Maybe it's just very concrete. Like, maybe white's only drawing because of specific ideas. She's played rook to e1. Oh, Anna's got no time, but only one more move to make to get to the time control, so she should be okay there. Yeah, still some life left. This is going to be a long grind, and I still think Anna's going to get some big chances, Judith.
I think huge chances for Anna.
Yeah, we'll ignore the 0.2 on the evaluation bar. Okay, let's go to the bird's eye view. This will go on for a long time. Anna will keep the rooks on and hit the move 40 mark. And yeah, Zuzhina pawn up. You mentioned that one as well. Against Lagno. The doubled f pawns are no longer doubled, at least for black on that board, and the bottom middle there. And okay.
Do you think Lagno will be able to draw this?
Ooh.
To save the game? Hard to imagine, isn't it?
Hard to imagine. Let's just quickly check in on that board. We won't stay too long, but yeah, white's a pawn up. The knight's going to be really strong, right, Judith? Black's pawns are all isolated. I think Zuzhina wins it. How about you?
Well, again, it's a position. If you don't win it, you will not sleep well. It's that kind of winning position, I think, that there is no risk. It's such a one-way game, and there are so many weak squares for black. Having the knight in this position is just such a beautiful situation.
Yeah, that is the bottom board between Zuzhina and Lagno. It looks like white has...
I can't believe it that Muzichuk exchanged the rooks.
Wait, what? Oh my gosh. That is crazy. We go back. Sorry, everyone. I teased you at home with Zuzhina against Lagno, but that is wild. Just before move 40 as well. Like, we're taught not to make these decisions before move 40, Judith. Like, at least give a check, rook e2, and then decide, like, go rook b1 or move 41, and then you have 30 minutes to think about whether to take rooks or not.
But how is it possible to have anything after exchanging and king f4?
Yeah. I mean, white can already put the pawn on a5, keep the bishop protecting the scene.
But okay, why wouldn't I play king f2 first?
Yeah, exactly. No, but I just meant in the near future, like a4, a5 will come, and
I mean, king e4.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d4, for example.
Yep.
f5, a4.
Mm-hmm.
If a5, I have enough time to take it. If king d3, a5.
Yep. And the bishop will always protect the pawns. The king will block. This is just a dead draw. Opposite color bishops.
Just a completely dead draw.
Okay, Judah, I sense disappointment in your voice. Is that because the predictions, they started?
No, actually, it's not predictions. I think John will win again with the predictions. But, or you. But definitely not me. But no, the thing is that it's the game would have been going on, right? Just few moves ago. But the time, you see the time. We were discussing about the time part of the game.
Yeah.
If Anna would have increment in time, she would not suffer from the heavy time trouble what she is dealing with. And also yesterday she went down very much in time.
Mm-hmm. But the women do have increment from move 1, so...
they do have.
Yeah, they do. I'm not sure it's an excuse there, especially because she could have repeated. She could have played rook b2, rook b1, repeated the position for a second time, and then decided what to do next after move 40.
She did. She did the repetition.
Did she?
No,
she didn't.
She didn't.
Took the rook immediately without repeating that. I think that is just a bad practical choice, but maybe it's affected by yesterday as well. Like
you know what she wants to do? She wants to go king f2, bishop d1, not to allow the pawn to a5.
Aha, that's clever. That is clever.
But the problem is it's not going to make any difference.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't really see this being too much of an issue.
Well, king e4.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just need to figure out what what white is doing against the black king coming.
So what do you do? Yeah, that's my question. King d3.
Mm-hmm. I'll ask the bishop where it wants to go.
Okay. Bishop a4.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's say I'm just like totally careless, like just to show the black's plan is to hit the pawn.
King b3.
King b3.
I go bishop c6. Bishop
Let's
c6,
say
good.
Just wait.
Yeah, f4, f3.
Okay.
King a4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll just move again. King a4.
a5. And I won.
Yeah. Because...
King b3.
Yeah. So I was just waiting to see when the eval bar drops. It was here after king f2. So if
yes, because you have to go bishop d6 immediately when I move away with my king from c3 attacking the pawn. You go there, so a5, bishop c7.
Mm-hmm. Oops. And then, yeah. So turns out Tan Zhongyi can just not panic and just wait and give black everything, and just last minute when the king gets to a4, come round.
But interesting that she went to d2. So she doesn't want to see the king over there on the other side.
Maybe bishop c6 is the best try now. Just to again stop the white pawn getting to a5 where it can be protected. Okay, Judith, we're expecting a draw here. In the meantime, we do have some breaking news. There has been a result, and we need our man on the spot to break it down for us.
Breaking news, but perhaps also expected news, folks. The game has officially concluded between Vachier-Lagrave and Divya, and Vachier-Lagrave has taken the victory with the white pieces. Back to you.
Mm-hmm. And Judah, I'm just going to show the final move. We were talking about professional. She just wanted to rack up the brilliant moves. Rook b7, a nice move to win the black queen or make a new queen.
Yeah.
This would have been very much over. Very dominant performance from Vachier-Lagrave, winning in just 31 moves.
She sacrificed 3 rooks in this game. Rook d3, rook b1, and rook b7.
Oh, and then a few moves later, rook b1. This should have got a double exclam as well, rook b1. But
yeah.
And then rook b7. There we go. Brilliancy. And
nice
there we go. Very impressive win by Vachier-Lagrave, turning a positional advantage into a tactical one towards the end there. She's now on 5.5. She's a streaky player, as we saw in the last candidates, where she won 5 games in a row at the end after losing 4 in a row. Okay, that leaves us here, Judith. Still 2 games going with the women, but all 4 boards still in action in the Open.
You know, can we look Nakamura just a bit? Because we thought, okay, it's a draw, nothing really happens. And look at his fighting spirit. Look at Nakamura's fighting spirit. It's drawish, but he's pressing. He's pressing. He says, you know what? You're going to sit there forever, Mr. Yasipenko.
Yeah, this is...
It's me who is going to decide when I say, and I offer a draw.
Mm-hmm. And this is unpleasant. Black has just got to wait, right, Judith? Like, Black is just going to, I don't know with the queen or the rook, but queen c6 or rook, a bit scared to move the rook off the back rank, but rook c6, rook c7, and just waiting for white to come up with a plan, whether that's like queen c3, a3, b4, some kind of breakthrough.
Do you think
later.
one day he wants to go g4?
Oof, maybe.
Sorry.
I mean...
Wake up, g4 and h5.
Your radar's very different to mine, but I love the fact that you're looking on that side as well. I was just thinking like slowly rook f4, rook f6, but no, g4, boom. Maybe. It's possible. Yeah, and even the queen exchanges in some positions might start favoring white. If white's king is quicker to the center.
Yeah, but how to exchange the queens? I love it, the queen on e5 in the center. That's fantastically placed.
Yep.
So let's say black goes queen c6 now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was on c3, I think, so the...
Oh, Judith, sorry to interrupt, but some breaking news. We'll get back to this game in a moment, but John, reveal all to us.
That's right, folks. When it comes in thick, it comes in fast. I have no doubt we'll have several more, but we have had some questionable moves. I don't know if they're full-on blunders, but a big swing in the game between Zhu Jin-er and Katerina Ladno. I highly recommend you have a peek at how that has changed things, because this just got very spicy indeed.
Wow. This was not one game that we expected swings in, but it does look like a winning opportunity on the spot. Judith, we were saying that this is winning long-term for white. Extra pawn, knight versus bishop. Very strong knight. But rook g3, is that just the second pawn about to drop off?
I don't know, after rook g3 threatening with knight f5 immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not so easy how black is going to be defending, because black has to go out from the pin and she cannot go to the h5 because f7 is hanging, while after king goes to f8, I believe there are 2 options. First of all, white could go rook f3 and after f6 to go knight f5 kind of move. Or first rook e3 and after rook goes back knight f5 or g4. Finally, g4 and make complete stalemate. Black's bishop, look at that, it became a pawn suddenly. And rook g3 is on the board.
Poor bishop.
But the other idea is for white, I think, that if I want to torture black.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is after king f8 to go knight f5 maybe, and the h6 pawn falls off.
Yeah. Bishop attacked. Bishop e5 and then just rook anywhere. Rook h3, e3,
rook d3.
Oof. What's that about back ranks, Judith?
Well, I told you it's never the last.
It's never the last. Rook d8 and knight takes h6 dual threats, and white wins a second pawn. This is game over. She found it. Rook g3. Zhu Jin-er, we can say now that she's likely to win. She's also soon hitting move 40, so the clock will not be an issue for her.
Yeah, it seems like black is going to be losing another pawn, and already it was very bad. It was only one pawn down and weak squares, but now it's going to be weak squares are staying, but less pawns will be on the board for black. Hard to imagine that black can have any chance to save the game.
Yep. And yeah, that's an unfortunate result for Lagno, but she won't be out of it. She'll still be within 1 point of the lead. Zuzha now will join Vaishali on 5.5. Okay, thank you, John, for that update. Big developments there. But back to the Open, where we saw Hikaru grinding. Maybe we will check back in a bit later on that board, since, as I say that, becomes quite relevant that Yasipenko has offered an exchange of queens. There is also news on the Prague board. What do you think about this, Judith? To take or not to take?
This is not a question.
You want it? You want it? What is the answer?
Well, for me, I just take it. I don't know if it's good, but it seems to me that I take it.
And run with the king somewhere?
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe we are not fast enough. I mean, white can win a pawn, right? What happens if, hold on, I go rook a4, rook a7, a3.
Okay.
Ah, no, rook b7, sorry. No, this was not my idea. No. And if we go, instead of rook a4, a3 immediately, takes. If a3, then rook b7. And this is a theoretical draw. Takes on c5, takes on b3, rook a5, and this is a draw, and Yasipenko knows all of this. Because rook b1 and rook a1, I guess.
Yeah.
Though, pawn on a3. White can go king f3 and king e3, and only after that later to push the pawn.
Okay. Let's...
No, he did not take the c7. So he thinks that Yasipenko will have to fight for it to exchange the queens.
I think it's a good psychological ploy because Yasipenko likely will want to trade queens. Like, now in his mind, he's like, okay, anytime I offer an exchange of queens, Hikaru's going to say no. So Hikaru's going to try and hope that he can plan for a good moment and trick him into offering that exchange. And just before we move on to the next position, but like queen e3, yeah, totally fine. But Judith, the computer wanted to just take and now race with the king.
King g7, king f3, king f6, king e4, king e6.
Yeah, king e4, king e6. But actually, the computer wants to play this clever move. I assume it's clever because it's the computer, but king f4.
And if rook c8?
Rook c8. And now rook a4, what's the difference? And just wait. Wow. Okay, I'm not sure how much to trust the computer here. But I was going to say, like, funnily, this position, if it's black to play with the whole queenside and the rooks off, king and pawn endgame, I only learned recently that this is winning for white. So this exact pawn structure.
If we don't have rooks?
If we don't have rooks and we don't have all these pawns, if we ignore all the red stuff, this is winning for white if it's black to move. Which is mind-blowing to me. But since the black king has to give way and the white king goes in, one of the directions. But
wow.
Okay. Yeah, Hikaru, he didn't go for the queen exchange. Queen e3. How do you estimate the winning chances? Are they anything more than 10 or 20% here, would you say?
How much chance that white is winning this game?
Yeah. Especially now his queen's been forced out of the center.
He has some chances, I think. Like, he has 10-15% chance.
Okay.
Let's say out of 10 games, he would be winning 1 or 2. I mean, I can't say he would win 1.5.
Judith, let's go to another rook endgame. I'm going to bring us straight there between Bluebaum and Sindarov.
Yeah.
Because
I was also looking at that a
bit.
bit.
Looks like a dead draw. Or is it a dead draw?
But why is it a dead draw? I see that it's a dead draw according to the computer, but it's black to move. So he goes king g7.
Yeah. I thought it might be a dead draw because h5, but then I realized it was black to move. King G7. Okay. So 2 moves and black wins a pawn.
So if rook h3, then king h6, no? And it
Yeah.
it wins. No.
Wins pawn.
But why?
Yeah. This is surprising. Okay, so let's say white doesn't give black the move, like h5, g5. I mean, black's going to play rook h4 and win the pawn anyway. Sindarov plays king g8. That is nuanced, sophisticated, probably. What?
That's very funny. But he's not thinking much in the last whatever number of moves.
He really
So
isn't.
why is it a dead draw?
I mean, if white's king moves, nothing changes. If white's rook moves, not much changes. Rook g2, just king h7. So let's say h5. g5?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to play rook g2, but g4, I guess. Okay, he has played h5.
G5.
Mhm.
Ah,
So
now
now
h6. H6.
Yeah. And king...
Rook
h7?
h5.
Ah, rook h5.
And rook g4, rook h4.
Aha, that's it. Yeah, rook g4 just allows the white king forward, so it was maybe a tempo game, but I'm very curious that other line, Judith, where we were losing the h-pawn, why that was still a draw.
That I don't understand. Yeah. Because this I understand.
Yeah, black can't really do much to make progress. And rook d5, we just wait with the king. Yep. Okay, just out of nerdy endgame curiosity, in that line earlier when we were saying king g7,
Yes.
white waits. How is this a draw? Okay, maybe not.
No, it's not a draw.
I don't think this is a draw.
This is a draw. But why this is a draw? Rook h4.
Yeah, rook h4. Nobody knows why that would be a draw. We'll never find out because the players have gone for a different way forward. Sindarov saw rook h5 would have been a draw after king h7. It's okay, he's going to be a pawn up, but I guess the white king is now out of the box, Judith. There we go. And which way is he racing? With the white king. King e4?
Strong look at Sindarov by Bluebum.
Sindarov does look a bit deflated because he's been the one with chances ever since the opening. Okay. King c4 is probably good enough. King e4. Does everything draw here? Matthias Bluebaum is going to stop Sindarov again. At least he can leave this event saying that he was undefeated against Sindarov. Not many people will be able to say that.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I believe that all the king moves here look like draws. Black's g-pawn is not going to be quick enough. Judah, it looks like, just checking table base, 8 moves were drawing there for white. King e4 is one of them. Yeah.
Interesting decision there. King h6, king f4, king h5.
King f5, maybe. He's going to, after king h5, he'll play rook g3, zugzwang the black pieces.
Okay, rook h3, rook g4, rook b3.
Yeah, and yeah, he'll make a draw there. Probably in a variety of ways. We'll just show this on the board while the players think. I don't know how long Sindarov will play on for. Yeah, rook f3, there's always rook f4. So say something like this. Yeah, Might as well threaten checkmate, but probably it's just enough to run the king. Or in this position, where it takes, now.
Sindarov will be not happy to find out that he was practically winning in one move.
And the fact that he rushed it, like, I know he spent 8 minutes on the build-up move, on the prep move earlier, but the key position, he rushed past it. He didn't stop, pause. He is shaking his head, Sindarov. If Anish goes on to win, convert a small advantage against Fabiano, the gap closes to 1.5 points, and they'll play each other very, very shortly in a couple of rounds' time. Fabiano also up against Sindarov in a few rounds.
And against Sindarov, everybody is motivated. No matter whether you're fighting for whatever place on the tournament.
They pay extra attention to every move. I think Hikaru is going to be extremely motivated as well to make up for what happened in the first half. Okay. He's going to move his rook. Rook h5 check. Okay.
No, king f4. Oh, very delicate.
He doesn't risk a king and pawn endgame after king takes g4 there. And then rook g5 check. Trying to work out Judith, but I think that was just a draw anyway.
Yep.
Yep. Rook h3. Bluebaum is going to take the g4 pawn. And
they will play it out until 2 kings.
Yeah. Black king's too far away for any winning chances. Oh, he really does look a bit upset. Sindarov. He looks a bit annoyed.
Yes, because in the last 3 rounds, I mean, against Giri, he had a better position, which he should be able to win that game.
Mm-hmm.
And now there is this game.
Yeah.
Where...
He hasn't been missing many winning chances in previous rounds. Every chance he seems to take it, other than maybe that half chance against Giri. So this will be a rare feeling. Rook c3. We're expecting handshakes any moment. Blocks the pawn. He'll bring his king. Yeah. Lots of Bluebaum fans out there who are going to be very happy with this result. Tenacious. Great defense. Rook b4. Last few moves now. Okay, Judith. He is human. He's shown it. But is the lead already too big and Bluebaum doesn't even take the pawn?
Rook b1. What do you think about that move?
And now king c2. Who wants king versus king when you can just wait? Sindarov saying,
is he going to play king b3?
He allows the rooks off the board. Getting those extra moves in. And here we go. Rook takes rook. King takes. It's a handshake. A second draw between Bluebaum and Sindarov. Great result for both players, I think, on paper. But Sindarov will look back on a big missed opportunity, Judith.
Well, all in all, I believe that it's a fair result. Because the opening was very shaky for Sindarov. After that, there was a complete misjudgment by Bluebaum in the early middle game. And everything was shaken up. And luckily for him, Sindarov was somehow missed this one move opportunity where he could practically win the game. So it's all in all, it's a fair result, I think.
Mm-hmm. A fair result. They both move on. And in the meantime, we're back to our bird's eye view. Let's go back to the women's section. It looks like we're due our next result there. Pragg has increased his advantage against Wei Yi, meanwhile. And it looks like Giri with a small advantage. But yeah, let's go over to the women's board. It does look like Zuzhina is about to force a resignation from Lagno. Or has that game already finished? might have concluded. Okay, we just see on the camera, Judith. I assume they've just made move 40. Therefore, okay, maybe we don't need to stay here too long. But this one looks over. Zuzhina is just going to play knight to e6. We'll show that in a second. My favorite saying: pin and win. It's going to be game over.
Well, maybe Black will still make some moves. King g6. Well, knight g7.
Yeah.
You want to say it's a piece, yeah?
A knight is a knight.
Extra piece. Yeah. In the meantime,
we'll go back to the bird's eye
other
view.
action is going on. Pragnananda is improving his position, and for Vachier, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. More questionable if he's going to be able to hold this game, but I have doubt.
Yeah. Maybe we go to Anish Giri's board just as he's about to make a move. Oh, here we go. Because question mark has been given to Fabiano's last move, and he's reaching for his bishop. He's going to play bishop e8, I think. And that was a maneuver we mentioned a bit earlier. Finally it comes, and Judith, this might be huge for the standings because the bishop's coming to hit this weak pawn, and we talked about how bad those pawns can be. And it looks like White's kind of gone maximum passivity, and he's going to get punished.
That's a painful pawn to defend. Wow, bishop on g6 is just so powerful.
The knight's just so bad for Fabiano. Like, I don't know why he willingly put his knight on the square. Like, it's blocking the rook and defending the pawn, but he must have missed this.
Well, maybe he wanted to go rook a1 and exchange the rooks.
Yeah, but okay, he plays queen d3 instead, just to show rook to a1. He would have loved to got the rooks off, but after rook takes, the knight has to stay defending e3. The queen would have to take, and bishop g6. Pawn drops off.
No defense.
And, yeah, that would have been a big advantage. Like, queen here, the white knight would have to decide, and this is just game over. So, okay, queen d3 instead. He's going to just have to sit there while Anish continues trying to improve. Do you believe in fortresses, Judith? Do you think he can just do nothing and hold?
Generally, I do believe in fortresses, but in this position is not one of them, I'm afraid. If White can exchange the rooks, though,
okay,
maybe there is a chance to hold.
And get the knight back to a better square, maybe.
So what about rook a1 now?
Rook to a1. Good question. Let's check it out. Okay.
Is it rook c2 and queen e3?
Oh, I love it. I love it. Computer may be less keen, but I love it. Bishop takes e4.
Well, from practical point of view, it's painful, but maybe it's not enough. The computer does not like it. Seems so.
I don't think Giri will play this just before move 40 either.
Yeah, but it's also something which White can worry a bit.
Could we be really clever and play like rook b2 first? And then...
Can I go rook a4?
Yeah. Okay, I thought it was going to be a bit more clever than what I was about to suggest. Maybe now rook takes c2 and it's a better better version.
You know what? Also possible. Maybe Black can go bishop e8.
That's clever. Rook takes and then queen.
Queen a7.
Yeah. Trapped rook. Trapped rook. Can't move. And then Black's coming in.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, this is horrible to defend for White. I think you might be right though, Judith. Like rook a1, if the rooks came off, like white's problems are lessened at least.
Well, it's hard to believe that white can hold.
Anish, big moment for him. Question mark given to Fabi's move. Rook b2, the best way to press the advantage now.
But I think also rook takes a1 takes and c5 maybe can be also very painful.
Yeah, so white can't take as e4 would drop. Maybe.
Though maybe you can go, but maybe it's possible to go knight c2 because on bishop e4, knight b4.
Ah, tactics, yeah. Queen b7.
Yeah, queen d6.
Yeah. And then knight d5, I guess.
Knight d5, yeah, to block the queen.
Yeah, and difficult queen endgame ahead. Okay, let's go back. Big moment. We'll stay here just for this move. But if Giri plays rook b2, I think he's got fantastic winning chances. I think they will lessen massively if he takes off the rooks. And then we'll jump to Prag's game in a moment to see whether he can wrap up a big advantage. Is Giri going to move now? Or should we go? Should we go and leave Anish to this decision, Judith?
Well, and then we come back.
Yeah.
We keep an eye on it anyway. And yeah, because Wei seems to be falling apart. Right?
Yeah, he's lost his way. Rook e4 now. Strong move for Prag. His rook is hit, so that makes a lot of sense. He doesn't want to allow like rook g3, knight e2, and black would get some counterplay. Feels like there's mate for white somehow. There was no smothered mate due to black's last move, h6.
Okay, so what happens on rook e4, knight c6? Well, maybe just queen c7 and the bishop is falling off.
Yeah.
And it's there on the board.
Yeah, most natural move. Defends the f4 pawn, hits the knight, saves the rook. So let's check it out, Judith. Your knight c6, queen c7. Yeah, there's barely even a way to attack this rook.
Yeah.
Yeah, this just looks done. This looks over. Queen b1 I didn't really want to suggest.
Well,
maybe the rook just...
After that, knight f7, rook c4, also not a bad one.
Knight f... Ah, yes. Nice. That is devastating. Oof.
Not a very friendly way of playing.
That is brutal. Rook e4. But what else? Where does the knight go? How about queen d2? Queen takes b2? One of these? Let's take a pawn.
Well, knight c8 and queen d7, I think. Double attack.
Aha. But yeah, here queen d7, you're right. That's a double attack. I saw the bar drop. Maybe it's in this position after knight c8.
Maybe some knight f3 kind of stuff.
Yeah, this was my hope. I don't really see the follow-up though. Knight d2 maybe? Yeah, fight goes on. Prag calculated the whole game, our featured chat says. He's calculated very well so far. Okay, it's got to be either queen takes pawn, I think queen d2, or knight takes b3. One of those.
No, queen b2, rook d4. Knight f7, bishop c2, and knight g5, queen h7, mate.
Nice, Judith. Check. Check. Block. Discovered. Double check. And mate. Okay. Right, it's not queen d2 or queen takes b2 then. We've ruled it out.
Yeah.
Process of elimination. Rook takes d4 is a big threat. So knight takes b3 has to be played, surely. AB. But this is just positionally dominant as well as probably tactically winning. Rook c4. Judith, you're getting credit for always finding the most evil lines. The most brutal. Not giving black a single chance.
Well, you know, even the winning position, you have to do it precisely.
Exactly.
But of course, all of us can write a separate book on that. What we've done with ruining winning positions, right?
Yeah, I could write a best-selling series. It'll be like a nine books of.
There is no world champion and top player who cannot be included in such a book, I think.
That's true. That's true. Maybe that's what Sindarov will tell himself tonight when he realizes he missed a win against Bluebaum. He'll just be like, "Oh, that's part of the job. That's yeah."
But it's not funny. It was.
Knight takes b3 has been played. AB king h7, but rook c4 just wins a piece, or
Well, it seems so.
is the final trick that after like queen d2 e3, like knight takes c8, he wants to play rook takes c8 and give perpetual, but okay, we see the bar. This isn't perpetual. Check. The king will run away, I guess.
Yeah, queen check, king. Yeah, you just go.
Yeah.
King
slowly.
c1, queen f1, king c2, queen f5.
Oh yeah.
King c3.
Then run around this way. Or?
And go around king b4.
Yeah. Finally. And if you hadn't gone queen f5, I just wanted to point out as well, this is quite nice that the queen protects the king. Queen a3. Everything's safe. Prague is winning. I just noticed Wei's clock. He has 38 seconds to make 4 moves. That
Yeah,
is
he had problems with the time.
Not for the first game in this event. Very impressive from Prague. Just looking here at the notation of the moves, Judith, he played 7 exclamation mark moves in the space of 10. Earlier. Starting from rook d1, just very quick action replay for everyone at home. Rook d1, exclam, h3, best move, knight takes. Now rook e3, best move. Knight d4, knight e4, best move. Probably all of these are quite natural. f4 as well. And yeah, queen e7, maybe the key. Just setting up some smothered mates, and that's how we got here.
Yeah. Nice technique.
So rook c4, one of probably many strong moves, but the most direct at least. Prague will spend 4 minutes calculating, and then he might just take the piece.
Well, he wants to find the best way to spend the least time at the board from here on. What is the move which will not keep Wei fight longer? And of course, if you look at it, he has to calculate all the way after rook c4, which we just looked at. What happens if black sacrifices the rook and then check, endless check until the king hides. But he has to understand that the king hides at the end behind his pawns.
Yeah, and he doesn't get the bar. Like we knew, even when we hadn't worked it out yet, that we knew that the white king would manage to hide because the bar says winning. But he has to work that out himself. And it looks like his head was looking towards the queen side. And the only reason I can say, there we go, like his head is looking towards like b1, a2. It's probably because he's thinking about running the king over Prague. Okay, maybe he's also looking at the clock on that side of the board. But okay, now he's looking back towards the center. Eye tracker. He's looking back towards the black king. Where he's just... There we go, checking out the clock.
Yeah, because actually it's... you would think that he had something easier, simpler, that no calculation is needed. But it's still needed, and he went rook c4.
And if he plays knight takes c8 immediately now, then it shows he spent that time working things out correctly. I guess, yeah, there's not too much urgency. The bishop isn't running away, so maybe he could play queen f7 or something. Oh, wait, not hang the knight on d6.
Yeah.
What else? What else? Knight to
You
c8.
have to take
so-
it.
Yeah. But then b5 is another move, maybe?
When?
Knight
Is
takes
that
c8.
after knight c8?
b5. Yeah. And then the rook has to choose between defending c8 or f4. Okay, breaking news. We have to move over to the other game. Fabiano Caruana is in big trouble against Anish Giri. And Anish looks super locked in. No time for either side. 1 minute each. Okay, we have been told that some mistakes in the last couple of moves. We saw rook a1. Rook takes a1. Not the best. Giri could have kept the rooks on. But c5, and he needed to take. En passant, everyone knows it's a forced move, but he did not capture that line, that queen endgame after knight d takes c6 we showed earlier. dc and knight c2, bishop takes e4, knight takes b4. Fabiano didn't have time to calculate this, and drew it after c5 instead. Big mistake, king g3, and now he's suffering for the rest of the game, the e4 pawn especially. Queen a7, queen b1, and white is almost in zugzwang. Can't get the knight out the corner. King f3, Fabi's move 40. The spiral, as chat says there. What's the breakthrough? Is there a breakthrough? Now knight c2 is coming.
h4 can be played. But is that the best move? It's a zugzwang.
Yeah, but the knight is getting out the corner now that the king protects. e4, or is it?
Well, if knight c2... I mean, maybe... f5 is also possible. But maybe black will just go queen f7.
Yeah, queen f7 looks good. If the knight continues trying to get off these
Then bishop
bad squares.
h5 and queen g6.
Oof, oof. It's just perfect, like, positional play from Anish. Like, pawns all on dark squares, bishop on light squares, queen on light squares. It combines so well. Worst knight I've seen in a long time. Queen d3.
Queen g3. King f1.
Where's the breakthrough?
Well, what if I just go g5, g4? I mean, probably there are a lot of options for black.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I mean, the knight on e1 is not defending the e4.
Yeah, like, even queen endgames, I just wanted to... even queen exchanges, sorry, Judah, I just wanted to show, like, those won't ever save white. The bishop is a fantastic piece. Total domination. This has been a sad game for Fabiano. Just felt like the opening went all wrong and been positionally outplayed. Judah, it looks like all of our boards now have hit move 40, have hit the time control, so we will see a bit of a lull. We will see the players just find their bearings, take a bit of a refreshment break, and that gives us the perfect opportunity to bring back John, who no doubt wants to send us off on a refreshment break as well.
Absolutely, David. Thank you very much. You'll get your break in just a second. We did delay it because of how much action was going on over the board, and also because we wanted to make sure we got to move 40 and none of you guys missed any of the action. I didn't even come in with the breaking news that we've had 2 results in the women's section as well. Zhu Jin did successfully convert her game against Lano, and then Muzichuk also drew against Tan. So that means the women's candidates games are all done for the day, and we only have 3 games remaining, but my goodness, are they spicy. Folks, grab yourself a bathroom break, get another drink, and we will see you for what might be the conclusion of today's games after this break.
Vadim made the public offer to relocate to Germany. You mentioned Kazakhstan, but you're closer to the issue than perhaps I am. Was Rex offering behind the scenes to host it in St. Louis?
Yes. That's my one-word answer, yes.
Would you have liked it to be hosted in St. Louis?
For me personally, I actually, oddly enough, having played some matches, played some more serious events in St. Louis, I would have preferred it not to be held in St. Louis, what I would say. You know, I also would say, as someone who in a past life spent a lot of time in you know, southern Italy and in the Mediterranean, this actually feels very, very much like, you know, like a former life for me, so I feel very comfortable here.
Well, you're familiar with the geography, but one thing that's going to be different about this Candidates is you're going to leave each day with a wife giving you a hug and a little baby boy giving you a smile. How do you think that's going to feel going into a game, having your family here for the first time?
Yeah, so I think for me it's a great joy. I think I really, you know, it's a lot of work. Obviously, I'm not going to pretend that, you know, it's all sun and roses being a parent or having a child, but I think certainly. You know, when you see the innocence, you see, you know, the way that at least my son is moving a lot or smiling and trying to talk. He obviously can't because he's only 3 months old. It puts things in perspective. And you know, I think for me, at this stage of where I'm at, like it's very good to have perspective and just focus on understanding what matters the most. And I think that's one of the things that gives me a great opportunity here, because at the end of the day, there are things that are bigger than chess, that are bigger than Candidates. And I think for most of the players here, this is it. This is all they have. This is the big thing in their life. So I think that does give me a little bit of an edge from a mental standpoint. But you know, regardless, it's still going to be a really exciting event. And even if I don't win, I'm still getting a 3-week vacation here in Cyprus. So that's better than Nepo can say.
Our internal statistics team has done some math and says you're about a 40% favorite to win. Does that sound right to you?
40%, that's completely wrong. I mean, as I've said many times, no one is a favorite to win. I would make an argument that if myself or Fabi are in the lead going to the final couple of rounds, then you could make that argument that we're like 40, 50%, however you want to deal with statistics. But I think going into the event, no one is a clear favorite. I mean, I think it's something like you could say I'm 20%, Fabi's 20%, and then like, I don't know, you could say Sindarov's like 15%, but it's so minimal in reality. I mean, I've said before, I really do think any one of 6 players could win. I think if the tournament is a low scoring affair, so the winning score is 2 wins and no losses, because I don't want to use the chess terminology, but say someone has 2 wins, no loss, and 12 draws. If it's going to be a score like that wins the tournament, I think probably 7 players can win. If it's going to be a tournament where you need to win 4 or 5 games with no losses, I think realistically there are probably only 4 players who can win the tournament. That'd be me, Fabi, Prag, and Sindarov. So it just, you know, it depends. But again, you can look at all the scenarios, but saying that I'm 40% or saying that Fabi's like 40% or anything along these lines is nonsense, because really anything can happen in this event.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. It is time to talk about how unbelievably adorable this dog is. Who said chess pieces have to be hard and wooden? The chess.com plushies are here to change the game. From the king to the pawn, the entire collection is now officially available. They're 100% huggable, and thank God, at least from my point of view, that they won't judge you when you blunder your pieces. Hit !plush toy in the chat or go to go.chess.com/plush toy to grab yours before they're gone. Now we head back into the action with 3 games left to go. We've got Giri Caruana, we've got Wei Prague, and we've got Yesipenko Nakamura still ongoing in round 9 of the candidates. David, Judith, I leave it to you fine folks to decide where we head next.
Okay, thank you, John. And 3 games, a lot on the line. Wei looking up, not too happy. Prague didn't take the piece, but still with a winning advantage. Nakamura, in the meantime, has won a pawn, so he's still the only one who can press on that bottom left board. But yeah, Caruana, Giri, dramatic stuff. Judith, we saw in the build-up to the time scramble, things were changing. Where do you want to start now? Let's begin maybe at this board.
Yeah, why not? Because they also got over move 40, and the bishop is still on the board. At the same time, it's still hanging and under attack. So it seems like, I don't know, maybe we can go back for a few moves, like what has happened. White decided not to capture the bishop immediately, right? After rook c4, queen d2.
Mm-hmm. And I was looking in the break, Judith, that knight takes is winning, as we saw. Like, this is not perpetual check, as the white king starts running and will be able to hide. We showed something like this, but also can start running. Oh, whoops. If I can do arrows right, I can start running up the board and should hide. But maybe Prague got scared of b5 after knight takes bishop. And here he would have had to find rook c3. And this is clever because after queen take rook g3, black cannot take the knight, as g7 would hang.
Correct.
But maybe he was also scared after rook c3 that now rook takes c8 might be different with a pawn on b5, but ultimately it doesn't change anything. So he could have been winning, but he found queen c7 instead, still trapping the bishop and maybe sometimes defending the f4 pawn with the queen, b5, rook e4, and after some chasing with the queen and rook, this is the live position, move 41. Okay, I guess, like, what else other than bishop a6 or queen e2? The rook's just going to sit on f3. Nice and
Exactly.
happy.
The white rook found a safe place, defending the king, defending the f4 pawn, defending the b3 if it's necessary even. And at the same time, the bishop cannot get off the hook.
Mm-hmm. Okay, how do we win the bishop if, like, bishop to
Bishop
a6,
a6.
for example?
Isn't queen c6 just possible?
Yeah.
Or then rook d8.
Oh, wow, rook d8.
Whoops.
Back in the game. Miracles
Wow.
exist. Knight e4? Just queen d3 or queen e2 maybe?
Well, maybe queen d5 also possible.
Ah, queen d5. Okay, black doesn't lose a piece, so bishop a6. Does Prague have to be clever here? At all?
I don't know if knight e4, I think queen b2, knight c5 I was thinking.
Mm-hmm. Maybe 2, nice. Oh, whoops, sorry, knight c5. Yeah, and the bishop has to go back to back home, back to sleep.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's see after bishop a6, what is the best way to collect the point?
Not easy, not obvious. I'm a bit afraid now that we've seen the eval bar like totally crash a couple of times. That maybe the advantage isn't forever, although it does feel.
What about going rook f3 first? b4, and then black is out with the bishop?
Mm-hmm. I mean, this still looks like a big advantage.
White has to be somehow very precise.
Mm-hmm. Bishop a6.
Okay, we'll come back. Prag has a lot of time, I think, where you will play this move and we'll fight on a bit longer. Let's go to a game where there might not be much fight left. It is between Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri, and body language tells it all here. Judith, it has gone all wrong for Fabiano the last few rounds, but this game especially, that poor knight in the corner still hasn't escaped.
Well, I don't know if it will escape. I was wondering if black can go king h6, for example, in this moment.
Trying to threaten some sneaky
But
mate
for
potential.
sure, Giri's heart is beating faster, I think, because he feels that if I don't win this game, then it's nothing that I win.
Yeah, I loved one of Giri's quotes. I think it was from one of the press conferences, but someone asked him about his chances of becoming world champion, how he rated them, and he was like, well, I'm closer to becoming world champion today than the day I was born, so he's still small chances, but yeah, he still believes. I still think he feels his chances. He'll move on to +2 today if he beats Sindarov in their individual encounter in the second, well, towards the back end of
I
the
have a
second.
question. Can f5 win?
Okay, f5.
Takes e4.
Oof. Takes e4, giving up the bishop. Oh, Giri's jacket's off.
King g6 and queen g5 mate.
Beautiful. King is caught in a mating net.
But
He feels
probably
it.
after e4, you can go queen f1 maybe.
Queen f1 and game continues. But Judith, do you see Anish? Like, he was nodding. He was like, I know, I've got this. And now he's almost praying. But I think he's calculating behind those hands there. Where is the win? Yeah, it must be winning. King takes h4. Is that a threat?
No. Bishop e4.
Bishop e4.
So that's why first I thought, what about king h6?
That
I
is
just
beautiful.
didn't want to allow white to come back king f3. Which probably does not matter anyway.
Yeah, long term black's winning. But just to show your idea, king takes h4, bishop takes e4 is beautiful. Queen takes an f5, discover check. Winning. Okay, so king h6 looks good. What else?
You know, it's funny, if the knight would be on c2, then bishop e4 would win, I think. Queen e4, g6.
Oof. Oh wow, let's show that. Like
King f3, f5.
bishop e4. Oh, that is beautiful. Judith, that is so mean. The queen can't escape.
Sorry.
Chat was right earlier. You found the most heartbreaking ways to punish the opponents. Queen can't escape. Wow. So white literally doesn't have a next move then.
The only move white has is king f3.
Run.
So black has to play against that.
Yeah, but he did just put his king on g4.
So I'm telling you, king h6 wins.
King h6 looks good.
Because if you go king f3, f5.
This is nice as well.
e4, bishop h5, and queen g5 mate.
Oh, sorry, my arrows are going wrong. There we go. That is a beautiful mate.
I mean, of course, unless is not a good thing for black to win the pawn with the pawn. I mean, after f5, of course, white has to go king, I don't know, king f2 or something.
And to show this...
I'm not sure black is going to be nice to take that. Maybe queen g5 is better.
Yeah. Black would probably rather pick this pawn up and just throw it off. The board. Boom, 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 boom. It's gone. No. Okay, so... Yeah, exactly. As you say, queen g5 probably better, and just coming in, we showed something similar. Knight c2, just moving on in. Probably anything f4 here. Looks very good. White is totally as expunged. f3 coming. Okay.
Yeah, Giri will play king h6. Oh, he's playing f5, Judith. He's going for the immediate kill, the immediate knockout.
Maybe f5, ef, king h6 also possible. Look at that. F5 takes king h6.
That is beautiful. He's nodding. He's double checking. We'll show it once he plays it. Giri smells blood. Full of confidence. Fabiano has nothing else to do other than take that pawn. King h6
and
is the
the king
killer.
cannot go back because e4.
Only winning move, actually, king h6, or at least the blue arrow appears. This is study-like. King h6. Threatening mate. Bishop h5 is checkmate, and Fabiano resigns. Brilliant move from Giri to finish it off. He takes a win with black. He moves up to only 1.5 points behind Sindarov, and suddenly he has overtaken Fabiano as the nearest challenger. Judith, that was a masterful game, masterpiece of positional play, and finished off really nicely.
Well, Giri played an incredible masterpiece yesterday also, so he really got into the mood for the second round of the event, second half of the event. He's serious. He knew that he has to win, and we were discussing this in the very beginning, that this game has to be decisive, deciding one way or another, but Giri is focusing. And he played a very beautiful game, though Fabi made very serious mistakes, which usually he's not doing.
Yeah, Fabiano not looking like himself in this second half. Losing to Nakamura, losing to Giri. It's been tough and almost out of the race now. 2.5 points behind Sindarov with just 5 games to go. And that leaves us with 2 games remaining. It is between Prague and Wei Yi. We left that board a while ago, but no moves. So maybe just a quick check-in on Nakamura and seeing whether he has any winning chances in what's going to be a rook and pawn endgame. He is a pawn to the good. And it's not an A pawn, it's a B pawn, Judith. So maybe slightly more chances for white than the other endgame we talked about earlier.
It's a whole different story if we have a B pawn. It's quite amazing already that Nakamura was able to bring this out of his position. So now the big question is how black is going to be handling this endgame. There is rook b6, rook e3, rook b4 is the right defense, or the classical to move rook c1, rook b1.
Yeah, let's check those out. It feels like he needs to commit the rook at some point, so maybe a good decision. For example, if black plays like king g7, Judith, then white has the option, I don't know if it's good here, but the option of going back with the rook, putting it on b1 and saying, okay, I'm going to support the pawn from behind.
But I think the pawn should be at least on b4. Because yes, this is the rule that you have to have your rook behind the pawn, whether you're an attacker or defender, right? Generally. But here, rook b4. And I strongly have the feeling that black will be able to play f6, g5, and look for the counterplay. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know what I will do with this evil bar. It's evil to us.
Exactly. Extremely evil. Yeah, and I was going to say, probably I had a feeling king d3 was the best move there, but taking allows the counterplay that you mentioned, like h4 and... Okay. Maybe black here just plays moves like rook f4, tries to go. The king is, well, can start running across, but...
No, but probably white shouldn't take on h4.
Keep the squares covered. Just to show that line one more time, king g7, back. Boom, 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 rook b4. King starts running, and yeah, the idea, I guess, king c3. If rook g4 now to take, and we've gained a big tempo. Suddenly, it's going to be a race.
Bar is having the race with your arrows, David. It was just going, as you were having the arrows of the pawn, it was also going up, up, up.
You got to the 8th rank before me, like the bar. There we go, I win.
No, but this is an incredible, huge achievement for Nakamura. And the b3 pawn, it can be easily winning if white is really having the rook either on b1, or sometimes I think the rook can defend from e3.
Yep.
Also, it can be possible for rook e3, you put the rook on f3 maybe, and if the king reaches to c3, it's cooked.
Yeah. I think it's quite well known that lots of positions with the rook on f4 and a pawn on b4, if the white king is close enough, that's also cooked. So, yeah, white's rook defends everything. Apparently still a draw here, but it's got to be close. Like, black's going to do what you said, I think, create this counterplay, and he's got to hope that it's quick enough. Maybe it is. f6.
Esipenko will have to work for his draw.
Oof. Just in time here. Okay. Got to sing for his supper. Rook e3. Okay, let's see if black can race. So rook b4 would be a losing blunder, because now white's king is close enough, apparently. It's one tempo here, Judith. This is crazy. So if he starts with f6, maybe he needs to start f6, g5 immediately before white's king gets over to defend the pawn, and then white's rook can step up, e4, cover everything. Wow. Big move. f6 does find it. Yeah, counterplay is coming. Judah, it feels like he's up to the task. Esipenko is quite a good endgame player himself. Probably a draw, but very impressive play from Hikaru. Okay, and in the meantime, while we await Hikaru's return to the board, we do have an interview with our leader. And spoiler alert, he's not happy with how he played today.
Thanks, everybody. We're back here with Grandmaster Vachier-Sindarov, who wanted to win that position today. Let me ask you, were there any decisions you made in the game today that were safe, that you may not have made if it was round one?
Yeah, I think if we're playing in round one, probably I would find this moves. But today I was trying to play completely solid, and I think like in the end game and just winning a pawn, and I just want to play for a long game this end game, but I completely missed his f5 move, which is really very strong. And after that, I understand like how I'm stupid to don't play for this position. I mean, with queens, like in my style. But okay, I need to forgo to this round and focus for my next games.
After the game, you found out that this weird retreat queen b7 was winning, but you even said it's such a strange idea that white can play anything, and yet white has nothing. Does it make it a little bit easier to accept that you missed that move because it was so weird?
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to see this move because, I don't know, like in normal I want to play queen a5, I think, which is also better than which I played, but queen b7 is like completely surprising me here, and I mean, I just need to, to find these moves. Maybe I just need to be on my mood where maybe if I take a time, I will find this. But I played really very fast, and I think like I doesn't have anything which is winning. And in my opinion, endgame was the best choice during this moment. But after that, I was really become very sad. I mean, f5 was killed me.
Well, you're a human. We've all played moves too fast. We can all relate to that. Now, just a moment ago, Jan Nepomniachtchi was walking by. I'm not sure if you noticed, but he winked at you. How does that feel to get the respect of probably one of the best candidates players ever?
Yeah, it's very nice. Always. I mean, if strong players how to say, I don't know exactly in English, but I mean, it's always very nice to get respect from these players. And yeah, so I think he come to until the end, and hopefully tournament will be finished very good for me.
Do you think you'll talk about anything with him?
In general, I mean, it's like big stress anyway, so I don't want to talk or think a lot about the tournament situation. I just want to play good chess and prep really very well, so like today.
Okay, well, I think the reason people love you is because you're trying to win every game. Even if you do it in a little bit more of a restrained way, you're gaining a ton of fans, so don't be too disappointed, and good luck the rest of the way. Thank you, Vachier. Back to you guys.
And there we heard it from the man himself, perfectionist Judith. He wasn't happy with the way he played, but still a long way ahead in this tournament, and he's put himself in pole position.
Yeah, it's clear that he was very unhappy with not finding the move queen b7. But we could see him also being a very cheerful guy and still smiling. And of course, I think, well, you were not there playing in a candidates, nor me, nor John was playing in a candidates tournament. So none of us can really feel that pressure, what he might be experiencing right now in his first candidates event, right? So it's very nice to see him giving interviews and how he's reacting. But I think we can feel, for what I've seen, I feel it for the first time that it's increasing quite a lot in his body and brain, the tension.
Yeah, understandable. I think we've all felt it. Judith, you've played in these World Championship tournaments, similar format, so you must know the pressure. But yeah, I mean, Jabokir, I think that's what's put him in this position. He expects the most from himself now.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, for him, I believe it's very difficult to put it aside where the standing is, right? Because at the same time, it gives a lot of energy and self-confidence seeing the standings. If he's just looking at it before goes to sleep, that okay, I have still a 1.5 lead, right? At the same time, it gives energy, but it also gives puts on his shoulder a lot of pressure. And I do hope for him that he's not checking posts and he's not following social media and probably nor, apart from his family and very, very close friends, he's just losing connection, because I think it's extremely hard to feel that many people would be just saying that we are rooting for you and you're the best and you have to qualify and you're there and whatever. You just have to exclude everything close to that, because really the most important for him to focus on his next rounds, to be able to find those moves of Queen B7, right? And if you have a bad day, you have a bad day. But he understands it, that he should not making mistakes like this, because if he would have been making mistakes like this in the first part of the tournament, he would not be standing here having this lead ahead of Giri and the others. So he dropped his sense for critical moments, I would say, in the last several rounds.
Yeah, rushing and not stopping, not double checking. I still think he's being a bit harsh on himself, but either way, impressive. And big games ahead. He got another black out the way today, so he can't be too unhappy. Judith, F4 played. Should we try and figure out the narrow path? Because it feels like if the white king now gets to c3, it's game over, especially if the black king's cut off. It feels like black has to go for g5 in the near future.
Yeah, black has to be fast, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, what I said, that the pawn on b3, the b pawn is much stronger, much more potential for victory than an a pawn. At the same time, when it's on the third rank, still on b3, it's very much behind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if what will black do? Something like king g7, I guess, or king f7, and then king f2, g5.
Yeah. And my first question was going to be, go on, Judith.
Yeah, no, the problem is that white cannot go f5, right? Because it would be alone, rook b5, and rook f3 simply g4, and white is losing one of the pawns. But if we look at takes on g5, takes, king g6.
Mm-hmm.
And now
white's,
what?
White's only winning attempt, I think, is to rush the king over to support the pawn.
Yes, okay, king there, king g5, king d2, king g4.
Okay, now king goes. Wow, okay. Whoa. It's the most natural move for black. What? King c3. I guess now white's going to get, like, normally the way to stop this is checks from the front, right? And here white's king is
But
close,
then
checking distance.
King goes forward. Maybe rook b8 has to be played? Instead of
so.
king g4?
Yeah, I think so. Rook b8. Yeah, I'm just curious. I don't think rook b7 works, but let's see. Rook b7. Yeah, okay, whoa. Okay, so only rook b8. And the idea for everyone at home is king c3, black starts checking. The king doesn't have too many places to hide. If it ever steps back, black stops the pawn. And if
Okay,
it goes
so
forward,
let's go forward. King d6 and rook b8.
rook b8.
Yeah, and after king c7, rook b4, king c6, rook b8.
This is crazy, though, that it's the only way rook c8 in that position. I just wanted to check as well. King g4, you mentioned it's so very natural, but I guess
because
the difference
b4.
Is b4, yeah. And wait.
Yes, and now king d4 goes to d6 and rook b3.
That's it. Rook b3 and oh.
Rook b4 or what is it?
Maybe it must be rook b4.
Not yet, not yet. No, not yet. Black has to wait. King h3 maybe. Or rook b5, nice.
It's king h3, that's b5, and
yes, sorry.
And the rook will
rook b5 only move.
Rook b5, king c6. Now sack. Now take, and the king's slightly further away. That is narrow, that path. But okay, white shouldn't play rook b3 then. What?
Actually, can you go back to understand why king on d6 is winning? Why king d6 is winning? Having there king d6, rook b8, rook b3. If rook b4.
Yep. If rook b4, king.
No, it's not. Yes.
Yeah, king e5, I guess is coming closer.
h4.
Wow. I think it's this typical pattern, Jude, like, bringing the king across this way. h4, h3,
check, and king g4, and
if king h4, king f4.
Yes.
And it's this idea, king g4, king h2, check, here, king g3. And it's either checkmate or black promotes to a knight, and then it's over as it's fun. Wow. Okay. But maybe in that position with king g4, if, let's say, wait, how are we doing this? Rook b8, b4. Without checks, maybe I have an idea of cutting across the board. So king b3, black plays rook b8. And now that the pawn's a bit further advanced, maybe the rook goes to e5. And this is quite a famous, I think, cut of the king, like king takes. I mean, the king will be cut off across the board, and then the b pawn runs. And the rook actually helps as a shield from the checks from the front, quite famously.
Yeah.
So, wow, small margins, actually. This is not... I mean, Yesipenko surely will find rook b8 there, process of elimination, but it's not easy. Not easy at all.
Well, he did his homework of the Dvoretsky's book, I think.
I need to refresh. It's been ages.
Yeah. Yeah, and basically, if you're not nervous and you know that that you learned it, when you get there, it comes back. But it's important also that to understand that you know that it should be a draw. It helps a lot. I mean, it helps like we are having the bar. For him, he knows, this is a draw because the pawn is on b3 still.
Yeah. And even then, he'll know it's kind of a tempo thing and that he needs to set up the checks from the front. And probably he finds the most accurate way there. But okay, maybe we leave Nakamura. I don't think white has too much choice, so we're likely to see that variation. But let's allow Hikaru a bit of time to think. And we'll check in on the other board where, wow, things have gone wrong. Prag has lost his advantage. Whoa.
Well, he played what I wanted to play, you see? This is what happens. Oh, poor guy.
Wow, poor Prag. And it's so hard and harsh on him that it was just before move 40 when he had no time that he could have taken that bishop for free. But he just didn't have time to calculate. He had around a minute left and he's lost the advantage consequently. Rook d8's a very clever move, and now I guess the rook continues hitting the knight. Well, rook d7 only move. Okay, not rook f8. What's the difference?
Judith here. He's about to play it. There we go, rook d7.
And he does it.
Maybe the difference now is that after queen takes e6... Whoa. Black is winning?
Oh my god.
Wow, that is harsh. And yeah, rook g1 just loses the pawn and then loses the knight. Okay. Wow.
Comes to mind what I say in the documentary Queen of Chess. It's never over until it's over.
Words to live by. Very wise. I mean,
you know, these winning positions are sometimes a heartbreak.
Treacherous stuff. Bishop b7's a threat, a winning threat.
So, David, should we write a book about it?
I
the
mean,
winning collection?
If you agree to be my co-author, I happily. I have lots of examples to give.
Endless examples, yeah? Oh my god, it's so painful for Prague. I mean, it's incredible what kind of winning position you have to have not to ruin it, yeah? And it's basically the incredible fighting spirit what Vai has. And fighting spirit is not about making moves, because some people think, okay, I'm making moves, I'm fighting. But it's not. You're making moves with clear intention and hidden ideas that your opponent can fall into. And I can't believe it that after Queen e6, White is losing.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like you're a pawn up, and maybe you.
But
didn't
I'm sorry. After, what do you do? After knight e5, also bishop b7.
Yeah, knight e5, bishop b7, GG. Game over.
So White's only move is queen takes a6.
Yeah, maybe queen e4 if we go back. Yeah, queen takes a6. I think the fact that the f4 pawn hanging is quite unfortunate for White, and this is just an immediate draw.
Yes, but can White play for anything else here? Queen e4 check.
Maybe queen e4.
What about king g8? Then knight h6, I guess.
Oh wow. Oh whoa. Knight h6 actually wins because now the bishop will hang.
Yeah.
White's won a few pawns. So actually after queen e4, g6 is forced, and then knight e5. I was going to say at least now this bishop b7 is queen takes g6. So black has to go rook g7. And okay, it is crazy, Judith, that bishop was totally trapped. The whole game it's been a bad piece, and suddenly it's about to become a real force.
Basically, it shouldn't be on the board anymore.
Exactly. For everyone just joining us, Pride could have taken it just 5 moves ago. Pride could have played knight takes c8, and he would have been winning. Wow, chess is cruel. Here we are. Game on.
So this is why rook d7 is so much better than rook f8, because rook d7 attacks and threatens bishop b7.
That's wild. Still wild. And I guess after rook f8, if we just go back, rook f8, maybe this variation we showed with queen e4 is more effective. g6, now knight e5. Well, maybe there's rook f5, but rook g8, I was going to say this, maybe just coming back.
But you must be kidding that the rook on g8 is lost and rook on g7 it's okay for black?
Yeah, it's just because bishop b7 is so important, right? It's always bishop b7. Just the fact that he's threatening it from now onwards until probably until it gets there. That's the key difference.
Wow. But actually, crazy.
Maybe now is a good time.
B5 shifted the game there. Like when he didn't take, Prague didn't take on c8, B5, and things fell apart.
Yeah. I mean, it was actually winning, and I just want to check, Judith, where the win disappeared, because we left it at move 41. It still said after bishop a6, the eval bar, that White's totally winning, and the blue arrow now shows us b4.
But this is what we said. No? We talked about this.
For white, b4?
Yeah. No?
But queen... I'm not sure
Queen
this exact
c2.
position. Ah, okay, yeah. Now black can't get mated in the corner, so black has to play g6.
And I guess queen c6 now, no?
Now back. This is crazy. And it's different. Now there's no more rook d8 counterattack since the 7th rank has opened up. That is incredible. So the trick is to lure the queen to b4, get this check, force g6, and then come back and then trap the
But
bishop.
probably this is not the only one.
The b4 was given a blue arrow, so maybe now it's the only one. I'm not sure. It's definitely the most kind of instructive one, Judith, b4.
Yeah.
I guess black is threatening b4 to get the bishop out of jail anyway.
Yeah, this we looked rook f3, then b4.
This we looked at.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, live position is this one. Here we go, bishop b7 threatened. Just to mention, the Hikaru Nakamura board, it's the key moment where rook b8. Oh, it's not yet the key moment. We'll talk about that in a moment then. It's about to be the moment where Esipenko has to find the only move rook b8. But in the meantime, Wei Yi is going to find the only move g6. Yeah. Forced. There we go. Okay, now Esipenko on the other board has to find rook b8, only way to draw. Okay, maybe we zoom out of this one, Judah. I'm just curious. I kind of want to see Esipenko's body language, Hikaru's body language in the other game. And I'm going to bring that up. Rook b8, blue arrow shows it. He's got 13 minutes. King g4, the most natural move, or one of the most natural moves, loses to king c3. Black needs to check from the front with enough space. He's nodding his head.
Esipenko will do it.
It is a very well-known technique, checking from the front. Yeah, Hikaru's almost squeezed water from a stone. Like, incredible that he's got here, like you said earlier.
Unbelievable. Just simply unbelievable. The energy, the patience, what he has to grind there, you know? I mean, it's already on Magnus's level, what he was doing yesterday and today, I think.
Yeah.
Am I exaggerating?
No, I agree fully. Like, his style changed around the pandemic. Like, not only did he become a streamer and pressure came off, so psychologically stronger, but his style changed. He became a grinder. Most of his online games that he wins, it's just like surviving, like slowly positionally outplaying the opponents. It's
Sorry, can we go back to Prague game because he made an incredible... okay, so we see that he made the drawing move, and we should go back to Wei's game, I think. Look at that. Look at that.
Prague. That's incredible. I don't understand it yet, but...
No, sure but it's amazing. It's such a cool move.
Whoa. Anything with the double exclamation mark. It's quite rare to see brilliant pawn moves. But, okay, Judith, let's try and figure it out. So, I know that rook takes knight is losing to f takes g6. Check. EF, I guess there's queen e8 and queen h8 mate.
So, by elimination. Though I'm not sure if GF, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say GF might just lose on the spot now because queen takes f5 and it looks matey. Whoa,
so maybe
Prague.
after f5, bishop b7 has to be done.
Wow. But now fg?
No, it seems not. Not exactly. King g7, queen e5.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. If king...
Yeah. Something now. Rook f6.
Well,
or knight
what about to play queen f6?
Oh yeah, queen f6 even better. Yeah. And then round we go.
Yeah, not bad.
Many ways to win. Okay, f5. Whoa. I'd fall off my chair. Hey, featured chat is telling us that G takes f5, queen e6, and E takes f5, queen e8. That is the idea. Yeah. Whoa. Okay. Apparently this one is still saving, probably because then black can play queen d4 to stop the mate. Okay. Thank you, chat, for pointing this one out.
And after knight e5.
Rook g7, I guess, curl up into a ball. And he takes the right way. Of course, he takes the right way.
Knight f7, rook g8.
This is incredible.
So this is the draw, queen e7.
So you're expecting this dance? Oh,
no, because queen f8.
Yeah. Now
so maybe after rook g, if after queen e7, maybe queen g7.
G7. Still a bit scary, but I guess black's threatening rook f8. What in the bishop's en passant is this? Featured chat, surprised, just like me. Yeah, rook f8's coming.
Yeah, queen a7, bishop c8.
Although, maybe now white has time to play like rook e1, rook e7.
So after queen a7, rook f8, I guess.
F8. Yeah, and this will peter out to a draw, probably. Wow, Prague. This is why the top players, like, it's just so impressive nowadays. Like, they always find resources. Like, even when the game looks dead, even when we're writing it off. It was like Wei Yi yesterday against Bluebaum, kept finding ways to play on, even when it looked like...
I can't believe it, we didn't find f5. We were not even considering f5.
Yeah, knight e5 is just so natural, though. You re-centralize the knight, double attack, but f5 is... Yeah.
And Wei Yi is just flashing it out. The best defensive moves.
That's his strength, Wei Yi, when it's really concrete. Okay, let's try and find moves we might have missed. Or was f5 the last one?
Well, the problem is for white that black is bringing back the bishop, right? But okay, what happens if rook e1?
Yep. Rook e1.
Is it bishop b7?
Yeah, we might as well see if white has a threat. I mean, not much else. Bishop b7, pretty much the only piece he can move. Yeah.
And if knight d8?
Oh. Every time we commentate together, Judith, you always mention like these weird knight e1 or knight d8. Or
And I'm losing bishop e4, I think.
But that's clever though. That's not obvious. Bishop e4.
I thought I can go knight e6 and queen d7, but there is a check on d6.
Oh, that's... Yeah.
Rook f3, look at that. Rook f3.
Whoa, rook f3. Keeping the game alive. So after bishop b7 now, he just wants rook g3? Whoa,
no, maybe rook d3. Rook d3 and queen f4, rook g3.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Oopsie,
rook couldn't have been taken. Yeah.
Queen d4. Something already.
Now something.
Rook g6 cannot work.
Yeah, I wanted that
or
as
knight
well.
e5. Maybe knight e5 is
Maybe
the
just
best.
keep it simple. Just knight e5 now, rook g7, just take it.
Knight g6.
Yeah, and yeah, mate as well. Whoa. This could still go in any direction. Suddenly the bar's slightly in black's favor, but it's hard to understand. Maybe does f4 just cut out any... No, f4 is still rook d3. So
Rook
rook
d3.
is a threat. Yeah. Okay, this is a crazy position. I've got no doubt that Wei Yi's going to burn some of his time on the clock.
b4.
b4.
Is it rook g3? No.
Covering the square. Rook g3, Judith. And now maybe white doesn't have a threat, so f4.
this could still become
Why
crazy. Yeah, F4, rook G4. What a position. Okay, Judith, just while Wei Yi ponders what to do next, maybe B4 is a very clever one to cover the D3 square. We do have an interview with one of our winners today, Anish Giri, closing the gap on first place, now in clear second.
Thanks, guys, with your Grandmaster Anish Giri, who won his second game in a row. Now, do you think the fact that Fabiano really needed to win but got this really passive position may have let his defensive skills down?
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely helped, for sure.
So in the game, the whole focus was on this move C5. Now, later you found out that C6 was actually an idea. Is that kind of a weird one, the fact that you're focusing so much on en passant, but if you just push the pawn one square, do you think that's like a not common pattern for you?
Yeah, no, it's like basically always the issue with C5 is DC, and in that one position where I have rook on B2, the issue with C5 was something else, and I even realized it. But the whole notion of then looking for C6 is just, I mean, C6 never made any sense in the game because anyway, C5 DC was the issue. So it's sort of explicable. I think it's a completely explicable mistake, but still one you don't want to make, of course.
You're a point and a half back. You still have the head-to-head game coming up in round 13 with the leader. What realistic chances do you have?
I mean, I think I have mathematical chances, and also, I think they're better now than they were 2 days ago, probably.
Absolutely. You've been showing up at the tournament hall first almost every single round. First of all, why is that? And secondly, what are you thinking about in those extra 15 minutes?
It's just our routine. I like to have a margin. There's also, I think, some fine if you're late. And there could be a later issue, some fans asking for autographs. Also, it's just a routine we have, and I don't see why to... I mean, honestly, for me, I have extra, usually 10 minutes. It's always, I like those extra 10 minutes. I think it's good. We're walking from around 15 minutes. And I can come 5 minutes later, but I don't see why gaining these 5 minutes at home. I would only be more anxious. I don't see any point.
Well, you certainly made the tournament interesting, so I'll get you out of here with a follow-up to yesterday. Did you talk with Sapiko or Jan Smeets? Have you watched the rest of the Netflix?
Yeah. No, I've watched actually the documentary. It was interesting because I was surprised that they revealed that basically Magnus puts all the blame on Danny, as far as I understand, which is something I was surprised. It's kind of a nice way to do everything, I guess, because you have Hans, who sort of has this redemption in a way, right? Because and then you have Magnus, who you always have Hikaru because Hikaru always likes to be there, and then you have Magnus, who puts all the blame on Danny, and you have this Eric, who is also total G, He's I mean, I'm the man, and then you have Danny, who basically takes the blame for everybody, and he's like, hey, I messed up, and and it's kind of nice because Danny he also has this book, and he sort of are feeling he can make mistakes, why not, sort of, and it's sort of a kind of happy end resolution thing. I think it's quite nice they made that.
But you were CEO of this company, so...
it wouldn't have happened under my leadership, honestly. Let's say on Chess Monitor, we will really make sure we got our facts straight before we accuse anybody of cheating.
All kidding aside, Anish Giri has made this interesting. That's what the fans wanted. Good luck keeping the winning streak going.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Anish, for the hot takes. Judah, it's impressive that he's able to keep up to date with the drama in the chess world, with the Netflix documentaries. He's clearly thinking about these things a lot, but also winning now on the board.
Well, I think all the top players are having their own way of getting their mind off the stress of the games, of the preparation, and because they can't do it. It's not only this 2.5 weeks of the tournament, but they have this on their mind for a few months beforehand, that they have to make great preparation, they have to be in their best form. They do everything in order to get the maximum, the best form they can be during this event. And of course, you make your preparation, but mental preparation is the most important, maybe, especially towards going to the second half and towards going to the end of the tournament. So how to relax, how do you switch off your brain It is, I think it's a key element, and also how resilient you are and how you handle your mistakes. It's that's where the main difference is between players, I believe. And this is the big question. And Anish was always famous for being curious about the world and the happenings in the chess scene. So it's never a surprise. Moreover, I think whenever we hear an interview with him, we can make sure that he's going to be saying some updates and clear views of his own.
Exactly. That's why he's got so many fans out there. And yeah, I think even his fans would be, even his staunchest fans would be very impressed by the way he started the second half. He has, yeah, a big say in the rest of the event. In the meantime, Wei Yi has not moved, Judith. He hasn't yet reacted to this threat of rook d3. You spotted it yourself. Very cunning idea. And it looks like it therefore has to be b4 to cover that square, or maybe the rook can move. Just so that the black queen can drop back if rook d3. But this starts to look scary.
Well, it's not only that it looks scary, because it is scary for him in the last 15 or 20 moves, I believe. I think what is interesting here, that probably f5 came as a sunder from the blue sky. And that makes it very interesting that suddenly he thought everything is under control. Finally, I'm saving it. Whatever he was calculating it, everything was just okay, move to move. And then he got f5. And maybe before it was played, maybe he saw it already, but when he played the previous moves, I don't think he saw f5. He thought everything is somehow just okay. And at this point, suddenly he has to realize that new patterns, new ideas came on the board. And to switch your mind, especially that we are in the, 5th hour or already in the 6th hour almost, and there was a lot happening in this game. Lot of things happening. It was a slow start, but then it was a full mess and complicated, and then he was drowning between moves, something like between 28 and 40. Basically, it went down completely to a lost position. And then he's back in business, and now he finds rook c7, which you suggested. Yeah, rook c7 maybe even better than b4, because to have the rook possibly going to c1 at some point, giving check, it can be annoying.
Yeah, so white has to be careful of any checks on the diagonal against the white king, but for now covered. And we were saying maybe rook g3 is an idea. Rook d3 now doesn't get anywhere, I guess, after queen g7.
Well, and knight e5 does not come with a tempo, and black does not necessarily have to go rook g7. For example, if knight e5, can black go queen d6, or then rook d3 would be the move? Probably. So probably black has to go rook g7 anyway.
Yeah, but that's fine. Like, I think we looked at the same position, just with the pawn on b4, and rook d3 is always met by queen f4 check.
And after that, rook g3.
Yeah, that's not 100% obvious. I quite liked having the pawn on b4, because sometimes there were like bishop b5 ideas in other lines, maybe. Here is g5 forced. Ooh. g5? Just no other way to defend the pawn. Knight f7. Maybe just no threat. This is still crazy, Judith. Like, it's still a 3-result game.
Yeah.
Not much time on the clock. So candidate moves, rook g3, rook d3, and maybe knight to e5.
Maybe that's why also black played rook c7, to try to make a move which is not the most obvious, because b4 is the obvious. He wants to keep giving opportunities for white also to make mistakes or get somehow. But knight e5 is on the board.
Yep. Makes sense. Rook g7 only move, as we also discovered. Okay. He's going to have to play that g5 line. The bishop's still a bit offside, so I think Wei Yi will be nervous.
But the b7 square is there.
Yeah. Just one move. One tempo. Rook g7, and this is where earlier we mentioned, he looks like he's played it. We mentioned knight f7 as well, but then rook g8. Knight f7, rook g8, queen e7, and the queen goes back to defend, and all is well. Rook f8. Coming?
Yeah. It seems like a very much a possible way of continuing the game. That this is going to be happening.
Yeah, and probably this draw that we mentioned, now rook f8, and yeah, this looks very peaceful for both sides. We see from Prague, okay, knight f7 has been played. Rook g8. Queen e7. Okay, we predicted this at least.
Yeah. Queen g7 on the board.
Yeah. Only move, but he keeps finding them. And now...
What about playing rook d3 and rook d7?
Rook d3 or rook c3? Maybe
Or
no
rook
difference.
c3, rook c8, I thought.
Ah, okay. And then I'll be clever and go back to d3. Maybe no
Okay.
difference. Yeah, but rook d3, I agree. I just wanted to go...
Is it bishop c8?
Yeah, bishop c8, but then maybe rook c3.
Then rook c3 and rook c7.
What's the difference? Yeah, now rook c3. How's black holding
Rook
this now?
f8, rook c7, king g8.
Oh, wow. Okay. This looks like a hold. Looks like a good way. And if knight d6, this...
Well, white could go queen out, but maybe black should be doing without bishop c8. After rook d3, going rook f8 and king g8. What do you think?
So, okay, we might find out rook d3. So now...
Okay, so we are just 1-2 moves ahead of the game.
Yeah, the players are playing very quickly because Prague doesn't have much time. He made that move with 4 seconds left. So you were saying
Unbelievable
here-
fight, this game.
Yeah, it always is with Prague these days, and Wei Yi as well. Credit to him, fighting hard. Rook f8. This is what you were saying, Judith. Rook d7 now, king g8. So similar stuff. And probably a draw in multiple ways. Knight takes h6. We can make a draw like this. Perpetual check. Or
Yeah.
take and allow black to give perpetual check.
But okay, now black has to make a decision whether playing rook f8 or bishop c8 first.
Bishop c8. I think visually this makes sense just to cover some squares, and the bishop was always hanging on a6.
Yeah, but at the same time, after rook c3, rook f8, rook c7, the bishop is hanging in some cases on c8.
That's true.
But probably it's not enough. Rook c3 on the board.
Yeah, speaking of not enough, we haven't updated anyone on Nakamura Yesipenko because that looks like it should be a draw. Not enough for Nakamura to win. No big developments there. This is where the drama's at for now. Rook c7. Okay, king g8. Only move again. I've lost track of how many only moves he's found to survive in this game. Wei Yi. This is probably the easiest of the bunch, but yeah, just impressive. Clinging on.
David, were you the one to say 3 decisive games?
Yes. Yes. I
It's
thought I
gonna
was
be
doomed.
your day.
It wasn't just me, Judith. It was also most of the chat, or the largest proportion of the chat. Also predicted. I did say, I predicted as well, 1 decisive game in the Open and 2 in the Women's. So I won both.
Time to go to buy your lottery ticket, you know?
Yeah, if the shops were still open here, I would. Finally, it's only taken me 5 days to get prediction right. But maybe there'll be a twist, a late twist.
King g8 in the meantime. Unbelievable game. It's just a brilliant game with all its mistakes.
Oh, Prague, you see he's annoyed at himself because now he knows he's definitely not winning. With the queens off, still down a pawn. No, it looks inevitable that we'll see some kind of draw, maybe a6. White can take on c8, play rook e6. Heartbreaking when we said it earlier, like blowing these winning positions. It was similar for Sindarov today, but of course Sindarov has some. He has a lead to play with. He has
extra points in his pocket to
exactly
allow to himself to do something like this. Probably can afford it.
Yeah, for Prague, he'll feel that he's just too far behind now to have any realistic hope. Same for Wei Yi. They wanted to weigh in, they wanted to win, but it's just a Pragnanan draw. I like it. I like it. I haven't been so good with the puns this tournament. There's still plenty of time. Judith, what else could Black be thinking about here other than maybe a6?
I don't know, maybe also f4 and bring out the bishop at some point, or f4 and f3. But of course the knight on d6 is extremely powerful. Rook d8 is something you can think of.
Yeah, rook d8 as well. I was just reluctant to start giving pawns, but probably it's just no big deal.
Yeah, rook d8, knight b5, going a6, knight a7, bishop d7.
I'll show that. Rook d8 here, yeah. This would be a nice trap of the
Yeah,
knight.
and suddenly white is in. So if after a6 you don't go knight a7 because your knight can be trapped.
I'll be flashing. I'll go knight back to d6 and
Oh.
make a draw.
But okay, then already white is you know, it's not funny. Takes, check, king f7, takes, rook b6.
Yeah,
This is not how you want to draw with white.
true.
Draw, but you know, black king is coming up, f4.
True.
Let's look for something better. So
Rook
maybe
d8,
after
sure.
rook d8, maybe knight takes c8 and rook a7 is. But then, yeah, probably a6.
Yeah. I'm expecting him to do the same, just slightly different version now. Like, just no reason to play on now for white. Just take the bishop.
Can we go for a moment to Wei game? Because there is an interesting pattern I think it would be nice to show to our audience.
Okay, the Nakamura game. Let's do it.
Yes.
Let's jump over.
Let's jump over, because here there was rook d5 played a minute ago, and that's an interesting moment because you can say that it's a Zugzwang, but black goes rook h8, defending the h5. So white has no time to play. Now white should be like putting the rook on d3 and play b4.
Yeah, if white had the pawn here and king pushed the king, then white's winning, but no time.
So Asipenko is king in this, it seems. He knows every bit of this difficult rook endgame, all these patterns.
Yeah, and he's. I guess he's got plenty of waiting moves. If white just sticks the king out, pokes the head out, then he gets checked back. And if white waits, rook e3, rook c3, then black can also wait. Yeah, rook c5. Yeah, this is a very nice pattern. Not risking king takes g3, even if that might still be a draw, but rook h8 is always the answer. Or
No, but rook g5 now. Hold on.
I was thinking with the king on g4.
No,
Okay,
probably you
that's
have
the
to go
worst
king
waiting move.
g4 back.
Yeah, that's the waiting move. And then rook h4. Rook h8, sorry. Important that king c3. Yeah, rook h8,
Yeah.
the white rook can't get back. Okay, he's trying to get his king out. He's not going to make the same silly waiting move that I did. Black's going to give a check. Yeah, there's just no way through. Great defense from Yasipenko. King d2 is the choice. And in the meantime, update that the Pragnananda against Wei Yi game was indeed a draw as we expected. It was a frustration from Prague. He actually offered the draw as he took the bishop on c8.
Nothing left to play for in that rook endgame, and Wei Yi breathes a sigh of relief. He was on the back foot the whole time, and that leaves us with one. This rook c8, rook b8 pattern, he's found the best way and shown he knows how to get the job done. Not much to try here for white.
Nakamura is not giving up, giving in so easily to a draw. Yasipenko has to fight for it long. So now the plan of Hikaru is to bring back his king to defend the pawn on g3 and hoping to give a check on d4 and push b4 and then bring back his king. But it's not so easy to do that.
Not so easy at all. King d2, king d4, d2. Okay, he's going to play rook b4. I was trying to work out if h4 was a draw, but I think it's better to wait for the white king to go further away anyway, just in case.
But for example, now if king f2, like black cannot go king h3, for example. I think it would it be losing or no? I had an idea to go rook c3. Isn't it winning? It says no, but why is it not winning?
Good question, Judith. Is
it rook g4 only draw?
Rook g4.
No, I think yeah. Maybe it's the only move. Because if black goes rook b8, then rook c4.
Yeah, but maybe this is also just in time.
Takes and king g4.
Yeah, the rule of the square that Magnus claimed not to know about. The black king is in the box. Okay, he doesn't go king h3, doesn't risk it. Oh, rook c3 was the idea. Yeah, now king f2. Played.
Hikaru's face does not seem to be happy.
Yeah.
He understands that there is a very slim chance that Yasipenko will go wrong.
And this is where, Judith, we loop it all the way back, bring it full circle and talk about the increment. Like, without increment, if it was 4 minutes versus 4 minutes, maybe you have some chance of tricking the opponent or doing some flagging. But with an increment, Yasipenko has all the time in the world, or at least 30 seconds every move, to figure out the pitfalls to avoid the blunders.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, that flagging is a serious issue and problem and fact these days.
Okay, he's bringing his king back. Yeah, very nice touch there, because rook c4, b4 may have been a threat. Rook c4 check. Now rook c5 check, he'll keep going back. Hikaru might test him there slightly.
Rook c5, king g6.
And then white has to come back to protect the pawn. And yeah, he's very confident here, Yasipenko, that if the white king ever comes forward, he's just going to get checked from the front.
Yeah, he understands what he's doing. And it's only move 67.
Oh, wow. 6-7. Yeah, big moment. Big moment for me, at least, with my prediction. Okay, rook to d3. He waits. He's just hoping now, I think, for Hikaru for king g4 so he can make progress. But
this position, yeah. Is it king g4? No, that would be the mistake.
Yeah, just he'll play rook b4 or something along those lines.
Probably he can go simply king g6 as well.
Yep, king g6, king f5. He's been playing rook b4 as his waiting move, so okay. He plays rook b7. he's married to this check from the front idea now. Yeah, just out of curiosity, Judith, like if black had played king g4, is it lost now? Apparently not. Rook d4, king somewhere, b4. Apparently not lost, but that's only because black can start bringing the rook around and behind just in time. And Judith, while we wait for Hikaru to try and find one more plan to test his opponent, I'm going to bring back John, who has been witnessing a long day today. But what do you think, John? Am I going to win the bet? Finally, am I going to win the predictions?
I think you're going to win the bet, David, but I also think you're getting points docked for sending chat into a meme-fueled frenzy every time you're on screen. But we'll have a chat about that behavior after it ends. For now, we've still got a rook and pawn ending. I was saying earlier how I'm the quantum physics observer of rook and pawn endings. They're all drawn until I say they're drawn, and then suddenly someone makes a blunder. So you never know. It's not over till it's over. The game is ongoing as it currently stands, guys. It is the final game to conclude in today's coverage of the candidates. So we're going to grab a brief break. Hopefully you've got your tea and coffees ready and topped up if necessary, and we'll get to the conclusion of this game upon our return. See you soon. We're back with the final game of round 9 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. Hikaru Nakamura still pressing, looking for an opportunity against Andrei Yesipenko. Currently very much a theoretical draw, but that is not stopping our players pushing. I want to talk to both of you about the tournament situation and a winning or even a losing sometimes mentality. Judith, I'm sure you've been in this situation many times. It looks like you're trying to milk blood from a stone at this point. But when you're in Hikaru's position and you're thinking, I can get my candidates actually off to a pretty good start in the second half if I find a way to win this, you have to keep pushing even if it looks like it's hopeless. What do you do in these situations? How do you switch your mentality mid-game? It's something so many chess players struggle with.
Well, of course he wants to try it. He knows exactly that it's a draw, but it's another kind of game when you try to exhaust your opponent. You're playing for time, of course, also that he may be confused after some time. I've seen this so many times playing Karpov, for example. I remember that Magnus was playing a different color bishop against Fabiano in their match, and I was commentating that, well, I don't really understand why Magnus is playing, and then Magnus was complaining. Of course he knows it's a draw. Yeah, we all know it's a draw, but there are some positions you can play, and there are some positions maybe some people think you cannot play. This is kind of a position which I understand to a certain point, but of course with Hikaru, this game is crucial because he won a very important game yesterday, and if he would win today, 2 in a row, it would be a completely different second half of the tournament for him. That, okay, he wins 2 in a row and nobody can stop me and everybody will be so scared of me, even having an equalish position. So it is very clear, I think, that he is going to be fighting for probably some time. It's part of the sport, it's part of the game that you're trying to squeeze out every drop of this stone. But it's a fact that black has to be falling apart mentally in order to not to draw this game.
And a question for the grindmaster himself, David Howell. When you're in these kind of positions, it's very easy for observers, for us commentators, for chat, for anyone watching casually to go, well, this is clearly just a draw. Why don't they draw it and go home? But at the same time, how many times have people said that about a position that's 0.00 that Magnus was playing, that he found a way to squeeze a result out of 50 or 60 moves later? You co-wrote the book with him. How do you tell the difference between a game where there's a flicker of hope and a game where, okay, you really can just pack it up and go home?
Great question, John. I think the only positions where Magnus are pawn up in an endgame where he would agree a draw is if it's about to be stalemate, if it's totally done, if he's tried everything, tried the 50 moves, and the opponent's passed all the tests. Here, still some small questions to answer. Ultimately, chess etiquette dictates that Yesipenko, he can't offer the draw. He's the only one fighting for that draw. Hikaru will be trying everything possible. It's just about that 1%. Maybe he wins this position one time out of 100. But at the top level, everyone is so good. And that extra 1% can set you apart. If it happens to come in a key tournament like the Candidates, that can be the key. But here, there's still life left. There's tricks left. Yesipenko actually had this exact position pretty much a few moves ago. Could have played rook g8, rook takes g3, just ended the game on the spot, but has yet to prove himself fully. So it is just, as you said, John, the psychological side. You outlast your opponent. You set one trap here. Then you just play 5-6 moves. You set another trap. And eventually your opponent might be down to 30 seconds when you set that final question. They might fall for it. But yeah, this one we're very much expecting it to be a draw. But I'm very impressed that Hikaru is showing his determination. He's not eager to run back to the hotel room, film that recap, talk to his stream. He knows that this might be it. If he doesn't win this game with white against the lowest rated player or one of the lowest rated players in the field, then I think his Candidates is done, or at least the race for first place. So shows how much it means to him, shows that he's a grinder in nature himself these days.
Well, you don't get to 2,800 plus by not taking those 1% chances. So Hikaru Nakamura here, after having has to be said, by his standards, a bad start to the tournament, Judith, he's showing us what kind of a fighter he really is. He's showing us that his level is absolutely up there with the best in the world. And we've seen some fantastic chess from him in the last couple of days. And he is determined to make every opportunity count. So it's great to see. I leave this game in your capable hands as we see if he can wrangle any advantage out of this position. Back to you.
Well, thanks, John. It is a big question how Nakamura can give task for Yesipenko that he's not going to be playing it by heart every move, right? This is the big question. How to pull in Yesipenko to make a mistake, to make an inaccuracy, to make him nervous. And yeah, somehow probably you have to go with the king another 5 times around the board, and then maybe he's going down to 5 seconds. Right, David?
Exactly. And I mean, that last move, I have table base open now, so computers up there, they've they've crunched the numbers. And in that last position, for example, they were the most obvious moves, and he's shown the pattern before, but rook b8 and rook d8 were the only 2 drawing moves. So like you said, Judith, he has to find a scenario where maybe the only drawing move isn't an obvious one, and ideally Yesipenko is down to under 1 minute, and then the chances arise. But yeah, at this point, he has attempted most squares with the white rook, most squares with the king. He's gone forward, hasn't worked. He's gone back, hasn't worked. So he is running out of steam here a little bit, Hikaru. I'm impressed it's going on. It feels like one of the games that Hikaru will look back on and say, okay, there were chances, even if the opponent defended perfectly, but ultimately a draw looks inevitable.
Yeah, the problem is, I think, in this position that there is not too much moments where black can go wrong, because rook b8 move was so important back like 15 moves or 20 moves ago, that to keep the rook distance from the pawn on b3. So, and the other thing is that the king, you should always be around the g3 pawn, and when the h5 pawn is attacked, then you're just protecting it with the rook. So there is not so many details that black has to be taken care of. But, well, on b2, Hikaru was there before. But I think also Hikaru is getting exhausted. I mean, they are playing already for quite some hours. 5.5 hours? Almost 6.
Yeah, over 5.5 now. And okay, he's trying a couple of last things. The rook goes to e5. Now the black king has to go back and defend.
Yes, because rook h8, rook g5, right? And game would be over.
Yeah, king g4 only move, but Yasipenko has found this pattern before. And again, the white king can't stick its neck out, can't just edge forward without getting checked. Okay, this is what Hikaru wants. If it were this position with white play, still then king c3 would be met by rook to h8, and the g3 pawn would be hanging. Yeah, he's found it. Yasipenko will play rook h8. He showed something very similar, Judith. I think that was just with the rook on the d file. So back to previous patterns here.
And again, important that black goes back to b8, stopping the pawn from moving to b4. Because once the b4 would be played, that would be already the winning position for white. As we see on Hikaru, that he's disappointed that he was so close at the same time so far away from victory.
Yeah, that's been the story of the tournament for many players, actually. Missed chances and just not quite getting that winning killer instinct that Sindarov's shown, that Anish has suddenly discovered. Yeah, this is...
But you know, it's interesting that, for example, what a player gains from such a game, that he was playing it for 6 hours and squeezing the opponent, grinding. Next time, most likely, the opponents would try to avoid maybe this kind of drawish, equalish position, because they understand that they are going to be sitting there for 6 hours. So maybe they are going to make a different decision in the opening choice or later on, that, well, maybe I should be more active and sacrifice a pawn before. So it does form a player and how the others are looking at them. Because now you see that Hikaru will sit there for 4 hours, for 5 hours, 6 hours, no matter how many hours. He's going to try to pull you in to make a mistake, right? He knows he wants to win this game, and that's the only chance that he's enjoying the tournament, that he can do the maximum. But eventually, in this game, it will be not enough. But he still gains respect from many players that, I mean, he does not have enough points to be a real candidate to qualify, right? But still, he's sitting there for 6 hours. He's not giving up, and he's so disappointed. Look at his face. And he's moving and doing it.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Judith, because I 100% agree. And like from personal experience, when I was young, I was more of an attacking player, and the antidote, like older players would try and grind me down. They would try and get the queens off, get these positional battles. As soon as I was a bit older, I started grinding these types of things myself. Now I find that people keep queens on even when objectively it might be a bit worse for them, or they try anything to dodge these fixed pawn structures, or they try not to give me the 2 bishops. They might have to concede something, but they're just so scared of the grind, even if it's not realistic, that psychologically it kind of pushes your opponent into uncomfortable situations. So I 100% agree, and maybe it'll pay off later this tournament for Hikaru. Hopefully the energy levels won't be too damaged ahead of tomorrow. But again, it's just playing for the small, minimal, incremental gains. And occasionally it pays off. But as we reach move 84, body language shows that Hikaru might be about to give up his winning attempts.
Yeah, it seems so, that he's kind of maybe ready to give up. At the same time, in chess we've seen actors, right? That, okay, I'm done. Okay, I'm fine. I'm already giving to a draw, right? Like nobody's paying attention anymore. But if you make a mistake in the end, don't worry, I catch you and I win the game. But okay, I just make moves. I'm not paying attention.
That's very true. That's very true. There's many actors out there. Good actors and bad actors. Some you can tell, you can read through them that they're just bluffing, but some are quite good and convincing.
And okay, I would refuse the draw if he offered it from our featured chat. I'm assuming you mean Yesipenko offering the draw. Maybe you'd say no to Hikaru as well. That would be a bold move. But I guess, yeah, now that he is the oldest player in the tournament, Judith, like energy levels, I mean, it looked from yesterday that he'd come back refreshed, he'd come back reinvigorated, he fought on, ground down Fabiano, but yeah, maybe if it's a series of longer games, that could get to him. I think probably the best strategy against Sindarov in the first half of the tournament would have been something like this, rather than a chaotic double pawn sacrifice where it was all about theory. I think if he'd done this a bit more in the first half, Hikaru, he might have been a bit more successful.
Well, it's very difficult what strategy to take in a tournament where you have one shot, right? And it is very difficult. Like, these players were living in a life for 3 months, 4 months. That this candidate, if you win, it can change your life, because in this candidate, everybody thought that the person who wins the tournament will have a great chance to become a world champion, right? To play against Gukesh, because Gukesh is a fantastic player, but he was not showing that performance which he was expecting from himself, and also what others maybe were expecting. He's extremely young and amazing nerves and amazing chess knowledge. So for the players, it was even more pressure, because they felt that if they can win this, there is a great chance that they can become a world champion. So there is a double or triple pressure on the players. And especially when you're the oldest participant and you know that it might be the last occasion that you want to go through on these difficult months of preparation, while Hikaru is a world famous top streamer, content creator, and a chess promoter on every level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to top it off, I mean, not just the fact that they'd be favorites against Gukesh or fancy their chances, but the field before the event just looked so open. It looked like it'll be super close. It'll be half a point here and there, but the whole tournament strategy had to change for most of them when they realized that there was a runaway train in front of them, just streaking off into the distance, win, and leaving everyone else in the dust. And yeah, it's hard to change strategy mid-tournament when maybe he wanted to grind every game and suddenly found himself 1.5, 2 points behind and put pressure on himself. But yeah, he's still trying, Hikaru. But both players look pretty relaxed now. Rugby 7 played.
And actually, Hikaru goes under a minute.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing with increment. Like, he can let his time drop, but Yesipenko built up a time bank back over 5 minutes, so hard to test his opponent now. Back to F3. We've seen something very similar before, I think with a rook on B8, where it goes back to. Okay. Just making moves. I wonder when the last pawn move or capture was, Judith. It's been a while.
It was maybe
51.
move 60 or something.
Yeah, I think it was move 51 already.
50.
So,
51, the last capture.
yeah, with 40 moves in, 10 moves away from the 50 move rule. Hikaru looks unhappy. Shaking his head, but I don't think he can blame himself. He did everything. He did everything right. Maxed out what looked like a totally drawn position.
Well, he did more than most of the people would be able to get out of that position.
Yeah, more than we expected. And credit to Yesipenko for holding under pressure for most of the last 60, 70 moves. Okay. Every move seems to draw here. Every logical move.
Yeah, the question is whether he wants to go rook. He goes check and goes back.
Hikaru is smiling to himself, it looks like. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the moment. And there we go. It's a handshake. The last game of the round does conclude. It is a draw. Not
what Hikaru Nakamura wanted, but he tried everything in the process. And that wraps up round 9 of the candidates today. John, what a round it's been. A marathon round, long games, and some big results for the standings.
Yeah, it absolutely has. And the biggest call-out result, I would imagine, is Anish Giri winning his clash with Fabiano Caruana to become the player who is closest to Sindarov and chasing him. That gap is still large. It's gone from 2 points to 1.5, so a couple more days like this, and we could be in for some very interesting standings indeed. Here's how they currently look after round 9. Sindarov still leading, of course, with 1.5 points, the only player to not have suffered a loss. Giri, however, moving up as his closest challenger, which is very interesting stuff indeed. The chasing pack then also very close behind, with Fabi slightly ahead and Yesipenko slightly behind. But realistically, this could be turning into a 2-horse race. A little early to officially call that. Depends perhaps on what happens tomorrow, but it's looking very likely. If we head over to the women's as well, there's so much going on. Let's go ahead and break down some of the results we've had today. Arguably, Judith, some of the bigger fireworks we've seen today in this section.
Well, between ladies, Vachier-Lagrave and Divya was the biggest clash for me. But for Divya, she made a blunder sacrifice. It was not clear at middle of the game when she played knight d7, and after that, I mean, Vachier-Lagrave had a little better position, more comfortable position, but there it was something that Vachier-Lagrave played very well. Had a rook sacrifice once, twice, 3 times, so she did win that game in style. And well, we see a fantastic tied on first place with Zhu and Vachier-Lagrave, but of course we see also Anna Mozicuk with half a point behind, and she had a fantastic winning chances game today against Tan, but she was not able to convert her advantage. She was not careful, she made mistakes, and this way she's now behind half a point, while 2 rounds ago she was ahead in the lead.
So, David, we now go from 5 joint leaders down to 2, but if I'm being honest, this is still extremely wide open. A lot harder to call the race than the Open.
Exactly. Even the players all the way down to 7th place in the women's will say that they have some measure of fate in their hands. They're 1.5 points off the lead, but they will be playing some of those leaders. It feels like at this point, everyone's beating everyone in the women's, and it's just about being consistent towards the closing stages. Momentum would be great. Maybe avoiding defeat for those leaders is going to be the key over the next few rounds. I think Anna Mozicuk is going to be the unhappiest of the bunch, just on the way the last 24 hours have gone. Yesterday and today, many missed opportunities. She could have been the runaway leader if things had gone differently.
So there concludes, ladies and gentlemen, our coverage of round 9 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. The story, not quite as clear-cut as we thought it could be in the Open, because the gap to Sindarov has narrowed. It's gone from 2 points to 1.5, but all of the players are running out of time to catch the leader of the tournament. In the women's, it's still very much anything goes, but we're starting to see a couple of players pull away. The question is whether they'll be able to keep their momentum, or whether everyone will keep beating everyone up and we start to see another 4 or 5 way tie. Anything can still happen there. We hope that you'll join us for our broadcast tomorrow. It's same time, same place over here on these channels on Twitch and YouTube. And we hope that you have enjoyed the broadcast tonight as much as we have enjoyed bringing it to you. Stay safe wherever you are, and we look forward to welcoming you back in the morning. Good night.